Stand by, we are live. Hello and welcome to the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024. We are here at the Delhi Golf Club and I'll tell you, I'm the host on the course, GS Veg, and with me is Shaurya Singh and Rahul Bajaj. First up, just tell me one thing, Ajitesh Sandhu, our leader on day 2. What do you think about, you think he'll be able to take the lead and keep it open for the rest of the tournament?
First of all, a very warm welcome to everyone, and I must say I really love your energy, Vivek sir. It's just so effusive. And Rahul Bajaj, thank you for joining us. It's been a long while, and I think coming to your question, Ajitesh Sandhu is a man with nerves of steel. You know, if anybody can win a tournament, he knows how to get it done. And the way the golf course is playing is tight. Scoring is not easy. You couldn't quite feel your hands in the morning. It was chilly. So I'd put my money on Ajitesh. But, you know, I see Manish Thakran as sort of, it's come out like a bolt from the blue. I think he's ranked about 120th on the order of merit. So that's how you make your mark. So I would still go with Ajitesh, but he's got quite a few dragons breathing down his neck. Jamal Hussain, M. Dharma, Dhruv Sharon, fantastic ball striker. Sudhir Sharma, who's had success here. You know, he's an old war horse, so as to speak. He's had great success here on the Asian Tour event. I remember him finishing second. And Rashid Khan, obviously the man who needs no introduction. Arjun Puri, Yuvraj Sandhu, Yashash Chandra, and the old stallion, Mukesh Kumar. So, lot of challengers here, and I'd like to know Rahul's thought as well. Rahul, give us your 2 cents, please.
Most importantly, one of the most exciting courses to be at, and historically proven that the DGC always proves to be one of the best fighting grounds for the golfers from this country. And Ajitesh, like you asked before, I think he not only has nerves of steel, he's also got the game to back it up. And this is the kind of track that he can really excel at. So it's great to see that he is atop that leaderboard, and he's been struggling for the last couple of years with his game. But I think he should be able to come in and show us some really, really good golf over the next 2 days. And about the hands being cold, I think that's only Shaurya.
That's what Delhi Winters is all about. But I need to ask you about, you guys know this course very well, like the back of your hand. How are the conditions? How is the greens this week? And what do you make? You're going to see a high-scoring tournament this time?
Well, it goes without saying, Delhi Golf Course, the venerable institution that it is. Immaculate conditions. As you can see, these greens are better than finer Arabic carpets. They're very difficult to putt on after the restructuring of the golf course. And the winter cold is also affecting play. The cut, probably the highest that we've seen in a long while on the PGTI, shows you how difficult it is. Pars are at a premium this week, to be honest with you, and that's a welcome change from what we see. It's not really a birdie fest. It's playing really difficult. It's playing long because the conditions and also the greens are pretty treacherous. So I would see only a single-digit winning score, and it's going to be one where it's going to turn out to be a battle of attrition, I feel.
What do you say, Rahul?
Over the last couple of days, I've heard from the players that there's been a lot of wind that has been going on at the Delhi Golf Club. And that's been a tough navigation for the players. And at this particular golf course, it can be quite challenging because of the trees around you and the players always down under that tree line, that they're unable to feel the winds completely. So a lot of the times they could actually misjudge the wind and actually end up being short or
Rahul
right or
just
left.
spoke about the wind and how it's going to be affecting. So we'll go over the weather as well, but it's now time to go back to our comms box where Nikhil is waiting for us.
And the next tee off, Yuvraj Sandhu. At a total of 2 under. Yuvraj Sandhu from Chandigarh Golf Club, 9 pro wins to his credit. Turned pro in 2018, has been playing on the Asian Tour and the Asian Development Tour of late. 27 years of age. He's had a second place finish on the Tata Steel PGTI ranking a couple of years back. On the fairway, Yuvraj, good start for him. And now we have the third member of this group, M. Dharma from Bengaluru. His 36-hole total being 3 under 141. Dharma hails from the KGA golf course in Bengaluru. He has 3 wins to his credit, turned pro back in 2005. and a winner on the PGTI this year. One of the most consistent players on the tour, always finishing inside the top 20 of the order of merit. Dharma's on the fairway, so a good start for him too. Looked like he was happy with his shot. And there's the match number 7 that teed off at 9:21. We have 2 more groups to go. And the overnight leader was Ajitesh Sandhu with a 3-shot lead at 8 under 136. He shot a flawless 67 in round 2. He was tied second after round 1 and moved up 1 spot. Manish Thakran placed second at 5 under 139, while Jamal Hussain, the round 1 leader, is third at 4 under 140. There you can see a replay of Arjun Puri's shot, the only one who found the rough in this particular group. And there goes M. Dharma. Make no mistake, they're all contenders this week. They've all been playing well through the season. Dharma has been a contender on multiple occasions this year. Hands in their pockets, you can see the weather conditions taking its toll on the players. You have to get your hands warm in this kind of weather. Two of the 3 players on the fairway, while Arjun Puri heads towards his ball on the right side in the rough. There was a 45-minute fog delay in the morning. It's quite a common thing up north in India, especially Delhi in the winters. We often have fog delays. We had one in round 1, a 40-minute fog delay, and today 45 minutes. We were lucky in round 2 when we started dot on time. There you can see the weather forecast for the coming week. It's 12 degrees Celsius at the moment. We are expecting a maximum of 22 today and a minimum of 9. The first, a par 5. Let's see where his shot landed. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu setting up now. Yuvraj and Dharma almost found the same spot, just to the left of that dreaded fairway bunker. Next, we have M. Dharma. Remember, this is the final full field event of the season, and the battle is on to secure spots in the year end tour championship next week and to an exemption on the PGTI next season. The top 60 an exemption on the PGTI, the rest go to qualifying school. And Manish Thakran, who's currently second, is 118th on the Tata Steel PGTI ranking. It's a very important week for him. I'll now hand over the mic to my fellow commentators Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh.
Thank you for that, Nikhil. It has indeed been a morning of firsts. The first time that you're seeing such a big tournament here, the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by none other than the legend, Mr. Kapil Dev. And we've seen difficult conditions. The players have really been tested. And on your screens right now is Rashid Khan, a man who's no stranger to these sort of conditions. Born and brought up in Delhi. Quite a few victories under his belt. Asian Tour victories as well. Still going strong. And I think if anyone is going to be able to mount a challenge on this difficult golf course and difficult conditions, I think Rashid Khan is the man. What's your take, Rahul?
Absolutely. Rashid knows this golf course at the back of his hand, and he definitely is going to be one of the contenders. In fact, he is one of the few players who has shot under par numbers on both the first 2 days of this tournament. And yes, indeed, it's nice to see a big tournament come in here at the Delhi Golf Club. And just before the season ender now comes in, the Tata Open, where only the top 60 get to play, only the players who have kept their cards. So this tournament is the last tournament for players to make it through to the next year, so that they don't have to go back to the qualifying school.
Yeah, there's a lot weighing on their shoulders, and there's a lot to play for in addition to the prize money. There's also the big tournament that comes up the week after next, the season ender. So pivotal for the players to really get their game on this week. Sudhir Sharma, he's tasted success over here on this golf course previously. Smooth swinger. It's good to see him in the limelight for quite a bit.
Sudhir Sharma kind of plays a little bit in ebbs and flows, coming in from Meerut. Plays most of his golf at Greater Noida, but has had good showings here at the Delhi Golf Club, especially at that last Asian Tour event where he did finish second, as you had reminded the spectators just a few minutes ago. And there we have him with his fairway wood off the tee box.
And that looks a little wavered, and that's going to find itself in the bush, but should be able to chip out. That tells you the difficulty here. And we see Rashid Khan going hell for leather, out with the driver early morning. I know for one that a few players that I spoke with have tried to shy away from taking out the big stick. Rashid Khan, 33 years of age. And hailing from Delhi. Let's see where that driver ends up. Right in the middle of the fairway. Good drive by Rashid Khan. What's your take on that play, Rahul? I know that obviously if you're a longer hitter, somebody like Dhruv Sharon going with the more prudent choice, a rescue off the tee.
Well, looks like more of a driving iron for Dhruv. Dhruv has been playing some scintillating golf himself, coming in from Gurgaon. He has won on the tour earlier. In fact, he has also just qualified through the first stage of the Asian Tour qualifying going into the final stage at the end of this month. There we have Dhruv Sharan on screens.
Really nice swing. Dhruv possesses.
Dhruv, I hear, has picked up a lot of yards over the last year or so, has really gone into one of the longer hitters on the tour, while he was not so about a year ago. So, that definitely shows in his game. And, knowing how to score and then adding some yards onto it is, of course, an advantage. There we have M. Dharma off the fairway on the first hole.
Yeah, M. Dharma, somebody who's been really consistent, and that is
That'd be difficult to be consistent with that.
Yeah, that's better than consistent. That's precise.
About an inch away from glory.
That's going to be a tap-in birdie. You never really mind those early in the morning. That's how you get it started.
Well, with cold hands like yours, buddy, I'm sure you wouldn't mind that.
With cold hands like mine, I won't mind a par either in these conditions. But not for these players. They've been toughened through the challenges on tour, the battles that they've faced, and they're ready for it. Cold weather.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, the man who ran away with tournaments after tournaments just 2 years ago, just 2 seasons ago, and he's been playing a lot on the Asian Tour, trying to get his exploits out internationally. There we have him hitting his third shot from the right side of the fairway on the first hole.
Pretty good angle from there. Not too much of a difficult. Looks pretty amiable as well. Let's see how he does from there.
Well, he's had to play it like a low runner shot. Let's see how close that ball really gets. That's not a bad effort from where he was coming in. It sets himself up for a pretty decent birdie chance.
I think another thing which is going to be pivotal this week is how players are able to navigate the greens. These are difficult greens, very true, but considerable break. If you remember from years past, prior to the relaying, the new design of the greens were a lot easier to putt on. Now that's not the case. I think the degree of difficulty has been added with these subtle breaks on these greens and not quite discernible as well to the naked eye.
Absolutely. If you remember the old layout, the golf course in terms of its look remained pretty much the same in terms of the hole numbering as well as the pars on the holes. They remain pretty much the same. But the new greens, not only are they very undulating, they've got a lot of speed on them, they've got a lot of false fronts. You have a lot of slopes taking away the ball from the low sides of the flags. So players have to be really accurate with their approach shots coming into these flags. Otherwise, they could have a really tough time making up and downs.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And still early days here. Delhi Golf Course, the weather is becoming more amenable, and you'll end up seeing more birdies as we have a look at that action replay. That was ever so close. Surprised that didn't just veer in from the left-hand side.
Veer in from the left or veer in from the right, my friend?
Either ways, it holds true.
Your eyes are cold too.
Absolutely. As you get older, the weather can wreak havoc on all your senses, my friend. You're still a young buck, so as to speak, so no such worries for you.
Not at all. Not even close.
Age is a number best forgotten for Rahul. He's still in the peak of youth, so as to speak.
Peak of youth it is. Only learning from the best of the best. Here sitting besides me, Shaurya Singh, who also seems to not be giving into age at all. In fact, he himself is preparing within this commentary box to be going for the PGTI qualifying coming up just at the end of this month. He just can't stop himself, can he?
That's like a gambler. You just can't help it but roll the dice. You never know when you might get the deuce. So let's see. It's always a fun trip for me and something that keeps the juices flowing, as they say, forever young. Till the day you're 6 feet under, my friend. Now let's have a look at this putt.
Chikka has started off with 2 birdies on the first 3 holes, so plummeting himself up to 1 under par for the tournament at T10 for now, as we go back to Yuvraj Singh Sandhu putting for on hole number 1.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu tasting success in Asia as well now, and very good player. And
there we go.
Do we need to speak more? We need to say no more.
Say no more.
That's how you get it done. Easy. As they say in the great movie, The Greatest Game Ever Played, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
That wasn't said in The Greatest Game Ever Played, my friend. What was said in The Greatest Game Ever Played was, hit it, roll it, hold it.
That was the caddy of Francis Ouimet who said, easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Which movie was that?
Are we talking about The Legend of Bagger Vance? I'm a little confused.
Perhaps we are.
as we make errors, let's look at that beautiful peacock. It's always good to change our perspective as we have a look at another fairly makeable putt here at hole number 1.
We have Dhruv Shoran on the right side of our screens hitting his third shot. My apologies, hitting his second shot into the first hole. Seems like he's going for a 2-on with his hybrid club. It's quite a bit of corner cutting there for that shot to get up onto that green. This new bunker, the way it's in the Delhi Golf Club on this first hole, is quite challenging. It's not like the older days where the bunker was pretty flat and one could really even launch up a hybrid from in there. But this new one has got a lot of undulations, and if you're in there, you'll probably be struggling to get your second shot out back into the fairway. Rashid Khan also ready there on the right side of our screens.
I think one thing not spoken a lot about is how the subtle changes have actually aided in making this golf course a lot more difficult. It's not just the greens that they've redone. They've, some of the bunkers have come in, the fairways have become narrower, and somehow the golf course plays a little longer than what it did.
At the end of the day, back when we guys were on the tour, the older layout had one challenge, which was to get the ball into the fairway, and thereafter, we all knew that even if we were further away from the hole, the greens were flat enough, so we just had to, putt well enough to be able to hold them. But now you've got all these new undulations on the green, so you can't really be very far away from the holes. So you have to be pretty accurate with your approach shots, get those yardages right. Otherwise, one really struggles.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
Executed by two clubs.
What the difference that is perceptible is that I'm sure you played all over the world. I happened to play once at Pinehurst, and they've got those turtle back greens.
You're not showing off at all, are you?
I'm just trying to be a matter of fact about the point. Or you could look at DLF golf course as well, for that matter. Those difficult raised greens, the ball doesn't quite stay on unless you're coming from a really high height. Otherwise the ball doesn't stay. So I think what has happened in Delhi golf course, I think case in point was hole number 1. Earlier players like myself, medium hitters, could actually roll it onto the green.
Absolutely.
Now unfortunately, if you miss it on the wrong side, you will find your job, you will find hard pressed to actually make chip and 2 putt, let alone chip putt. So that's the difference that has happened. Like, the degree of difficulty has been compounded closer you get to the green. If you miss it on the wrong side, earlier you could miss it on any side, your troubles were off the tee. But unfortunately, here, they're not quite just there. Around the greens also, it's pretty difficult now.
Absolutely. I mean, in fact, coming onto those flatter greens like earlier, coming up with a chip, was not that difficult. But these new greens, if you missed it on the wrong side, you could be standing with a lob wedge on a downhill with an open club face and hoping that you don't scull it. It's just that kind of tight lies now around the greens, and the ball sort of like rolls off on those slopes and then comes back in, and usually sort of also ends up settling onto that tight ground with a downhill on it.
Now the marquee group, the leader group: Jamal Hussain, Manish Thakran, Aditya Sandhu. Manish Thakran finds himself in uncharted waters, so as to speak.
In fact, Manish Thakran is trying to save his card. I heard on the PGTI, and the way he's performing this week could surely be one way to do it.
Yeah, that's how you get it done. If nobody calls you to the party, just barge into the front door. That's what he's done. As you have a look at Jamal Hussain, 39 years of age, from Bangladesh, home course Kurmitola Golf Club, the beautiful Kurmitola Golf Club. 5 pro victories, turned professional almost 15 years ago now, and has been a very consistent player on the professional golf tour of India. Has Jamal?
Jamal is a fine young player from Bangladesh. In fact, Delhi Golf Club is the kind of golf course which would really suit him. He plays most of his golf at Kurmitola Golf Club at Dhaka, and the layout, I would say, does remind me a lot of Delhi Golf Club.
A very abbreviated sort of finish. He barely hit that. Seemed like a semi-chip. It's not his usual swing where you find him on either side of the tee, where he does have a lot of body English once he goes through, doesn't quite hold his finish, and surprised to see him doing that. Maybe that's a punch shot by him. As we have a look at Manish.
Well, one would find a lot of these old timers, managing their way around Delhi Golf Club, and just goes without saying they know that putting the ball in play is the most important thing to do over here. As we take a look at Manish Thakran.
And now, Ajitesh Sandhu. As they say, cometh the hour, cometh the man. The man who reminds everyone, at least me, of Adam Scott. Similar physicality, look, and swing.
Absolutely. I'd probably, Adam Scott is probably just a bit taller than him. But other than that, you're absolutely right with that analogy. In fact, Ajitesh has been struggling with his game and a few injuries over the past 2 years, but he seems to be right back here in form.
Look at that swing. Poetry in motion. A sight for sore eyes. Let's see if that ball does follow suit. It does, right down the middle. With a swing like that, I think this is the golf course that you want to get your confidence back at.
Absolutely. Ajitesh has been playing solidly off late, and this is a prime position for him to be in. In fact, over the next 2 days, if he can continue with the form, there is no catching him there with his caddy and a good friend of his, Surya Vijay Singh.
Yeah, he's been around as Surya Vijay Singh. He's been on the bag of, I believe, Jyoti as well on the European tour, and has traveled so much, and he's so deep in the industry of golf. I think he has a wealth of knowledge as well, and a lot to add as well.
Absolutely, and there seems to be a player there also in the deep of the things over there.
The feeling you get when you hit the bush at Delhi Golf Course, I tell you, it's something similar to when you sit in a roller coaster where your stomach is, it churns, and you don't quite know what's going to happen. You're a little nervous, and there's a lot of nervous energy the moment the ball veers towards the bush. Right. Because you could either find it and maybe get a shot at the green and make par, or you could end up making double, triple, because you have to go back and reload. So I must say that it's moments like this that you really do wish that you hadn't hit the bush.
Absolutely. Manish Thakran, in fact, who is currently number 2 on the leaderboard here at the Vishwa Samundra, is currently ranked 118th on the PGTI order of merit, and is trying to finish top 5 this week if he wants to keep his card and not go to the PGTI qualifying school. There he is on our screens, Manish Thakran.
What are your thoughts? We saw that swing of Jamal, quite a difference from how he normally swings. He was a lot more flat-footed. He didn't really move off and transfer his weight onto the left-hand side like he usually does. It was more like an abbreviated shot.
So I think a lot of players, have like these bunt kind of shots for the Delhi Golf Club, and some of the players also would like to, hit it a little easy on the first few holes just to keep it in play and get the day started off. And as you make your way through the next couple of holes, you start to get warmed up and free up onto the course a little bit. Also, as a top player, one thing that you want is to get off to a little bit of a solid start for the day, and not be making unforced errors. As we take a look here quickly.
Okay, can this be categorized as one being in this bunker on hole number 1 with this shot is really not where you want to be, maybe 70, 80 odd yards? A really difficult shot. Can't quite think of anything more difficult on this hole. Let's see how he executes it.
Long bunker shot there for Dhruv Shoran, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, that was Dhruv, and you see that's, I would think that's a decent contact, maybe a little. Could have caught it a little thinner, but it's very difficult from that yardage.
That bunker is about 20 to 25 yards short of the green, so coming up onto a back flag from that bunker is a tough job.
Rashid Khan, who we saw hitting that iron, a lot more comfortable shot for him.
In fact, today's pin position on the first hole being 30 yards from the front and 5 yards from the right. So it's already backed up over there. And Rashid, of course, after that drive, to be in that bunker and now have another 30 feet for birdie is quite not the effort that he was looking for.
Yeah, that second shot probably not going with ample club there.
Or maybe just a weak hit. One never knows. Probably just a weak hit could lead you in there.
Sudhir now.
It seems like that bunker is quite a magnet for these players.
Yeah, that's going to
Pulling
see
them all in.
It's going to see some traffic, that bunker today, especially with players going for the green in two. I would say it's a lot more strategically placed than the erstwhile bunker.
Yes, it absolutely is. In fact, if the pin was up front, I think the players would have had a much easier job to take care of. But here, coming up into that little bit of a lip of that bunker with such a tall wall and getting it back another 30 yards is almost a 55-yard bunker shot. By no means is that the easiest shot in golf. Anything above 30 yards for a bunker shot, most players have a tough time getting it back up to that flag location.
And while we look at these stellar players, let's also revisit some of the ones who could not quite make the cut. The cut this week was applied at 5-0, probably one of the highest cuts that we've had this year by a margin. Normally you see the cut being applied at even or 1 over par. Shows you how difficult this golfer is playing. So maybe the members can take heart from that it's never too easy to shoot under par at the Delhi golf course. Sudhir now from that bunker, we didn't quite see his ball, and unfortunately he's gone from the frying pan to the fire. This is going to be very difficult for him to save his bogey now. He was 3 in the bunker, 4 here, so this train is getting off the rails a little too early, and as I said that, it's not quite ended. He finds himself 5 on the back edge of the green, so I would say double bogey is not confirmed either at this point in time. So this is what Delhi Golf Course can do to you, especially the new design. You wouldn't have thought that this could happen on the previous greens. What do you think?
I mean, this kind of stuff can happen anywhere, I think. But at the same time, seems like Sudhir hasn't had this kind of start that he would have liked to, but it seems like a strugglesome first hole. It'll be a tough day from here on for Sudhir. Coming in, looking at the position that he's starting off today from, which is a total score of 3 under par, and going into the next couple of holes, that's just going to be added pressure. And that's exactly what we were talking about, right? Why would Jamal hit like a bunt kind of a 3-wood out there on the first hole? That's perhaps the reason why.
I have a question. This golf course is going to test you mentally, and things like that can happen to you. They can surprise you. And the thing that you can take heart from, that it'll happen to everyone. You are just unfortunate that it has happened to you on the hole number 1, but you have to really keep your head. If you don't keep your head, a score above 10 over also unfortunately can happen here in the blink of an eye. You can shoot under par, but you really need to treat each hole with respect, because you can't really let go on this golf course, unfortunately. You have to keep thinking, maneuvering yourself like it's a game of chess as well.
Absolutely. In fact, I would rate golf to be a very close game to chess. You have to strategize and you've got to hit good shots. And yes, you're absolutely right. You've got to keep your head in the game. And in fact, I would think that at the given stage that we are talking about, it's the mind which is the most important, more than the technical bits. I mean, that you've already got the technical bits. That's why you are where you are. But it's the mind hereafter which actually makes the matter work. And there we have Dhruv Shoran coming in for just a little tap in of a par there.
That was a case of mind over matter. A good putt by the man Dhruv Shoran. Would be happy to take a 5 and sort of clear the stage and get away from this hole as soon as possible. You can see that it's been not too friendly to his group.
Well, it's not the favorite thing for a professional golfer to start off on the par 5s, with a 5. So they're always looking at making a 4. But nonetheless, here we are now, and 5 is through for Dhruv Shoran. He's surely better than one more player in that group.
I'm pretty certain at this point in time, Sudhir would give an arm and leg for a 5 on this hole at this point.
I can assure you that.
As we have a look at some of the players who missed the cut, we have really good players who unfortunately were not able to make the weekend round. Divraj Singh missing the cut. Angad Chima, the winner earlier this year, solid ball striker, also not making. Adil Bedi, Khalin Joshi, who's such a fantastic ball striker, also not being able to make the cut. Jairaj Sandhu, winner on tour. Gaurav Pratap Singh, another winner. And then you have Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, who's been really consistent this year, the journeyman professional, really playing well this year. Then you have Pukhraj Singh Gill, tremendous long hitting player from Chandigarh, also not making the cut. So shows you that length alone here is an advantage, but it's not going to ensure that you do stay around. Amardeep Malik, who we saw really come into some fine form, but unfortunately not making the cut this week. Aryan Rupa Anand, the youngster, really good golfer based out of Bengaluru. Mari Muthuar, a man who bludgeons the ball 350 yards. Unfortunately, he's also not going to make the cut. Makoto Iwasaki from Japan. And then Jakir Uzman Jakir also not making the cut. Further down, you have veteran Vikrant Chopra also missing out. Ranjit Singh, a solid golfer as well. Unfortunate to have not made the cut. Arjun Bhati, a very promising youngster from Greater Noida, also having a difficult time, as so did Himmat Singh Rai, who's come on tour after quite a while and not the kind of outing that he would have wanted. And cut was applied at 5 over par. We had a total of 51 players making the cut at 5 over par. And a very deep field this week, Rahul. A very strong field, I must say. One of the best that we've seen for the entire season.
Absolutely. We have Ajitesh Sandhu, who mainly now plies his trade out in international waters. And we also have SSP Chaurasia playing this week. We've got Rashid Khan playing this week. We also have Udayan Mane, who is a former Olympian. Rahil Gangji, who has found his own form out at the Asian Development Tour and secured his card for the Asian Tour in the coming season. That's a scintillating golf shot there on our screens. As we take a look here at the hole number 1, that was the third shot. Here we have Ajitesh Sandhu now getting ready for his third shot here on the first hole. Jamal Hussain is now at about 4 feet for birdie here on the first. Ajitesh seems to have laid up around the 100-yard mark for this first hole, par 5 at the Delhi Golf Club. 30 yards in is the flag location. Ajitesh coming up way short of that flag. It's about 25 feet short of it for birdie. We also have Chikka Rangappa here this week in the field. As the leader group here walks up onto the first hole's green, we take a quick look at the leaderboard, and currently on the course, Mukesh Kumar starting up with birdie and bogey on the first 3 holes, currently at a tie for 8th position. Mukesh Kumar, of course, one of the legends of Indian golf. We have Rahil Gangji, who started off with 2 birdies in the first 6 holes, coming up to a 2 under par total for the day and 1 under par in total. We've also got Chikka, who started off with 2 birdies in the first 3 holes and then given up with 2 bogeys later on in the next 3. So staying at even par for the day. Also have Ronald Cooker at 1 under par for the day. Also got Shaurya Bhattacharya, who is just won the tournament in Jammu just a couple of weeks ago, currently at 1 over par for the day. So atop the leaderboard, we've got Rahil Gangji, who is really plying his trade and trying to climb up as close as possible to the leaders. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the penultimate day of the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev here at the Delhi Golf Club. And the penultimate day, we can surely hope for some fireworks on the golf course. Most of the players would be trying to get themselves up close and close to Ajitesh Sandhu, who is currently at 8 under par. We take a look at Manish Thakran on the first hole now, lining up his birdie opportunity here. Coming up from the left side of the green, pins up on the right side of the green. So quite a long birdie attempt here for Manish. Manish, who's not had a really good season here on the PGTI in 2024, and hopefully he can capitalize on it this week and not have to go to Q school after that. The players who make it into the top 100 of the PGTI list end up going into the final stage of the PGTI qualifying school, which will be taking place in Jamshedpur. Currently at 118th position, Manish Thakran for sure is going to be finishing. And that's a birdie, my friends. Manish Thakran getting off to a strong start here on the first hole, going up to 6 under par for the tournament. So Manish would be looking up for sure to get into the top 100 of the PGTI list, to at least miss out on the pre-qualifying. If he gets into the top 60, he does not have to go to the qualifying school at all and would secure the right to play on the tour for the coming season. Surya Vijay Singh used to formerly play the amateur and the junior tour, now manages a few players and also stays on the bag with Ajitesh, who's a good friend of his. Ajitesh using a mallet putter, coming up just a hair short of that birdie on the first hole. Jamal seems to be still reading his putt for birdie, about 4 or 5 feet away. He seems to be taking a bit more than the referee allows. Nevertheless, the new Delhi Golf Club greens, of course, the shorter putts are the tougher ones to read over here. It almost seems like the line runs on a thread. In fact, they run so thin on a thread these days here, especially when the greens get faster and faster. And today the greens are running at 10.3 on the stimp. Should be no surprise for Jamal Hussain Molla, who plays on very good greens himself most of the year round. And there we have it, Jamal Hussain starting with a birdie on the first. This course presents to the players. Seems like that ball's going to come off a little bit from the right side. Dhruv Shoran, of course, a very, very good putter off the golf ball. Dhruv coming up from about 20 feet right of the hole. quite a bit of a break on that putt. And does Dhruv make it? That's another birdie here for Dhruv Shoran on the second hole. So lots of birdies coming up early on in the day here at the Delhi Golf Club at the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024. We take a look quickly on the right side of our screen. Jamal Hussain Molla giving up another 3-wood off the tee box and a bit more freer swing this time. As the leader Ajitesh Sandhu gears up to hit his tee shot here on the second on the right side of our screens. We also have on the left side on hole number 2. That's a lip out on the second. By Sudhir Sharma. Seems like Ajitesh is down the middle here on the second as well. Rashid Khan now coming up on the second for a birdie. From beyond the hole here. Bit of a downhill putt for him. This ball will have a bit of a break, but mostly it's going to be a speed navigation for Rashid. Is that ball going to find the bottom of the cup, but it runs out of juice? So he still has about 4 feet remaining for his par as Rashid taps in. Sudhir Sharma, currently 60th on the order of merit, for sure has secured his card for the coming year by having a decent outing the last 2 days here at Delhi Golf Club. Hopefully he can salvage.
A very good morning to our viewers. We are here at the Delhi Golf Club for the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev, and we have a very special guest with us this morning. I'm joined by Indian sports legend, the tournament host for this week, and PGTI President Mr. Kapil Dev. Sir, we would like to hear from you a little bit about this initiative and the launch of a new event on the PGTI.
I think it's wonderful. Anybody new partner comes, you feel very proud and happy, and I'm really grateful to Vishwa Samundra. They come forward. I think all the sports need a new sponsor and big sponsor. So I look at if everybody goes to cricket, then what happened to the other sports? So I'm not saying don't go to cricket, but as a corporate responsibility, we should look after other sports also.
Also, a handsome prize purse on offer this week, and we are back at one of the, it's the home of Indian golf, as they call it, the Delhi Golf Club. Tell us a little bit about this golf course. You play here day in and day out.
Well, I live very close, so this is my home course. Wonderful. It's such an old course. It's not easy. It's quite tough if the wind starts blowing, and what happened last couple of days, the wind was there, so the score wasn't very good. I think today the score will be very good. It's a beautiful place, wonderful, middle of the city, what else you're looking for.
I'd now like to hand over to my fellow commentator Shaurya Singh to take a few more questions from Mr. Kapil Dev.
Thank you so much for that, Nikhil. And first of all, thank you, sir, from all of us and all the players, especially those of us who are on either side. I must say that they're very happy to be playing this really stellar event. I know that this week has probably been one of the most challenging weeks for the players this year. So was it thought out that, this is going to be a very fantastic event, great conditions, but also try the players, because it's not going to be easy to win the inaugural Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by none other than the legend Mr. Kapil Dev. So, what are your thoughts on that, sir?
No, I just want best players should win, and they should play good golf. We have to give opportunity to our youngster, and so much talent we have, unbelievable. I couldn't believe that until unless you get involved with the sports, particular sports, then you come to know how much is talent. Only thing is they need more sponsor, more people to come out and watch them, enjoy. They enjoy people coming and watching them.
Absolutely, sir. I think it's primed to be a fantastic week. We still have 2 days of solid golf to go, and I'm certain that the tour and this tournament itself are going to go from strength to strength. And we know a lot about your golfing prowess and your sporting prowess, but we'll save that for another time. I know you can blister those drives beyond 300 yards.
No, not anymore. Hello, age catch up. Don't worry. Everybody have their time. But I love to see the boys, young boys, they hit with the iron 4 iron 240 to 260. I think amazing. Olden days when we come to know from the senior golfer, they said 260 they couldn't hit with a driver. Today they are hitting the iron. So it's a wonderful, the powerful and strength. And science have come into the golf also as in cricket.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you for giving us the time in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Come back here to the action at the Delhi Golf Club. We just heard it from Kapil Dev, who is now the president of the PGTI of India. We have the players here walking up onto the second hole. The leader, Ajitesh Sandhu. Manish Thakran just ahead of him. Kapil Dev, of course, a legend of Indian sports. The finest cricketer who has ever lived in this country. Kapil, of course, has a huge passion for golf and supports the game. And in fact, one of the last chats I had with him, in fact, he supports every sport. He just likes the fact that, if he can be of any help, in inspiring people to be able to play sports as a lifestyle and a career, I think he just takes a lot of pride in that. As we take a look at M. Dharma on the right side of our screens, just about tapping in here. It seems like the hole number 4. Manish Thakran coming up just onto the green here on the second hole. As you can see, the slope taking that ball away and off the green. That's going to be a bit of a blemish for Manish. Starting off with a birdie on the first. Seems like having a bit of a tough time on that second hole. So Yuvraj Singh Sandhu clears off. My apologies, that's not the 4th on the right side. That's the 3rd hole's green. Manish seems to be having a bit of a time here on the second. Manish choosing to go with a putter from just off the green here. What seems to be his 3rd shot. 4th, my apologies, seems to be his 4th shot here on hole number 2. Hopefully he can salvage a bogey or better. It's a nice attempt by Manish. He would still have about 2 feet left to finish off on the second. Other than the Tour Championship, the Vishwa Samundra Open is the biggest tournament on the PGTI for the season, with a prize purse of 2 crores. Vishwa Samundra is a multilateral business conglomerate with over 15 companies headquartered in Hyderabad. My friend here, Shaurya Singh, who is back in the studio after having a little bit of a tete-a-tete with none other than Mr. Kapil Dev. In fact, has spent some of his own years in Hyderabad, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, beautiful city. I was too immersed in trying to pretend to study, I think, at that point in time. But yes, what Vishwa Samudra is doing for golf right now is really heartening. And coming from that beautiful city where I have fantastic memories of Gachibowli and everything else, I must say that I hold that dear to my heart as we see that ball, that Varun Parekh now on the tee.
Varun Parekh playing alongside SSP Chaurasia and Om Prakash Chauhan, and that's Om Prakash tee shot that we just saw lining up onto the 5th green. That ball is going to curve a lot from the left to the right. I just happened to see someone else putting from that same location just a few minutes ago. And hole-in-one, of course, gets you a Nissan Magnite this week as we take a look at Varun Parekh.
Yeah, that car has already seen a few claimants, I believe, in the last few tournaments, which is good.
I think Manish Thakran has already made a hole-in-one this week.
Yes, round 1, I think, hole number 12. So
I wonder if he gets a Nissan Magnite for that. Let's see if Varun is going to come close to getting on that driver's seat.
It looks good in the air. This drawing back towards the hole.
Doesn't seem like it had any draw on it. Shaurya?
Well, that's why pencils have erasers. It looks so good in the air that I couldn't quite believe that it missed the green, let alone not be close to the pin. So, nice.
SSP Chaurasia.
The legend who's tasted so much success here. Let's see if he can turn back the clock.
And in fact, SSP has won twice at the European Tour. Firstly, at the European Tour event that happened at Delhi Golf Club, and then I think he won another tournament of the Asian Tour at Delhi Golf Club, and then winning another European Tour event at the DLF Golf Club. So SSP, of course, this is home grounds for him.
I think he's won 3 events here, if I'm not wrong, on this very venue. 2 on the European Tour, and I believe 1, I'm not quite certain about the third. Third was obviously at DLF, but he's no stranger to success here. Diminutive in stature physically, but as far as the game is concerned, he's an absolute giant. 3 European Tour victories.
SSP is
Indian Open champion. The list goes on and on and on, and it's good to see him back in the thick of things.
Absolutely. Again. SSP is a full-time player on the Asian and the European tours. He's been plying his trade mostly in international waters for the last many years now. And, his name is very much in the legends of Indian golf, starting off with 3 pars on the first 3 holes here in the penultimate round of the Vishwa Samudra Open. Let's see what he comes up with over the next few holes as we take a quick look here at Rashid Khan on hole number 3. Coming up for a birdie here. Rashid seems to have really hammered that one up past the hole. He will have another 6 feet remaining to save par. That's quite a task there remaining for the cleanup.
The way the players approach this week is quite different than, especially the players once they make the cut. It's not quite other golf courses where you can go for broke and really be aggressive and try to mount a challenge on the leaders. This is still, you sort of wait and pick your moments. So it's not that kind of golf course that even if you're playing well, that you can really attack. For example, there's so many, I think there's almost all holes they take the driver out of play. There are many players. I know my friend Dipankar who's made the cut, and congratulations to him. I hope he does really well.
Absolutely. In fact, let's just start from here, from hitting it in the fairway over and over again. That's where it all really begins on this course. And the new challenge, of course, as we've spoken a couple of times now through today's day, is that the second shot also has to be really good. In fact, I remember back in the day on this third hole, even if you had a hybrid club or even a 4-iron, even if you had a 4-iron off for your second shot, the green was pretty flat, so you weren't really worried about it. But today, if you had a 4-iron onto this green with the new slopes, I think you'd have a really tough time navigating. As we take a quick look back here at Rashid Khan coming up from about 6 feet away for par on the third.
Yeah, third also a treacherous hole to say the least. I think this is a club that Rashid Khan has really lived by.
In the olden days, they always said it's the driver and the putter, it's the driver and the putter. And I think both those things is what Rashid is really good at. He has a lot of heart to hit that driver off the tee boxes, even at a treacherous golf course like the DGC. And, has the heart to even hammer those putts in, as we just saw, as we take a quick look here again at Sudhir Sharma.
Sudhir, Swilkin swing. Sudhir Sharma. And I see that, the younger lot coming through. It does make, it's almost like a pyramid scheme at this point in time. It's so difficult to climb the top. And you keep having filtration of the older players, so to speak, because every year you have a crop of good amateurs, international players who come in. So it's very competitive. And I've seen that especially on the qualifying school. So you see the score go lower and lower each year. So it's almost like blink and you miss. So the Professional Golf Tour of India now is getting really competitive. And I think with the addition of stellar tournaments such as this week, Vishwa Samundra Open by Kapil, it's only going to get bigger.
Absolutely. Local boy Arjun Puri also at 1 under par for the day through the first 3 holes, and now at 3 under par for the tournament, just 5 shots away from Ajitesh Sandhu. So we've got quite the day going on over here. The top of the leaderboard seems to be throwing around darts with birdies. And unfortunately, Dhruv Shoran and Sudhir Sharma managed to have a bit of a hiccup on the first hole, and that's derailed their plans just a slight.
Yeah.
Hopefully, over the next 16 holes, they will show their magic.
Yeah, the first hole was really not amenable to this group. I think Rashid was the only one who sort of came away unscathed with the par. Not quite certain what happened to Dhruv. I thought he was 2 in that bunker, so maybe we'll have to revisit that how did he actually make a double?
Probably there were a lot of things between the scenes that we did miss out, as sometimes we do miss what people say between the lines. We missed out between the scenes, and we take a quick look now at M. Dharma coming in from the right bunker here on the 5th hole.
I think this is emblematic of the change at this golf course. Earlier, this bunker shot used to be a lot easier.
That's the 4th.
Earlier, the bunker shot used to be a lot easier, but this bunker is a lot smaller than years gone by. And believe you me, this is a very difficult shot to get it to stop. It really does roll away from the players.
It seems like he was coming from the wall of the bunker, is it so? Quite a nice attempt there by M. Dharma. He'll have another 6 or 7 feet remaining for a par here on the 4th hole. A lot of release on that ball, as you could tell. Managing from coming in from a bunker and controlling that spin rate and be able to judge that ball perfectly. I think M. Dharma has done a fabulous job of that.
One thing for sure is that you're not going to get around with smoke and mirrors here at the Delhi golf course. You're going to have to earn your keep. And the players always respect somebody who's won here at the Delhi golf course, because that's somebody who has been in control of his game. You can't miss it either ways. If you're standing for a draw, you can miss it left, but you can't miss it right. So if whoever wins this week, that he has his game under control. And I think this is the perfect sort of testing ground to see who's going to emerge victorious.
In fact, the top of the leaderboard really has some of the top players on the PGTI, and in fact, some of the international stars as well. And, of course, led today by Ajitesh Sandhu. And we also have Jamal Hussain, who is quite a player himself. He's been a very consistent player on the PGT of India and one of the top guys from Bangladesh. We also have Om Prakash Chauhan, Mukesh Kumar, Rashid Khan, all of them, established names in the sport of golf. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming up short for that birdie attempt on the 4th hole. You also have Yashas Chandra and Rahil Ganji in the field, and SSP Charasya, and all of these players. Don't you think that they are going to be sitting down calmly through the day? This is the moving day, ladies and gentlemen, and we will definitely have some movers and shakers out there.
Yeah. And talking about that, let's see who's making the early moves. We have Manish Thakran, Jamal Hussain, M. Dharma, all of them making birdies. Mukesh Kumar with birdie on hole number 1 and 2. And then we have a look at some of the other. Chika Rangappa with a couple of birdies and then giving away a couple of shots as well. Kapil Kumar getting off to a little bit of a difficult start with 4 bogeys early in the round and 1 solitary birdie. Apart from that, the players starting on the back nine. Arjun Prasad starting off handsomely with birdies on hole number 10 and 11. Ronil Kukar also with a birdie on hole number 11. So early days here. It's not a golf course where you'll see a lot of birdies. You definitely see a lot of drop shots. So it's going to be one where the players can really hold it together. Brilliant putt there. It's going to be a tournament where a lot will be at stake. We have the Tour Championship, which is the solitary event left on the 2024 calendar for the Professional Golf Tour of India. And the top 60 players will be exempt to play in that tournament, worth a prize fund of 3 crore. This is the second highest prize money on offer on the season. So, and it's been a few years since we last played a Professional Golf Tour of India event here at the venerable Delhi Golf Club. Unfortunate for M. Dharma that ball didn't quite acquiesce and go into the hole, unfortunately doing a little bit of a horseshoe. We are live from Delhi Golf Club, bringing to you the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024 presented by Mr. Kapil Dev. And this tournament offering a prize fund of 2 crore. So a lot to play for the players this week. And a look at the replay there. And the players, the next group walking up to hole number 3. You saw that group of Arjun Puri, Yuvraj Sandhu and M. Dharma. And now I'll look at hole number 3. Manish Thakran playing alongside Aditesh Sandhu and Jamal Hussain in the leader group. Not the most difficult of up and downs. I think fairly straightforward for him. My apologies, hole number 4 rather. Should roll up from his right. And he's done fairly well, and that should be a kick in for him. And it is indeed hole number 3 that Manish is on. The leader group is gone through 2 holes. And on the right hand screen, we can have a look at hole number 5, where the Nissan Magnite is on offer for anybody who can make an ace. The ideal ball flight on hole number 5 would be anything that turns from right to left. Give you a better shot at trying to get the ball in the hole. Let's see how he fares. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. It's not too far from being a hole-in-one. I'd say that shot is a 10 on 10. What a brilliant shot right there. Arjun Puri with an absolute dart early in the morning. Or as they say, frozen rope. That ball didn't move. And let's see if Dharma can replicate that golf shot. It's not going to be easy, I'll tell you. That's a difficult act to follow.
If I remember correctly, sure, back in the day, You had quite an outing here at the SRF match play, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the only time I could shine. Stroke play was never for me. Match play, I used to just get into the war of attrition, take so much time that the other player used to lose their senses.
One hit wonder, is it?
Absolutely. I was like trying to think of some of the bands who came up with those beautiful one-hit wonders. Can't quite think of any, but I'll definitely think of a few. I was thinking Bee Gees, but no, Bee Gees is a household name. I'll definitely think of a few one-hit wonders, but definitely that was who I was here at Delhi Golf Course. I was quite good at match play. I think such a change.
At that onset, why don't you tell us the main differences between a match play and a stroke play? For some of our viewers, that could be quite a knowledge to gain.
I think one of the things that is a perceptible difference is that you're only playing the shot in match play. You're only playing that shot. You're not bothered about what happened in the past or what will happen. You only focused on that particular shot, and you can be a lot more aggressive. You don't have that much to lose. Even if you lose a hole, you can always take on a daring shot, and you're playing the opponent. I think match play is a lot easier from that perspective. It's so much more difficult to win a stroke play tournament because you have to play error-free golf. Match play, your game can be replete with errors, but you just have to have flashes of brilliance. And somehow you have to beat your opponent on that particular hole.
And it also depends really on how the opponent is playing, right? So if the opponent's made a bogey and you made a par, it might not be the best thing that you could have done on that hole, but you still win the hole.
Yeah, you still win the hole, but I think with the pedigree of professionals you have, so you won't get too many holes on par. But I think it's also a little bit of a mental game. If you make a few birdies and if you're playing against a better player, you can put on the heat. So when there's a little bit of pressure, then you can see some cracks in the wall. So that's what makes the difference. Whereas if you're playing a stroke play, you make a few pars, you're all right. But like if you're playing a match play, you lose the first 2 holes. It just changes the entire complexion because then you only have 16 holes to make up for it. So I think it really match play. It really helps the underdog because you can be a lot more free. Even if you're losing a few holes, it doesn't matter. So I think that's the difference in match play.
Absolutely. And also in match play, sometimes, players have to go all guns blazing, but, 4-day stroke play is very different. You have to really put your mind in there for all of the days. And 72 holes is what you have to contend for. In match play, it's really a day-to-day game.
I think case in point being if a player, let's say, for example, Dhruv Sharon, or you look at Sudhir Sharma, who dropped 2 and 3 shots respectively on hole number 1. That's going to be like a demon that they'll carry for the next 17 holes.
Absolutely.
They might not think about it. They're thorough professionals, but that would still sort of be somewhere in the back of the mind. That why did I make that error? It cost me 3 shots. I should have done X versus Y versus Z. But when you're playing match play, you kind of just put it behind. So
absolutely,
that's
in
the
fact,
big difference.
And that's the challenge, right? The thing with match play is that a triple bogey or a quadruple bogey on the first hole would only lead you to 1 down going into the second hole. But over here, you dropped 4 shots and probably 10 spots on the leaderboard in stroke play. So that's really a world of a difference between the two.
Now we have a look at 2 parts here, 2 different perspectives.
And couldn't manage 1 part, we've got 2 to handle.
Yeah. On the professional golf tour of India, you're always looking at more.
Dhruv Sharon nearly coming up with another birdie here. And Jamal Hussain Mola just cleaning it up on that screen on the left side.
As I said, on the professional golf tour of India, you can always look forward to more. More tournaments, more prize money, bigger events, bigger fields, more birdies, more eagles, and more verbosity when it comes to commentary. It's the place of abundance. And somebody who is very familiar with abundance is Rashid Khan, a treasure trove of victories. Rashid Khan is amassed over his career and would love to add another feather to his cap by winning the inaugural Vishwa Samundra Open.
Absolutely. Rashid currently 6 shots away with Ajitesh making a birdie on the second hole, now going up to 9 under par for the tournament. Manish Thakran following up at 5 under par alongside Jamal Hussain Mola. So we take a look at Sudhir Sharma coming up on the 4th hole, what seems to be a birdie putt for him. Sudhir Sharma makes that one in, and hopefully that will help him to save 1 shot after that blemish on the first hole. He has definitely smoothened out the things with pars on the second and the third. And with that birdie on the fourth hole, surely will get him back to one under par and a tie for 10th position for now. Rashid Khan on the left side of the screen, and on the right side, we've got M. Dharma from Bengaluru. Rashid makes his birdie here on the fourth, and M. Dharma just about grazing that lip on the left side. On the fifth hole, a hole which has the Nissan Magnite for a hole-in-one, playing alongside Arjun Puri, who is a local lad here.
Arjun Puri, after that stellar golf shot.
Lots of players these days.
I really feel, sorry to interject, that there should be a rule. If you hit a great golf shot, the putt should just be given. The shot that he hit, all of the flagstick, maybe 2 feet, but now this is not really a gimme. It still has a considerable break in it.
How's your putting been off late, Shaurya?
It's not been too bad.
Not been too bad, not been too good. Seems like you're the only one who's looking for given putts around here.
Well,
what are you talking about? This is the Professional Golf Tour of India, my friend.
I was talking more for amateurs, more for myself, as he made that. Look
Arjun
at
Puri
that.
doesn't have problems with all that. That's the reason that we are here in the commentator's box.
I was talking about the fairness of life. You hit such a brilliant shot.
Fairness of life? Which life have you been living, my friend?
A very unfair one, my friend. So I was just thinking, I was trying to be more poetic and thinking that after such a beautiful shot, if you miss the putt, it must really hurt. Like you missed his shot. That was probably the best that we've seen all day, right? All over
we
the
see
place.
the empathetic side of Shaurya Singh coming out. Must feel really bad. Of course, you must feel really bad, but then that's the nature of the beast, my
Life,
friend.
that's life, ladies and gentlemen. No corners given. You have to earn it all.
M. Dharma coming up to clean up for his par here on the fifth hole. He surely wouldn't be taking a Nissan Magnite home today. But you never know. He'll have another shot at this tomorrow.
Early days here at Delhi Golf Course.
ये रात में जो मजा है मजा ये कुछ नया नया है ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है ये झूमता ही जा रहा है हम कहाँ हैं तुम कहाँ हो दिल कहाँ पे होश ये
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा झूम झूम झूम
And execute. Good shot. By
Rashid
Rashid
Khan.
as well.
Yep,
Brilliant.
absolutely.
I think 20
Shot.
feet, 25 feet, that's pretty much in birdie range.
Absolutely is. A bit of shade for him there from the sun as well. As we take a look at Sudhir Sharma.
Now the cardigan is off. Shows you that
He's feeling the heat, isn't he?
Yeah, the weather also a little more kind.
Weather's
Sudhir
kind,
Sharma
of
with
course.
that snowman on hole number 1. A snowman is what you colloquially call a triple bogey because it's an 8. And that is going to be a difficult up and down for him from there. I think this is some of the subtle changes that have been made. Now, that up and down, mind you, is really difficult.
Mind you,
because-
that's not subtle at all.
because the level of the green is a lot higher than where his ball will be. So those are the changes that have been brought about with the design change.
Hopefully that should not be too tough a place for Sudhir. In fact, for that left side flag location on the fifth hole, if you were in that left bunker or just short of the green on the left side, that would be quite a mammothous up and down to make. And coming from the right side, I think Sudhir would still have some room on that green to navigate with his chip shot. Manish Thakran coming in from the left side on that fourth hole. He was just on the corner of the rough. Hopefully he's back in play as we take a look now at Ajitesh Sandhu, the leader at 9 under par.
In the center of the fairway, where you normally do find Ajitesh Sandhu. Safe as a house. You can always put your money on him, especially on golf courses like this. Very consistent.
It seems like a bit of a club twirl. I think he is on the dance floor. Green in regulation seems like for Ajitesh.
I think a club twirl is a good sign that the player likes the shot.
MD Hussain Mola, also another player who likes to split fairways. Currently at 5 under par. Just 4 shots away, mind you, on this golf course. 4 shots or 5 shots is pretty much nothing, especially considering that today is only the penultimate day of the tournament. As we take a look at Jamal Hussain bunting another second shot onto this fourth hole. As he reached up onto the dance floor or not, we are yet to find out. After this tournament, players go to play the Tata Steel Tour Championship 2024 at Golmuri and Beldi golf courses for a prize purse of 3 crore, which is a confirmed money event for the players. Only the top 60 get the opportunity to play this tournament. As we take a look at Sudhir Sharma coming in from the right side off the green on the 5th. And coming up a fairly short off that pin for par.
Sudhir Sharma, been a professional for almost about a decade and a half. Shows you there's so much talent on the professional golf tour of India. At you find players who are even missing the cut are the ones who have won tournaments. That never quite used to happen. Maybe if you look at definitely not at our times. Even if you look at 2-3 years ago, now there's been such a push for the top that you find players who are not even in the top 60. Some of them have been erstwhile tournament winners, and within the last decade itself. So shows you that the competition is really coming thick and fast here on the professional golf tour of India.
It's quite a thing, right? The competition, of course, has improved, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is the flora, fauna, and all of that you see here at the Delhi Golf Club. We have Rashid Khan back again, putting for birdie here on the 5th hole, starting off with 4 pars in a row, and seems like he's hammered another one past the hole. He'll have another 4 to 5 feet remaining for his par. Dhruv Shoran, of course, has a much more realistic birdie opportunity here. Try to undo some of that damage from the first hole. Dhruv has, of course, done well after the double bogey start, has made a birdie on the 2nd itself, and has a very realistic chance here on the 5th to go back to even par for the day.
I really like this split screen format. Gives you food for thought. As we have a look at Dhruv after that brilliant iron shot. I reckon the players would be going in with something like an 8 iron for a center flag, maybe even a 7.
Absolutely. I think 8, 9, and 7, depending on who hits it how far. But usually, yes, that would be the ballpark.
For a long hitter like Dhruv, it would probably be an 8 iron, and that putt not quite turning back. He expected that to snake into the left, but didn't quite happen for him.
I think Rashid's putt must have baffled him a little bit, thinking that putt will break a little bit more from the right. Seems like just a wee bit of a misread there for Dhruv, but getting on at best of 1 over par currently after 5 holes, which is almost like the first halfway turn here for the front nine, isn't it?
Yeah. When they say, when they say that in golf, that the back nine on Sunday is where you decide the tournament at Augusta. I think it's pretty similar here. The back nine here can really throw up a bunch of surprises, and even if you have, let's say, a 5 or 6 or 7 shot lead as well, it's not safe here at the Delhi Golf Course. It can be gone in the blink of an eye.
We have a friendly visitor there at the background here at the DGC, where you see a lot of peacocks.
The national bird.
Beautiful place to be at. Sudhir Sharma, what a par here on the 5th hole, making sure there is no more damage done after that first hole. That should hopefully egg him on to the rest of the round, and do better from here. So here, after a string of pars from the 2nd to the 5th, Rashid Khan hammers another one in for par on the 5th.
I really like the way that he goes on about his putting. Obviously, we know that
That's a long one remaining for par here on the 4th. It's definitely not his best attempt. Rahul Gangji turning the front nine at 3 under par with birdies on hole number 4, 6 and 8 to be now at 2 under par for the tournament. 7 shots away from the leader on our screens. This ball will break a little bit from the right to the left. Ajitesh will need to make a good one here.
This is quite the tester, isn't it? Because you left it short, you're not quite certain which way it's going to break. I'd give that a make percentage of about 40%. What do you think?
Well, I think I'd give that a make percentage of about 80% for Ajitesh. He just stays up there, and there we go. So make percentage of 100%, my friend, not 40 or 80.
40 for mere mortals and other professionals, but not for Ajitesh.
I think 40 for you.
Probably 4.
80 for me, and 100 for Ajitesh.
Probably 4%.
Let's just be a little more realistic over here. With cold hands, 40% is pretty good percentage for you, my friend.
Cold hands do affect you more off the tee, not so much in putting, I'd feel.
Really? Have you ever had cold hands in putting?
Not anymore, because I don't putt, my friend. As they say, if you don't get the ring, you don't get hit. That's one way to avoid embarrassment, is to not try to delve in the art.
As you could tell that on shorter putts here at DGC, you've got the line pretty much running on a thread. Ajitesh there hitting the putt only right center of that cup and dropping it from the left center. So all of the lines, especially 10 feet inside, really run on a tight thread here on these new greens. Manish Thakran on the 4th hole saves that one.
Yeah, it's one of the few players I've seen opting to keep the flag in. That never quite made sense with me. In fact, recently on one of the fun rounds, I had a beautiful putt hit the center of the flag and it came out. I'm pretty certain
That's
it
karma, my friend. That's not you at all. That's your karma.
Yeah, I hope my deeds don't catch up to me. But coming back, making a putt or missing a putt, 40% chance. I say, he who runs away lives to fight another day. So that's the mantra for life. If you're not great, then wait till you are.
It seems like a fairly convenient one.
Absolutely. As we have a look at some of the other updates, we see that Rahul Ganji is creeping up. He's made 2 birdies on hole number 4 and 6, the difficult hole number 4, one of the few birdies that we've seen there. And we've gotten an update.
He's also made a birdie on the 8th hole.
Oh, he's firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely. Another 3 on the back nine or 4 on the back nine, and we could have a completely different contest running up on the final day. Jamal Hussain, I wonder what he'll do if he gets the Nissan Magna. Will he drive this only when he comes to play the PGTI?
I might just drive it all the way back to Bangladesh.
All the way back to Bangladesh. That would be another one.
All motorable roads, thanks to amazing network of highways that we have in our country, and I'm certain that he can enjoy those and drive that splendid Nissan Magnite.
In fact, talking about highways, Vishwa Samundra is involved in building of roads, tunnels, bridges, ropeways, irrigation, metros, and in fact, 4 highways under the NHAI in Jammu and Kerala are currently being made by Vishwa Samundra Engineering.
Shows you that they're doing so much for nation building, not just for the game. And that's what it shows you, that when you do great things, good things happen as accompanied. As they say on a highway, the famous song, I'm on a highway to hell. Who's the singer? Was it Guns N' Roses? I'm on a highway to hell. But anyways, not a highway to hell, a highway to victory seems that should be more apt for Ajitesh Sandhu.
Ajitesh Sandhu was also married to LET golfer Twessa Malik. I think he just got married at the beginning of this year.
That's a good shot right there. That's the first that we've seen short and left in that quadrant. We've not quite seen many balls.
It's a tough one to keep up there, actually. The ball just does tend to roll off on the left side. But luckily, his ball is on that putting surface. That ball's going to break quite a bit from the left to the right. It's a bit of a curler putt, as we saw Akshay Sharma sometime back in live trying to make that putt. Does curve quite a bit from the left, especially that slope which is next to that bunker's wall. As we take a look at Manish Thakran, who has made a superb par on the 4th hole coming into this 5th. Really holding his own. Manish Thakran comes up onto the right side of the green on the 5th. Should have about 35 to 40 feet contending for a birdie attempt here. It's a good shot by Jamal Hussain Mola. It's very much where Dhruv Shoran's ball was just a few minutes ago. And if we know this any better now, this ball will break a little lesser from the right. But maybe because of the angles, that might change just a little bit. Got Ajitesh on the putting surface. Good look at birdie. Jamal on the putting surface with good look at birdie. While we have the third player, Manish Thakran, slightly further away, but still, nonetheless, for these players, even a 40-footer is very much a makeable birdie attempt.
Especially on these greens. Greens are playing nice and true, and not lightning fast as well. They've sort of maybe saved that for the final day, rolling at about 10.4, if I'm not wrong. So that's a very comfortable speed for the players.
10.3 to be precise. And I think going into tomorrow, if this can be, going up to another 10.8 or maybe 11, touching 11, that would be quite a fast green to be playing on. I think greens are playing soft enough. So, hitting full shots into the greens and holding them onto the flags is pretty all right for the players. But coming in closer off to the green, maybe the chip shots and all, to get those release right because the green's playing pretty fast can be the tough job. And knowing that going into the final 2 days, especially as the day moves on, the wind's going to pick up a little bit more towards noon, and that's when the confusion of which club to go with kind of starts beginning.
Yeah, I think especially with the tree line obfuscates a lot of the wind, so you will have to really maybe have it in your notebook and see what is the general wind direction, because you can be caught by gusts and that can confuse you.
That's very modest of you to call these tree lines. These are not tree lines, my friend. These are jungle lines. These are forest areas, with a golf course right in the middle of them.
Absolutely.
And have you ever hit a wayward shot here at Delhi Golf Club? You'd know they are not trees.
Have I ever? Is that a rhetorical question, or are you trying to make fun of me? Of course I have. I've hit more than my fair share. I've been lost in the jadis. And I've gone in with one ball and come out with 2 or 3 or 4 at many occasions.
Another one, as we've been lost in our own commentary. At T3 now, we've got the local lad Arjun Puri, who has made 2 birdies on hole number 4 and 5 to jump up to 5 under par, just 4 shots shy off the lead.
Arjun Puri does have a penchant for shooting low rounds. I do remember, I think it was 2 years ago that he shot an 8 under par at the DLF golf course to make the cut. The first day, I think he shot a 12, if I'm not wrong. He shot a 84-64.
Absolutely, you're 100% on point with that. I think, if I'm not wrong, it was the GT event.
Yeah, the one that won by Varun Parekh. I
Yes,
think. And
that's right.
I really
That's
couldn't
right.
wrap my head around it. What a brilliant display of golf, comeback golf that was. Probably the best that I can recall.
In fact, some of the maximum number of 8 under pars that I must have ever seen, and I think it would be a good one to sort of check up in the stat books, is probably Anirban Lahiri and Ajitesh Sandhu. I mean, the number of 8 under pars that I've heard from them that they've shot at 64 is just mind-boggling.
I would think Anirban would obviously, get the cake in that. I remember him shooting 12 under as well at JP. So he's really, Gaganjit Bhullar is brilliant. But when it comes down to just shooting insane low numbers that that you find almost unfathomable sort of low round, it's always Anirban Lahiri, 10 under par, 8 under par. I think in golf, if you're very truthful, as we have a look at Ajitesh now.
Notice how he's, from the time of his pre-shot routine, never taken his eyes off the target. He's really clued himself into it. And is that ball going to turn back? But no, it really doesn't. That wouldn't be a birdie for Ajitesh, but that's a bit of a tap-in par. Just come up shy. That's just about 2 rolls short of going into the bottom of that cup for birdie. Jamal now. And also on the right side of the screen is M. Dharma. M. Dharma, who is currently at 3 under par for the tournament, at T5 position. And Dharma rolls that one in for birdie. Dharma, another very consistent player here on the PGT of India, has had good showings, top 5s, top 10s, and keeps, always keeps himself in that competitive space. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on the right side of the screens. Not so sure what Yuvraj is putting for. Most likely a birdie putt. Well, at that length, mostly a birdie putt itself. And that's Yuvraj Singh makes it to the bottom of the cup. As we take a look at Jamal Hussain Molla also making a birdie here on the 5th hole.
That's a brilliant birdie by Jamal there.
Jamal will go up to 7 under par for the tournament, just 2 shots away from Ajitesh Sandhu.
Have a look at Arjun here. Looking resplendent in all white. At least the upper half is all white.
Really a black and white kind of guy, is he? No grays for him.
He tends to favor that color, if I remember, that he always has subtle colors on.
Lots of players now using the mallet putter, as we see very famously even on the international tours, the face balance or the high MOI putters, as they are called.
Yeah, really in favor with a lot of the players, the mallet putter now.
That's especially on faster greens seems to help quite a bit, as the stroke is not very long and the putter stays very balanced through the stroke. So we take a look if Arjun Puri can balance this one out for another birdie on the 6th hole. Oh yes, he does.
Making the right moves here is Arjun.
Arjun Puri would be moving up to 6 under par for the tournament, and Jamal Hussain Molla, who has moved up to 7 under par, just 2 shots away from Ajitesh Sandhu. That's a hot start there by Jamal and Arjun Puri, as well as Rahil Gangji.
a look at hole number 10 from the green backwards. All the greens have been redesigned. Presented by Mr. Kapil. Installment prize fund of rupees 2 crore. Has a stellar field, the best in the business, national and international players are here. And it's been interesting thus far. Golf course has proved to be really challenging. Conditions have been trying. The weather as well, adding another element of difficulty to this already treacherous track, the Delhi golf course. One of those beautiful golf courses that is tempting yet very dangerous at the same time. And Ajit Sandhu currently has a vice grip in this tournament with a 2-shot lead at 9 under par. Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh not to be left behind. He's at 7 under par for the tournament, 3 under for the day, going great guns. Arjun Puri, a youngster who has a penchant for going low, throwing his hat in the fray as well with 5 under total. Manish Thakran, pretty green so as to speak, never quite in this position previously. It seems like he's always belonged here. Narayan Dharma, experienced campaigner, knows what it takes to win. Nitesh would have to stave off quite a few of these players who are pursuing him. And then you have Rashid Khan, proven winner on this track and others. He really does know how to put it into high gear when required. Rahil Ganji, 3 under par on the front 9, 2 under for the tournament. The veteran golfer knows a thing about the great game of golf, has played all over the world. The PGA Tour, the erstwhile nationwide tour, Japan, Asia, Europe, you name the continent, the country, the tournament, I'm pretty certain that Rahil would have left his stamp there.
Absolutely, he played the nationwide for a bit. In fact, made an albatross there and made huge headlines.
Then you have Dhruv Sharon, the youngster. He's hot off his success on the Asian Tour qualifying. Made the first stage and he's a proven winner here on tour. Avir Alawat, the long-hitting, swashbuckling numero uno. He's at 1 under par and his length is going to come in handy. He can be hitting irons to where players will have to try and hit a wood off the tee. He's tied alongside Sri Lanka's K. Prabhakaran, legend Mr. Mukesh Kumar. It's nice to see him there. Wouldn't that be something?
There are a few more legends down there tied up at the same position is with SSP Chaurasia and Om Prakash Chauhan. All these players bunching up there at a tie for 9th position at 1 under par.
Yeah, it's a legend's corner right there.
Absolutely. In fact, K. Prabhakaran has played most of his golf at Novarelia. And that's also one hell of a tight golf course, with right in the middle of the mountains. and all the greens have got these false fronts and tabletop designs to them, and quite a tough golf course, I must say. Also a very cold place, no Aurelia.
As we have a look at Arjun here, not quite certain what hole this is. Seems to be hole number 6 with the pin to the front right.
Arjun Puri, I'm sorry, is on hole number 7.
It's hole number 7. Yes.
Yeah, it's
Number
the
7.
front right flag on hole number 7, the par 3, coming up from about 170 odd yards.
And that putt was pretty good, tracking the entire way apart from the last third. Not too bad. Should be able to make his par from there. Some of the other scores around the golf course: Prakash Chauhan, even par. Then you have MD Sanju, 1 under par for the day, coming along really well. As we'll have a look at hole number 7. Arjun Puri playing alongside Yuvraj Sandhu and M. Dharma. Still early days here at the Delhi golf course on the moving day. And unsurprisingly, it's the top of the leaderboard that's moving away from the chasing pack. We have Ajitesh Sandhu 1 under par, Jamal Hussain 3 under par, Arjun Puri as well at 3 under par, and Rahul Ganji at 3 under par. The leader is at 9 under par. Now I'll look at M. Dharma. The unmistakable stance of M. Dharma really does crouch on that putting stance and gets close to the ball as possible. That's another style of putting where you want to get the eyes as close as possible to the ball. And he's really good at rolling his rock. A very good putter. All in all, a very stable game, and one that has matured over the years. So has he. I had the privilege of playing a lot of amateur and then early professional golf alongside Dharma, and I've seen him grow from strength to strength, and it's very heartening to see. He's also been plying his trade internationally, coming from humble backgrounds, based out of Bengaluru. A lot of these players, especially those that are outside the top 60, would be fighting tooth and nail to get into the top 60 to play the Tour Championship. Yeah, we'll look at Sudhir Sharma on live feed 2. Being a little adventurous with that tap in. Going left-handed, as we see on live feed 1 as well. That ball finds the bottom of the cup. Delhi Golf Course has been such a historic site and nestled in the heart of the city. It's really the crown jewel of Indian golf. And the great thing is that you don't really need to be a member to play. You can play alongside a member. You can get to the practice range as well. So very accessible, and has had a long tradition of churning out some of the best players in the country who've done the nation proud. The list of the factory list of champions: Arjun Atwal, Gaurav Ghai. I'm pretty certain that I'll end up missing a few. Shiv Kapoor. Many strong players have emerged from this golf course over the years. And it goes to show you, because the tree-lined fairways, the way they are, it really does create a player into an accuracy player. You've also had the current commissioner of Tour, Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, and our commissioner in waiting, Mr. Amandeep Singh Johal. Both of them also played a lot of golf here at the Delhi golf course. Dhruv Sharon now cleaning up. It's a little nippy early in the morning. Temperatures have dropped to single digits. It's not the easiest. You really do understand how important warming up gets in those conditions. As we have a look at Rashid, this is where he really revels from this range, inside 10 feet. So assertive. That's the thing that players could really learn from, especially youngsters who are watching at home, or even weekend warriors. You might hit the wrong line, but as long as you're committed to the stroke, it'll more often than not find the bottom of the cup. And that's what you want to try and do as we see the players on hole number 7. This is a very trying hole. Hole number 7, the par 3, placed to about 190 odd yards to a very small thimble of a green. Bunkers flanking it on a few sides. Really try and flight your ball up and make it come to a quick stop. That's one of the changes that has happened here with the redesign. It really does favor the higher ball flight. It's not that easy to sort of roll it up as it was in years past, and I think for professionals they would still be able to navigate it, but I can definitely feel for the amateurs and then just the recreational golfers, they'll find it quite difficult to roll it up. You'll end up finding the bunkers, as we have a look at Rashid Khan. Oh, what a brilliant shot there by Rashid. Right on the money. Unfortunately, maybe I spoke too soon. Look at the change. This is what I was talking about, the design. Now, his shot would have looked great in the air. That, according to me, was probably 10 on 10 where he pitched it. Right on the yardage, no movement. And he would have been really happy as well when he would have seen it in the air. But now, he'll have his work cut out to make par. So that's what I was talking about. The changes are subtle, but they are very precise. It's changed the way that you approach this golf course. That shot had birdie written all over it now. It's rolled over the greens. It shows you that either you pitch it in the exact spot or you generate a lot of club head speed. So it's turned into a golf course that would, as we have a look at Sudhir, who seems like a case of volley. That ball is really bouncing on, and he'll really have to get adventurous to try and make par from there. But lucky for him that the tree didn't quite send it the other way. So an errant shot, and that is what can happen here at the Delhi golf course. Dhruv Sharon, probably the best, highest compression rate from all the players in this group. Really hits the ball hard and gets it high. A lot of lean on that shaft and generates speed and spin. So that would come in handy on these par 3s. You require precision to get anywhere within 10 feet on these holes. Left, right fade should do it. Has hiked that high. And unfortunately finding that bunker. So you see there's not much room. If you pitch it short, then and he could well be plugged in the bunker and find himself in unsavory fried egg, so as to speak. So it just shows you that the margins have really reduced over the years. Rashid pitched it on the flag, went over the green. Dhruv maybe was a yard short. So the margins are very fine, and these holes have, I think, certainly taken birdie out of the question. You only make birdie if you hold a long putt or really hit a Sunday special, so as to speak.
Hi, this is your host on the course, Vivek, and with me is Amandeep Joel and Rahul Bajaj. वैसे सर फिलहाल दो ही प्रेसिडेंट डेजिग्नेट हैं, एक डोनाल्ड ट्रंप और एक अमनदीप जोल. सो आप कैसे देखेंगे इसको?
थैंक यू विवेक. प्रेसिडेंट डेजिग्नेट तो नहीं, सीईओ डेजिग्नेट डेफिनेटली.
CEO designate.
बट डेजिग्नेट का बड़ा मुश्किल काम होता है because you're stepping into shoes which are very big, and you have to make sure that you are continuing the good job that has been done before you and try and add a little flavor of yours. अपना कुछ ऐड करना, कुछ टूर को ग्रो करना. सो यही रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, और प्लेयर्स की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेना बहुत मुश्किल टास्क है, बिकॉज एक्सपेक्टेशंस बहुत होती हैं कि बड़ी प्राइज मनी लेके आओ, अच्छे गोल्फ कोर्स में खिलाओ. तो कोशिश यही रहेगी. बट आसान इसलिए है क्योंकि मेरा प्रेसिडेंट कपिल देव है, तो आधा काम तो वैसे ही आसान हो जाता है, क्योंकि दरवाजे खोलने में कपिल देव अगर आप बोलोगे प्रेसिडेंट खोलना, तो आई थिंक प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस में भी जाना आसान हो जाता है, क्योंकि ऐसी हस्ती ने हमारे PGTI के पीछे अपना वेट दिया है। तो वी आर वेरी ग्रेटफुल और हमारे लिए बहुत लकी हैं। आप देखिए दिल्ली में नॉर्मली मौसम ख़राब होता है, लेकिन पिछले 4 दिन में बिल्कुल ब्लू स्काइज हैं, बिकॉज विश्व समुद्रा ओपन प्रेजेंटेड बाय कपिल देव हो रहा है दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब में। तो ऐसी चीज़ है, तो वो कुछ भी नामुमकिन को मुमकिन कर देते हैं। 1983 में उन्होंने दिखाया और आई थिंक PGTI में भी वो वही दिखाएंगे कि जो नामुमकिन था वो उसको मुमकिन करके दिखाएंगे।
I want to leave a lot of golf questions to Rahul, but before I give the mic over to Rahul, I want to ask you, what are the 3 things immediately on top of your mind to go on for PGTI?
I think prize money, improved playing conditions, as well as better golf courses. So I think तीनों चीज़ें बहुत important है for my professional golfers at the PGTI. उनको improved prize money, better playing conditions and great golf courses. So that will be my endeavor for the next time that I'm been given this responsibility. I don't know for how long, but I will try to do my best.
Amandeep, it's great for me to be actually standing over here together with you. In fact, both of us have played on the tour together as well. And, one of the first things that comes to my mind is that today in this new position of being a CEO designate and having your former years as a professional golfer, what is it that you bring to the table? How are you going to be changing what is happening here on the PGT of India? And how are we going to be taking the game forward here on?
राहुल, आप भी प्लेयर रह चुके हो, सिल्वर मेडल जीता आपने एशियन गेम्स में, तो आपने एक टाइम पे आया था कि आपको एक क्वेश्चन था कि मैं कंटिन्यू गोल्फ खेलूं कि कुछ और करूं, बिकॉज लाइवलीहुड बनाना बड़ा मुश्किल है। तो मेरी ये इंडेवर रहेगी ओवर द नेक्स्ट फ्यू ईयर्स और मंथ्स और व्हाटएवर हाउ लॉन्ग आई हैव द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, कि आप जैसे लोग जो छोड़ गए गेम को वो छोड़े नहीं, वो खेलते रहें, कुछ और साल खेल सकें और प्राइज मनी इम्प्रूव हो सके इस टूर की, लोग लाइवलीहुड बना सकें और बच्चे जो हैं इसको एज अ ऑल्टरनेटिव करियर, जैसे क्रिकेटर्स में हैं, पहले बोलते थे कि क्रिकेट खेलता है तो बकवास है, तो पढ़ाई शढ़ाई करो, लेकिन अब ऐसा सिचुएशन है कि बोलते हैं कि अगर वो बच्चा IPL में तो उसका तो पार हो गया, सो लाइफ उसकी पार होगी। तो मेरी कोशिश यही रहेगी कि आप जैसे प्लेयर्स हैं वो गोल्फ छोड़े नहीं और बेटर प्राइज मनी के लिए खेलें।
तो क्योंकि अब हम हिंदी में बात कर ही रहे हैं, तो मैं ये भी जानना चाहता हूँ, और जो कि हमारे दर्शक भी हैं, मैं उनसे भी ये बात करना चाहता हूँ कि स्पोर्ट्स आज की डेट में कितना बदल गया है। अगर पिछले 10 साल के अंदर देखें तो स्पोर्ट्स कितना बदल चुका है और गोल्फ एज अ स्पोर्ट कितना बदल चुका है ओवर द पास्ट 5 to 6 years। और आज the opportunities to be able to come out, make a livelihood and to be able to make a living through a sport is very much something that is possible for the people. And I think from different stratas of the society as well. And, anything that you would like to add on to that for our viewers, especially for all the junior golfers or for all the kids. और हो सकता है कि कोई बच्चा क्रिकेट खेलता हो सकता है कि कोई बच्चा गोल्फ खेलता हो, उससे फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता है। बट आज क्या उनके लिए अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ बेहतर हो गई हैं पहले से?
देखिए, गोल्फ की परसेप्शन बड़ी गलत सी है। जैसे पहले क्रिकेट की थी, बड़ी रॉयल्टी खेलती थी, अब हर एक कोई खेलता है क्रिकेट। गोल्फ का भी ऐसे ही है, जो एक्चुअल स्पोर्ट खेल रहे हैं वो बिल्कुल नॉर्मल हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से हैं। वो इसकी बड़ी गलत परसेप्शन है कि ये बड़ी एलीट स्पोर्ट है। जो एक्चुअल स्कोर मार रहे हैं 5-6 अंडर और जो टूर्नामेंट में खेल रहे हैं, हमारे 80% लोग इतनी हम्बल बैकग्राउंड में हैं कि उन्होंने एज अ कैडी स्टार्ट किया था, या उन्होंने एज अ हेल्पर स्टार्ट किया था, या उनके माँ बाप गोल्फ कोर्स में काम करते थे। वैसे लोग हैं जो हमारे चैम्पियंस हैं आज के, और PGTI ने उनकी लाइफ चेंज कर दी है। चाहे वो अली शेर हो, चाहे वो अशोक कुमार हो, मुकेश कुमार हो, विजय कुमार हो, SSP चौरसिया हो, वो गोल्फ कोर्स के ऊपर एक छोटे घर में रहते थे और आज एक मर्सिडीज चलाते हैं। तो हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं लोग। तो जैसे सेम वे क्रिकेट में है, वैसे ही गोल्फ में है स्पोर्ट। तो गोल्फ को हमें इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को ये बताना है कि इसको एम्ब्रेस करो, सरकार को भी यही बताना है कि इस गेम को एम्ब्रेस करो, हम ओलंपिक्स में मेडल लेके देंगे आपको। तो हमारे को दूर मत करो कि ये एलीट स्पोर्ट है, इसको एम्ब्रेस करो। हम बिल्कुल हम्बल बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं।
In fact, you bring a very pertinent point out to the forefront for our spectators that a lot of people come from the humble backgrounds. And yes, you're right, coming from, probably walking and to cycles and then now driving around in Mercedes, it's a sea change. And probably, it's only a sport that could have given them this, right? And that's the beauty of playing sports, that no matter who you are, no matter where you come from, but if you work hard, and put in your hours and put in your mind into this, you could actually change your life and in fact inspire so many others to change their lives as well.
Absolutely. एक और चीज़ हम मिस करते हैं in golf, we miss is that the members of every club in this country are philanthropists. They will, if any child has any talent, वो अपना जी जान लगा देते हैं कि उस बच्चे को आगे लेके जाना. शुभम जगलान का एग्जाम्पल देख लिए, दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब में आया था, वो हरियाणा के एक स्मॉल विलेज से. हमने उसको पढ़ाया, उसको लक्ष्मण पब्लिक स्कूल में डाला, गोल्फ फाउंडेशन ने उसको सपोर्ट किया, दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब ने उसको सपोर्ट किया. हम अभी भी उसको एनुअली पैसे देते हैं. अभी भी वो अमेरिका में एक कॉलेज में है और सारा खर्चा हमने दिया है. सो वी हैव चेंज लाइव्स. सो गोल्फ क्लब्स में लोग सपोर्ट करते हैं इस गेम को, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू ब्रिंग टू द व्यूअर्स, दैट गोल्फ इज अ गेम ऑफ द मासेस. वी आर गोना मेक इट like Kapil Dev made cricket the game of the masses. We are going to make golf the game of the masses.
Absolutely. So he heard it from him, Mr. Amandeep Joel, the CEO designate of PGTI. But before I let him go, I need to ask you, who do you think is going to be the winner of the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024?
I think Ajitesh is bringing in his A game this week. I mean, golf is a strange game. Anything can happen, and Delhi Golf Club is a golf course where anything can happen till you don't hole out the last putt. But my money is on Ajitesh. I think he's brought his A game. He's been playing great. I think he deserves to win. But Rashid Khan's there, and all the big guys are there. So Delhi Golf Club, anything can happen in the next 54 holes. In the next 24 holes. But my money is on Ajitesh.
So his money is on Ajitesh. So whether can he do it or not, it's over to our comp box where Shaurya Singh is joining us.
That was an insightful discussion between Mr. G.S. Vivek, Mr. Amandeep Joel, and my co-commentator, Mr. Rahul Bajaj. Fantastic points being discussed there, and a lot to learn about this tournament and how professional golf tour of India has grown over the years, and the contribution of Mr. Kapil Dev to the game of golf. And we're back to the action at the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Mr. Kapil Dev. The action's coming thick and fast here at the Delhi Golf Course. Ajitesh Sandhu leading the way at 9 under par. Following him is Mr. Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh. Manish Chakran at 5 under par in third position. And on our screens is hole number 7. The leader group has finally come around to this very difficult hole. Not much in terms of yardage, but I assure you it's really difficult to keep the ball on the green of the tee. Interesting to note how our leader group does. Jamal, you can see there's a concerted effort to try and get that ball high up in the air. Pitching to the back left, and that should stay on, but would leave him with quite a sizable putt. Now we have a look at Ajitesh. He has a lot of control on the shorter irons. Ideally would be looking to start it somewhere at the center of the green and then let it fade back so he can get a little bit more purchase of the surface as well. It's not really a flag that the players can get close to. Hole measures only 195 yards. Probably playing at about 185 today with the front flag. And there you see that that spot is going to see a lot of traffic. If you try to get close and don't quite catch it, and then it's really difficult to try and get it within 5 or 7, maybe even 10 feet from there, because you leave it, you're short-siding yourself. The green is elevated. sort of going away from you. Makes it very difficult for the players to try and secure par from there. I would say this is what brilliant design is all about. This whole encapsulates what the new change that has been brought in to the Delhi golf course. A little bit about this event. Vishwa Samundra Open presented by Mr. Kapil Dev is the 20th event of the 2024 Tata Steel PGTI season. The tournament is supported by title sponsor Vishwa Samundra Group and host venue Delhi Golf Club. Indian cricket legend and PGTI president Mr. Kapil Dev is the presenting partner and tournament host. Vishwa Samundra Group is a multilateral business conglomerate with over 15 companies headquartered in Hyderabad, India. Unwavering commitment to conduct business ethically beyond borders has highlighted the ambitious version of this dynamic group. The experience and credibility of the seasoned Vishwa Samudra team over the last decade has reflected in their stellar work that has been transformative with futuristic thinking and commitment towards a sustainable environment. So it shows you that you succeed. You also think about business as well as the environment. And that's how you have an ethical, respectable group that has lent its name and support to this beautiful event here. As we have a look at Yuvraj on what appears to be hole number 9. Giving that quite a bit of airtime. It shows you that you have to have imagination and ingenuity, and he that has that in droves. He really had to negate those steep slopes, and that's one way you get it done is use a higher lofted club, but not easy to execute. If you pitch it in the wrong spot, you can really find the ball veering away from your intended target. So it's a technique that takes a lot of practice. Normally you'd read all the golf books and instruction manuals, and even your coaches would tell you that get the ball on the green as fast as possible. But there are obviously exceptions to the rule, and circumstances like these definitely call for that. It's more imagination. Now Ajitesh Sandhu would also be facing a similar sort of shot. He'll have to get this up quick in the air, and this is one of those shots where you use the bounce of the club. Don't really dig in from the leading edge. You have to really slide it under the ball, get that spin, get it up vertically as fast as possible. Not easy, and make sure you don't decelerate, because that happens quite often. Let's see how he does. We'll really need a deft touch on this one, and he's done ever so well. Couldn't have done better than that. Left himself with probably a 3.5 footer tester for his par. As we can have a look at Arjun Puri on live feed 1. Arjun also playing hole number 9, leaving that about 7 to 8 feet short. The tournament was started with 126 professionals, and the cut was applied, and we had 51 professionals make the cut at 5 over par. The golf course has really been testing, and as you can tell, the conditions have been immaculate. But precision, unfortunately, is something that you can't do without here this week. As we have a look at Manish here on hole number 7. You saw that shot. He pitched it pretty close to the flag, maybe about a few feet left, but bounding off as we saw the previous group as well. Let's see how he does on this chip shot. Should release from here, and he's done really well. Has he hold it? Has he hold it? Oh, that is agonizingly close. Shows you that the short game is definitely working well for Manish. That would be a stress-free tap-in. Well done to him. The Professional Golf Tour of India returns to the Delhi Golf Club for a full field event after a gap of 3 years. Incidentally, this is the same spot that we started our live feed. So this partnership has been running for 3 years now. This historic partnership between the Professional Golf Tour of India and ABP Network has allowed a lot more viewers to enjoy the game. And you can watch it live on YouTube, Facebook, all the other social medias, as well as the live feed of ABP Network and their television channels, as well as Eurosport. So there is no dearth of options, and you can catch it live as the action happens. So you're lucky that way. And the tournament features international players: SSP Chaurasia, Ajitesh Sandhu, Rahil Ganji, Gaurav Ghai. Gaurav Ghai, a name that is a household name for all of us who grew up in the 90s. The shot that was heard around the world, so as to speak, at the Western Guard Masters in 1996. Gaurav Ghai chipping in. To what I remember was probably the biggest check by an Indian player for a long time. That record took quite a while to be usurped. And then you have Rashid Khan, Khalin Joshi, Chikka Rangappa, Yuvraj Sandhu, as well as other leading Indian names such as Om Prakash Chauhan, Olympian Udyan Mane, 2024 Tata Steel PGTI ranking leader Veer Alawat, Karandeep Kochar, and Manu Gandas. A stacked field, so to speak. Winning this tournament is not going to be easy. You also have international golfers, Czech Republic, Stepan Danek, Bangladesh, Jamal Hussain, Badal Hussain, MD Akbar Hussain. So you have a look at Arjun Puri here on hole number 9. Should break a little from his right. And he gets it. Good putt there by Arjun. Jamal Hussain also cleaning up there. Yeah, Sri Lanka's Nthenga Raja, Bangladesh's Badal Akbar, Jakir Usman Jakir, K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, Andora's Kevin Esteve Ragel, Nepal Subhash Tamang, Canada's Sukraj Singh Gill, Japan's Makoto Iwasaki, and American Dominic Picarijo and Digrat Singh Gill. In addition to Gaurav Ghai, we also had local players who represented the golf course, such as Sachin Bisoya, Harshjeet Singh Sethi, Manav Jaini, Arjun Singh, Naman Dawar, Karan Vasudeva, Sarthik Chibbar, Harsh Gangwar, Pawan Kumar, and Rohit Bisoya. As we see Ajitesh cleaning up there. Even keel demeanor. Not much that can ruffle his feathers. That's the ideal temperament to have in the game of golf, because the journey is often tumultuous. So if you can keep your fortitude, you can win a lot. A little bit of a montage there as he get back to the action. And the first player to make a hole-in-one on the 5th hole will win himself a dandy Nissan Magnite car. We've already had a few claimants to that car this season. It's a beautiful partnership and another added bonus for the players to play for. The lowest total on the redesigned golf course is 14 under par, which is shot by India's Viraj Maddappa during the Tata Steel PGTI MP Cup 2021. And the course record is 8 under par, which is set by Thailand's Danthai Boonma during the 4th round of the DGC Open 2022. We're almost halfway through moving day here at Delhi Golf Club, the 3rd day. Ajitesh Sandhu still leading the tournament by 2 shots. The golfer from Chandigarh, the well-travelled player who plays on Japan Tour, has played a lot on the Asian Tour, a little bit on the DP World Tour as well, a few events. Ajitesh, a very well-rounded golfer, established amateur, played a little bit of American collegiate golf as well. Then you have Jamal Hussain, seasoned campaigner, plays most of his golf here at the Professional Golf Tour of India, a winner 3 times over. As we have a look at our top 10 scores, and nice to see Mukesh Kumar still there at 1 under par. The legend almost touching 60 with more than 120 victories under his belt, and shows you that the hunger has not gone away. But more important is that the commitment hasn't either. He's been unwavering and still puts in the time, the long yards, and does still hit a lot of golf balls, I believe, and that's a testament. 1 under at the Delhi golf course is no mean feat through 2.5 rounds. Shows you that he's got the ball striking under control. C. Muniappa also making the cut this week. Erstwhile Indian Open champion Chinnaswamy Muniappa. One of the things about golf is that if you can get your name onto some of those big tournaments, you become immortal in the annals of golfing history. Your name forever resounding through the great halls of golf. And one of those names is definitely Chinnaswamy Muniappa, champion, Indian Open champion. So is SSP Chaurasia, Ali Sher. So many great players who've put their hands on that trophy. Arjun Atwal, Jyoti Randhawa. I'm certain that I'm missing a few that comes, that's the pitfall. But shows you that Indian golf is definitely on the up. We saw Veer Alawat.
But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for?
अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Is that would enable him to get a full exemption on the DP World Tour, and I feel he's in perfect position to really make the most of it. He's a long hitter. Even on the DP World Tour, he'd find himself as one of the longer hitters. Carries the ball in excess of 300 yards. Easily gets the fly up to about 310 at times, 315 even, and very even keeled. The son of a defense forces officer. A very disciplined player, so I think great things in the offing for him. And also similarly on our screens, Dursharon, also son of an army officer. I think what that does is instill some more discipline and also access to the game. As you have a look at that putt coming up, he's done really well, has drove just about skirting away. Golf is a game that requires you to get a few financial resources together. The golf set, access to golf courses is still it's improving. We do have more benefactors, and obviously none more so than Vishwa Samundra Group. But professional golfers come in all shapes and sizes and all from different states. So it's important that you do support your talent. If you're a recreational golfer, if you're somebody from the corporate side, it's always good to get your name attached to one of these players, as there's so much talent in the offing. Indian players have really done us proud all over the world. They've taken our national flag and flown it with pride. It's important that they keep getting the support that they deserve, frankly. As we have a look at Rashid Khan here at hole number 9. Rashid coming along really well, blemish free, 1 under for his round, playing hole number 9. And just about misses that, so would remain at 4 under par. It's a good score to be on. My take is that this tournament, unless Ajitesh can really run away with it, would still be decided on single digit under par, maybe 9 or 10, because the conditions really do get difficult. It does get windy, and these newer greens are not easy to navigate. You have Jamal Hussain, Manish Thakran. Behind that, the experienced golfer M. Dharma at 4 under par. But the good thing about this golf course and how Ajitesh Ajitesh's game sort of lends itself really well to the layout of Delhi golf course. He's a precision player. He's got ample length, not the longest player, but one who can still get the ball about 280 odd yards in the air. So a good hitter, really consistent swing. So he'd be hard to beat on this golf course. That's a brilliant putt by Sudhir. I don't see him really giving away too many shots. You'll have to have somebody having the round of his life tomorrow to try and challenge Ajitesh. Yeah. Now we see the proceedings. The wind, you can see the flag fluttering there. Here on the tee, on hole number 10, the par 4. Oh, that seems to be an errant shot here. Let's just hope that the player is able to find that ball. You can see the 4 caddy and gesticulating that the ball has indeed gone in the bush. And when you hit an errant shot, that's what you're looking for. You're looking at the 4 caddy or the marker who is there on that hole to tell you where that ball has gone. Om Prakash now. A very compact player. Has a game that's suited for the Delhi golf course. Has a lot of repeatability in that golf swing. This is not a golf course where you need flashes of brilliance. You need, so as to speak, almost boring consistency to win here at the Delhi golf course. It's one of those golf courses where you sort of, it's not a, if you have a hit and miss sort of a game, you're never going to quite contend here. You need consistency over 4 rounds to try and emerge champion here at the Delhi Golf Club. Varun Parekh, another very strong ball striker. A younger lot of players who has no difficulty getting that ball well over 300 yards. In fact, I really do recommend for the younger players, if you want to see how long irons are hit, definitely do watch Varun Parekh. Very strong in the arms and able to hit that 3-iron almost 250 yards in the air with a lot of compression. As we have a look at hole number 9. This hole definitely does cause a lot of consternation to a lot of the players. Gives them a lot to think about off the tee. Visually intimidating and also sort of confusing. What kind of club do you go with? You can't quite have an easy approach on this hole. That's a good shot, but that would bound off. And not quite certain where that would end up, but would definitely be a difficult up and down from there. That was Yuvraj Sandhu coming out of the rough. Not able to get the kind of purchase that he would have been expecting, and hence he saw the ball bound. Arjun Puri now. It's definitely gone with the driver of the tee. And that's one of the things. If you're really long off the tee, this is a hole that you should be aggressive on. So you can hit a drive. Arjun has probably driven it maybe all of 345, 50 yards even with that. Would have pitched it somewhere near that downslope and then bounding on. So if you have that length where you can carry it close to 290, 300 yards, then this is definitely a driver hole. The hole becomes a lot wider. But otherwise, you're actually hitting a shot into that narrow neck, and it's not for the faint of heart. Arjun now, not quite certain where that ball has gone. So there are certain places where if you are a long hitter and you know how to utilize that skill, then you'll really be doing well. The Delhi golf course is one where you need to plot your entire round for the duration of 18 holes and try and execute the plan that you have and stick to it. Let's have a look at some of the other scores out on the golf course. We have Rahul Ganji, 3 under par. We have Veer Alawat, 2 under par. And lower down, not many players in the red. In fact, majority of the field having a tough day today. Yuvraj Sandhu, 2 over par. Dhruv Sharon, 4 over par, having another double bogey on hole number 6. So he'll have to right that ship sooner rather than later. Then you have Sudhir Sharma, who's had that unfortunate start at 5 over for the day. So Arjun Prasad still going along well, 2 under. Amrit Lal 1 under. And apart from that, towards the lower end of the scoreboard, players having a very difficult time navigating this difficult golf course. As we see there on our screen, number 2 is hole number 9. You can see how that ball is really feeding away from the flag. So the margins are really fine. You have to get an inch perfect in order to be close to the flag here. Dipankar Kaushal coming along well. Even par for the day. Samar Dwivedi. Sammy, as he's called by his friends, even par. Karthik Sharma, southpaw, even par. All these players comfortably in the top 60, apart from Dipankar Kaushal. I think he was at 120th. As you have a look at hole feed number 2, I'm not quite certain what hole that was. It's hole number 8. And that shot by Ajitesh seemed to have been his third shot, and he's left it in the bunker, I feel. And Jamal Hussain, maybe 2 in the bunker. It's normally the place that you find these golfers in the front right trap, maybe with a rescue of the tee and then another rescue or a 3-wood to get somewhere in the bunker. This is a birdie hole. But again, with the redesign of the golf course, this has become quite difficult as well. The greens now, not that welcoming. Actually repel golf balls. That's a brilliant shot. Should be a birdie for him. As opposed to yesteryears where the greens were more the breaks are very subtle, and you had a lot of places where they were bowls, so as to speak, and you can hit the target and then the ball would feed closer to the flag. Now it's sort of these inverted greens, almost turtleback characteristically, and these make it a lot more difficult. Really, precision has come to the fore, and I think that's one of the beautiful ways that other golf courses can learn, that you don't really need to add yards. You can actually just make the green complexes a lot more difficult, and that forces the players to be on the fairway and try to hit their yardages. Otherwise, they'd find their work cut out. We have a look at Dharma on hole number 9. Ajitesh Sandhu, after that chip, would be hitting what appears to be a 4th, and that's not a done deal either for him. Amrit Lal coming along well, 1 under for the day. K. Prabhakaran as well. Blemish-free front 9. Similarly for Rahul Ganji, Rashid Khan, Jamal Hussain and Ajitesh Sandhu. I think that's the key here, is to minimize the errors. For the golfers who are hitting it well off the tee, you'll find that they won't make too many bogeys. And more often than not, you'll find that is a player who will win this tournament, because when you're playing the last 4 holes and maybe you have a 1-shot or a 2-shot lead, if you have any chink in your armor, so as to speak, with regards to your ball striking, you'll find that you'll be exposed here. Hole number 16, hole number 15, hole number 18, very testing off the tee. And we have a look at Arjun here after that blistering drive. With that approach here, now he has his birdie putt on hole number 9. We can also see Manish Chakran surveying his putt. Manish Chakran has really held his own today. No case of nerves yet. 1 under par for his round. In unfamiliar territory, but playing like he's always belonged here.
Well, me and Rahul are back again on the course, and we've got a man who needs no introduction because he's got everything inscribed on his t-shirt over here. He's the boss. He's the PGTI boss. But sir, you finally decided to move on and look at bigger picture. I just wanted to know one thing. Year is coming to a close. What are your vacation plans?
Well, thank you. I don't think I would have a vacation though. I mean, I would love to. I've always, would love to take a week off or 10 days off, but unfortunately, I finish off with PGTI on 31st December and I hit the ground running from 1st of Jan. So I'm decided to join an organization called Bharat Golf as the CEO. So, well, I think the idea is to try and shape that as well. And I'm looking forward to that stint.
Mr. Mandi, we've known about you for a long time. You've been heading the PGTI since we can remember. So, as you're moving on now on the 31st of December this year, would you say that all of these years that you've, been contributing to the PGTI, you think you can, you're happy with where you're leaving it for it to grow further?
I think it's been a tremendous and a fantastic journey that I've had. These last 16 years actually has been a long time. Only when I actually was trying to figure out how many years I've done, and that's when you realize that 16 years is a very, very long time. Sweet 16, you can say that. So, well, these many years, I think whatever I had set out to achieve, we have done so in terms of world recognitions, in terms of world ranking, in terms of prize money, in terms of collaborations with the foreign tours, with our partnerships with various organizations. Money-wise, of course, is different. So, and now that I'm leaving it, and I'm leaving it in great hands. Mr. Kapil Dev, our president, he's there to take it on, and Amandeep Johal, who's taking over from me from 1st of Jan. So I think things will only grow and get better from now on.
Of course, the tour has grown year on year. We've had new sponsors who come in. We've had better players who come in. We've also had the depth of field becoming a lot better. Certainly, today we have a lot more of an international quality crop than we used to have back in the day. If you remember, when you were playing the tour, we had a handful of them, and then we had a bit more probably about 5 years ago. And today we've got a completely new crop of players available to us who are no less than any of the top international golfers in the world. And isn't that a matter of pride for you? Because, heading the way for the PGTI players and be able to see the quality improve, not only the money, but also the quality of players improve over the years, that must be a really proud feeling for you.
Fantastic sign. I mean, that's one thing that one observes. I mean, when you watch these youngsters, I mean, over the years, there's so many youngsters who've actually come into the field, who've, turned professional, and fortunately that they have actually picked up the pace from the word go. Normally, if you've seen our days, I would say our days, because when we used to play back then, it took us a couple of years to, settle in. But now I think, they're much stronger in the head and physically fit, and I think they take it on immediately. And in the next 6, 7, 8 months, I've seen within a year they win a tournament, which is a great sign. And I think these players actually help in building the tour, because when you see players performing at that level with the scores that they're putting in, cuts going at even par, 50 and ties within 6, 8 shots, it speaks volumes about the tour. And that is something that actually is a great selling point as well when you go and meet sponsors, because the organization is growing, the players have increased, and the depth of professional golf has gone to a different level altogether. So it's fantastic to see that, and I'm only hoping that a lot more players come onto the world rankings and onto the higher tours. I mean, though of course even now we have a big majority of players playing in all over the various different tours, but I think that number will only increase, seeing the kind of the players, the way they are hungry about their own performance. I think it's just a matter of time that you see these guys doing well on international tours.
So you spoke about the Sweet 16 and your memories you have. We've got a small memory at this particular place, at the DGC. It's here we started, and three of us were there when the live streaming started on the PGTI. And just wanted to ask you, how much have we grown in terms of streaming? How much has it added value to the game? What's your perspective from the players coming in?
Well, I think talking about the players, I just did speak about it, but I have to give this to you, that ever since we started live streaming, and especially with the ABP, it has been fantastic. It's been a game changer for everyone, because the fact is that, now people with the smartphones and the smart devices that you have, you can sit in your office and, you watch golf and you see all your top players, your own preferences. I think it's fantastic. I mean, live streaming has been a game changer for us, and I'm glad that we had this association with the ABP. So I think hopefully it'll only get better now.
So you heard it from the boss, Mr. Uttam Singh Monday. It's over back to the comms box to Shaurya.
Thank you.
Great discussion there with Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, CEO of the Professional Golf Tour of India. Has been an absolute bulwark for the tour for over a decade and a half. And now the reins being handed over to Mr. Amandeep Singh Joel. Both great golfers and friends. And I'm certain that the tour would only go from strength to strength. As we have a look at Sudhir here on hole number 9. Sudhir really needs something to go for him sooner rather than later. This golf course can really get under your skin if you're not able to get things going. And it's not a golf course that you want to take your eye off the ball. As I say, it's one of those places where I remember my not my favorite line, but one thing that I do believe in life, that no matter how bad it gets, if you don't keep your eye on the ball, it can get a lot worse. So I think this is one golf course that sort of holds true to that. You can be 2 or 3 over at the turn, and if you're not careful, it can really slip away from you. And the contrary holds true as well. If you just keep grinding it out here, you can make a few birdies, and maybe if you shoot anything like a 1 or 2, and then you realize that the field has had a very difficult day, you actually move up spots. So this is one place that you want to keep your wits about you till the entirety of the round. Rashid Khan. Let's also have a look at some of the players who are outside the top 60. All of them are desperate to play the season ender, the Tata Steel Tour Championship, and they are fighting tooth and nail. Divyanshu Bajaj, Jeth Malani, Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, Divyanshu Dubey, Pranav Mardikar, Mari Muthu R, Vikrant Chopra, Mateus Dominguez, Jay Pandya, Brashwar Pal Singh, Kevin Steve Rigel, Alap Ayel, Prakhar Asawa, Ajitesh Sandhu. Surprising to see that he's there. Of course, he's only played 3 events. So I don't think he would have played the minimum number of events to be eligible. But by winning this tournament, he'd be able to get a longer exemption. Not that he really needs it. He's a stellar player. Anshul Patel shows you there. There are quite a few battles in this war which are going on concurrently. Players trying to save their card for next season, not just to get to the final event, but also to safeguard their playing rights for the next year. Otherwise, they'll have to join yours truly on the Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be confused if you see this man who you normally see in the commentary booth trying to do his bit. Unfortunately, the ball doesn't quite listen to commentary. It requires brute force and precision, my friend.
One of the things I really wish was that there would be a camera on you at the qualifying school, and I'd be sitting here and just doing commentary on you. That would be quite something. But the only problem with that is, with your pace of play, I might sleep here myself.
My friend, this is commentary, not comedy. People pay to watch this. You'll have to pay for them to not watch that. So that's the reason that we're best behind the screen.
Right. As we are back here with the action on the course after a bunch of interviews and a tete-a-tete with the CEO of the PGTI, who retires on the 31st of December, Sudhir Sharma. On hole number 9. Rolls that one in. Sudhir having a bit of a day, starting off currently at 4 over par through 8 holes and yet to be updated for the 9th. Ajitesh Sandhu with a dropped shot on the par 5 8th hole. It's a bit of a blemish on that scorecard. Currently at 8 under par, leading the way only by 1 shot over Jamal Hussain Mola and 2 shots over Manish Thakran. Arjun Puri, local lad from the Delhi Golf Club, coming up onto the 10th hole here, just from behind the mound in the middle of the fairway. Arjun Puri currently at 3 under par for the tournament, coming off a double bogey on the 9th hole. He will want to do some action over here on this second shot, get that ball up close and personal, setting himself up for a birdie. Arjun Puri coming off that uphill lie on that mound. Looks like he's got that one in control, and Arjun Puri truly setting himself up for a birdie, only about 5 feet away from the hole. It's a tough flag location here on the 10th hole as we take a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh, currently at 2 over par for the day and even par for the tournament, with rounds of 71 and 71 in the first 2 rounds, trying to make some moves here on this back 9. Yuvraj Sandhu also giving himself a good look at birdie here on the 10th hole. All the 3 players in this group, M. Dharma, as well as Arjun Puri and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, all 3 of the players setting themselves up for birdie. Playing downwind today, the 10th hole, as you can tell from the flag's flutters. Rahil Ganji starting up the back 9 with a string of pars on the 10th, 11th and the 12th holes. The scoring opportunities really on the back 9 start from the 14th onwards. The 14th and 18th, definitely 2 of the holes that the players would be looking to capitalize. And the 15th, a short par 4, also one with a dogleg. So we take a look at the action replay of Arjun Puri's scintillating golf shot, coming off a double bogey on the 9th, trying to make a comeback on the course. As Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also setting himself up for a birdie opportunity. Perfectly placed golf shots. Shaurya Bhattacharya plays most of his golf at the ABPLIVE Club. Also a winner on tour this year. Shaurya Bhattacharya trying to decide on his club on this hole. It's currently on the 2nd or the 3rd hole, which is his 12th hole of the day. Currently at 1 over par for the day is Shaurya Bhattacharya through his back 9, which is his front 9, course is back 9. Shaurya Bhattacharya playing in his rookie season here on the PGTI. He's already won his first tournament on the professional tour in his opening year as a rookie. Coming off a not so favorable time at the Asian Tour pre-qualifying, which was held in Thailand just a week back. Shaurya coming up with a 79 on day 1 and a 69 on day 1 to make it through the cut line, through the skin of his teeth. As we take a look now at M. Dharma. Dharma on hole number 10, putting for birdie, playing alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Arjun Puri. It seems like a bit of a misread. I think he might have thought of that to be breaking a bit more from the left, as much as it did. Yuvraj would have certainly got a good read on that, coming off from that same line as M. Dharma from Bengaluru. cleaning up 4-4. Yuvraj would have certainly learned that this ball's not going to break much off his left. It's probably going to be well within the hole, as most putts here at the Delhi Golf Club, especially on the shorter range, really run pretty tight. Greens playing at 10.3 this morning with the sun coming up and a lot of players walking on the greens. Green should have become a touch faster than when the players started. Also, with the dew on the greens in the morning, the speeds don't run as much as they would around this time of the day. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu putting for birdie here on the 10th hole. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu drains that one in for birdie and would be now going up to a score of 1 over par for the day and 1 under par for the tournament. Arjun Puri set himself up for a birdie here on this hole as well, and currently at 3 under par for the tournament, 1 under par for the day. Young lad from Delhi Golf Club playing on his home turf this week. Right side of our screens now, we've got Mohammad Jamal Hussain Mola from Bangladesh getting ready for his own putt here on what seems like the 9th hole. As we take a look at Arjun Puri. Arjun Puri misses that good opportunity that he set himself on the 10th hole. Be going out of this hole with a disappointing 4. Not so much for most of us guys. A 4 on this hole would be pretty nice, but after those 2 great shots by Puri, that certainly would hurt a little bit. On our screens is the Penultimate Group's players, Sudhir Sharma on the left side of the screen, hitting his shot. Sudhir is unable to catch his train. It seems to be running away from him. It's the nature of this game. He's made 1 birdie on the 8th hole and had quite a few drop shots. So we take a look at him coming in on that 10th hole. It's a pretty good shot. Doesn't seem like he was able to catch much compression on that shot. Would have to make an up and down from the back of the green here to save par. Jamal Hussain Mola on the right side of our screens is on the 9th hole, missing his birdie putt, but he's got a bit of work to do. It's about 4 feet past the hole as Ajitesh Sandhu prepares himself for his own birdie attempt here on the 9th. Take a look at Rashid Khan coming up on the 10th hole from the left side of the fairway. Rashid Khan also having a bit of his own struggles today, making a birdie on the 6th, but then following it up with a bogey on the 8th and a double bogey on the 9th hole, and doesn't seem like much of a flurry moment here at the 10th as well. So we take a look at Dhruv Shoran, who comes in from the right side of the fairway here. Dhruv Sharan coming up with a good birdie opportunity here on the 10th. Dhruv, a young player from Gurgaon. This is he's currently coming off 3 over par on the front nine. That's the thing with this golf course. You hit one miss it off the tee box, and the rest can be totally history. Starting off with a double bogey on the first, making another one on the sixth. Only 2 birdies on the card and one more bogey, which makes him be at 3 over par for the day. Ajitesh Sandhu on the ninth. So we take a look at appreciating some flora and fauna here at the Delhi Golf Club, a course that presents to you a lot of history, from monuments to the layout of the golf course to the tournaments that one has seen being played over here. One of the most historical spots in the entire Delhi NCR is the Delhi Golf Club, right in the middle of the city, right in the middle of Lutyens. In fact, as we take a look at Jamal Hussain Mola, who needs to save par here on the ninth. Unfortunately, we missed Ajitesh's putt, but we will be apprising you of his score on the ninth hole very shortly. Manish Thakran really holding his own, currently at 1 under par for the day. Jamal making his 4 on the ninth, as he would turn at 3 under par for the front nine, total of 7 under par for the tournament. These players still remaining with 27 holes to be played. So none of these scores right now are set in stone. These positions can really move anywhere from here on. In fact, the further on we get into the tournament, the more and more of ups and downs that we will see, the jumps on that leaderboard. Yep. Man, just like that. Walking by a golf course. Back with the action. Dhruv Sharan making sure that he gets the right line on this putt. Every shot counts, as they say. And at this moment, certainly every shot counts. With 3 over par on that leaderboard, Dhruv would be looking certainly to make at least 3 under par on that back nine to get himself back to level par for the day. And hence to stay around -3 for the tournament. And if he does manage to, come out of that back nine with just, perhaps a 3 under par or so and stay at 3 under par for the tournament, I think it still could very well be striking distance from him. Interesting as the next 27 holes brew up, and Dhruv Sharan not making the most of that opportunity would stay at 3 over par for the day. Be cleaning up for a par. Rashid Khan. A very aggressive golfer, Rashid. Likes to play with his heart. It seems like another drop shot for him on this 10th hole. That would really derail his journey of trying to catch the leader. Turning up at 2 over par for the front nine. That would be another blemish on the scorecard. And, that would certainly make it tougher for Rashid Khan to catch up with the leaders at 7 under par. As we take a look at Sudhir Sharma, who needs to make his own birdies on the course. Currently at a tie for 14th position is Sudhir. 4 over par through the front nine. That's must hurt. So we take a look at his attempt here with this putt. Another one just kisses the lip and moves by. Sudhir Sharma not really having his luck today on the course. It's the thing with this game, it's a hit and a miss. Sometimes it's a lip in, sometimes it's a lip out. Sometimes it's a birdie all day, and sometimes it's just bogeys here and there. There we have them, nibbling away on what's available. Oh, is there another player coming from there? Another one? All right, let's eat some more. Perfect. Nibble, nibble, nibble. Nibble, 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 nibble. Grazing away. The peacocks of Delhi Golf Club. National bird of the country. Absolute sight for sore eyes. They just won't stop nibbling, would they? All right. Okay. Some more. Let's do it. SSP Chaurasia, ladies and gentlemen, on the screens. Must be a lucky day to be watching the man himself, the legend from Kolkata. SSP Chaurasia, currently at even par through the turn and a -1 for the tournament. Coming up on the 12th hole, which is a long par 3. One of the most challenging tee shots on this course, especially for a top right flag location. That is one hell of a pin location. In fact, with the new slopes on this green, getting close to any of the flag locations on this hole is quite a mammoth task. But make no mistake, these are the best players in the country. Chaurasia coming up just on the left side of the green. That's also, like a little bit of a collection area here on this green. The ball will roll off there and stay put, giving himself a much longer attempt for birdie. But it is a green in regulation. And for the length of this hole, it's absolutely acceptable. As we take a look at Om Prakash Chauhan, who for the last 2 years has been plying his trade mostly on the European tour. After his success here in India and winning the Order of Merit, he has really tried to make himself known out there on the European tour. Coming up on the left side of the green, that's quite a miss hit there for Om Prakash Chauhan. That will be a tough shot coming in from that left rough for this flag location. Race flag location on the 12th is 31 yards inside from the front edge, which makes it almost 2 clubs more than what someone would play for the front pins. There we have Varun Parekh from Ahmedabad coming up on the 12th. We should be anywhere between 6 iron or a 7 iron for Varun Parekh coming into this hole. Let's see if he can hold this one in. The green actually sits up sideways from this tee shot, so the players have to aim up over the right bunker and the right trees to be able to actually have a chance to get this up close and personal with the flag. And Varun Parekh seems to have done quite a terrific job of that. Varun would have a good look at birdie coming in from about 15 feet or so.
Good afternoon, viewers. We are joined by leading Indian lady professional Twesa Malik, who is here to follow and support her husband Ajitesh Sandhu, who is our current leader here at the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Kapil Dev. To begin the conversation, I'd like to ask you, Twesa, what is tougher to do? You're a professional yourself. When you're playing an event, you're leading, dealing with the pressures of that particular tournament, or coming out and supporting your husband and hoping that he sustains the lead over the last 2 days?
Yeah, it's honestly a pleasure to be here to watch him play golf, and I feel lucky that I can be here to support him. And I always enjoy coming out to watch him. But I think there's a little bit more pressure to watch when you're playing. You're so much more in control of what you're doing, and you're responsible for. You're the only one responsible for everything. And I think obviously there's a little bit more stress when you're watching, and I want him to do well. So yeah.
I have a very interesting question for you. Both of you, very celebrated golfers. You've had a victory on the Sunshine Tour and play on the LET. Ajitesh also very established. Do you really feed off each other? And is golf the table? Is golf on the dinner table as a topic of discussion?
Yeah, actually, absolutely. I learn a lot from him. I think I have a lot of questions to ask him, and I think when we started early on, when we got together, there was a lot of talk about golf, and I like to pick his brains about, he has so much knowledge on the game. So I try and feed off of that and learn as much as I can from him. And we are guilty of talking about golf a lot.
I also see that, speaking from personal experience, that once you do tie the knot, fortunes tend to get better. And I see for both of you all, you had that runner-up finish on the LET. And Ajitesh, of course, he's playing resplendent golf, and he's such a consistent player. So I think definitely there's been an improvement in the standard of golf as well for both of you. Is that true?
Yeah, I think for me it's helped me a lot. I think it's been really nice to have him around and his support and the security and everything that comes with it. And I feel I'm very lucky in that respect. I think he's a great golfer, and it's a matter of time for him. And he's been playing great golf for a long time. And so, yeah, I think speaking on my behalf, definitely I feel the difference.
We don't want to keep you too long. I know there's a lot of exhilarating golf, especially on the back nine, and you want to be there supporting Ajitesh. And we thank you for speaking with us today.
There's one last question though. Talking about the PGTI, you've been following the tour. How do you see the competition on the tour among the professionals?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting to watch. I think I see the scores every week, and they're playing so well, the guys. The cut goes lower and lower every week. The winning score is really low. Sometimes I watch them make some putts and hit some shots, and I really don't know how they do it. So it's really impressive to watch, and I think they deserve all of the success. And it's great to see that the prize funds are going up, and they have so many more events to play. So it's a pleasure to watch.
Thank you for speaking to us today, Twesa.
Thank you.
And it's back in the commentators box to Rahul Bajaj.
As we get back to the action here on the golf course, we have Ajitesh Sandhu and the rest of the leader group now walking up onto that 10th green. Manish Thakran seems to have left some work for himself, leaving his golf ball there on the front edge of the green. As you can tell, there's a bit of a false front there. You can hardly see his golf bag, let alone the golf ball. Ajitesh Sandhu, as you can tell, that's the amount of false front you have. His entire lower body there was covered. So the players will have to pitch this one up. You've got to be really accurate with your yardages if you want to get close to these kind of flags on these kind of greens. That really is the challenge. Having good, accurate yardage control on your irons is extremely important on a golf course like the Delhi Golf Club. Manish Thakran coming up from the front, holding his own currently at 1 under par for the day, 6 under par for the tournament. Really as close as possible to a victory. Though 27 holes remain, so make no mistake, the players will have to be really on top of their games if they want to keep this going. That seems like this. That will be a bit of a tough one for Manish. He'll have about 15 to 20 feet there for his par on the 10th hole. So definitely not the kind of look of a putt that he wanted. But here is where we are now. Just now we had a small little interview of Twessa Malik, who herself plays on the Ladies European Tour, wife of Ajitesh Sandhu. If I'm not wrong, they got married just at the start of this year, both professional golfers. In fact, both have caddied for each other during tournaments. You wonder whether their talks are centered around golf or other things in life. Well, being the penultimate day of an event here, the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Kapil Dev. The course seems to be playing pretty tough, with only a handful of players currently at under par for this third round. Manish Thakran putting for par. That definitely wasn't the kind of attempt that we were looking for. That one seems like a misread and probably a poor speed as well for Manish. Maybe first few blemishes here. Jamal Hussain Mola at 3 under par for the day. He's the only player right now who is at that many under par. Rahil Gangji also turned at 3 under par, but currently only remaining at 1 under par. Unfortunately, made a double bogey on the 14th hole, the par 5. And a handful of players like Manish Thakran, M. Dharma, Arjun Puri, and K. Prabhakaran, who are at 1 under par for the day, as well as Rahil Gangji. And C. Muniappa, who is 2 under par for the day through the back nine, which is his front nine of the day. And we have Arjun Prasad turning in at 1 under par. So only a handful of players there who have made it through the front nine in under par numbers or currently on the course at under par. As we take a look at Jamal. Jamal is an ever smiling player from Bangladesh. There we have him with another birdie on the 10th hole. Jamal would take the lead solo unless Ajitesh Sandhu gets some magic going here on this hole. Certainly has his eyes on the prize, as you can tell. Focused in, clued into his putt. It's worth appreciating how once Ajitesh has started to line up his golf ball, his eyes really don't deter anywhere. He stays on the ball and on his target through and through. Sandhu's played. There we have him. Ajitesh Sandhu making a birdie here on the 10th hole, at least reducing the damage done from one of the two bogeys that he made. A bit of a fist pump there with his buddy Surya Vijay Singh and a few smiles as well. Never hurts anyone. Ajitesh has played a lot of golf internationally, including collegiate golf in the United States of America. Thereafter, he's played the Asian Tour, the Asian Development Tour. He's also played the Japan Golf Tour, which is one of the finest golf tours in the world. Lesser known of the tours from the PGA or the European Tour, but the Japan Tour, very, very high in competition, great golfers, and some of the best golf courses in the world. Manish Thakran closing in with a 5 on the 10th.
Hello, viewers. Requesting all the spectators and the Delhi Golf Club members to come here and have a pic with the legend. Please put it on your Instagram and tag PGTI and tag the relevant sponsors of our tour. Vishwa Samundra, DGC, Delhi Golf Club, and all the relevant sponsors. So thank you so much for supporting us and enjoy watching the golf and having a great photo with the legend. Thank you.
That was Kalin Joshi. Kalin Joshi has been one of the top golfers on the PGTI for quite some time now and has also played a lot of golf on the Asian Tour. As we go back to the 12th, we have Arjun Puri on that tee box coming up with his own attempt for this tucked-in flag location on the 12th. A long par 3 at that. For all of you who are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev. You're watching the penultimate round of the tournament when the players are at least halfway through their third rounds. The tournament here is being played with a prize money of 2 crore rupees. 50 players and ties make the cut here to go into the money rounds. Arjun Puri also pulling that one slightly off to the left, veering away from the green into that collection area. Will have a slight amount of work to be done. There's a little bit of a slope on the left side of that green which needs to be navigated for that chip. As you can tell here from this view from the green side, as you can tell from the green, that really narrow opening of that tee box, players have to really aim it up on towards the right side, those trees that you see, which is on the left side of your screen, to be able to get close to the hole. And we have our leaderboard here on the screen as well now. Ajitesh Sandhu, Jamal Hussain, after making birdies on the 10th hole, tied at 8 under par for the tournament. Jamal Hussain, of course, playing to 4 under par for the day, bogey free. Manish Thakran at 5 under par, with M. Dharma trailing at 3 under par. Arjun Puri and K. Prabhakaran closely following at 2 under par. And Yashash Chandra, SSP Chaurasya, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Rahil Gangji all trying to make their own moves up here. So for all of the viewers, the numbering that you see on the far right column is indicative of how many holes that player has played in today's round, after which you are seeing the score in the left side column. So if you were to take the top 2 examples and the top 3 examples through 10 holes, this is the score of the players. Going back to the course with Arjun Puri and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu having a bit of a chatter as they walk up to the 12th hole. Currently, the PGTI's order of merit is being led by Veer Ehlawat. Veer Ehlawat, who mainly now plays on the international soils, and this week is playing here at the Vishwa Samundra Open as well. The players after this tournament move on to the Tata Open, which is the PGTI season ender, worth prize money of 3 crore rupees. Only the top 60 of the PGTI players get to go to the Tour Championship. The top 5 currently on the PGTI are comprised by Veer Ehlawat at number 1, Manu Gandas at number 2, and Angad Chima, who has a win this year on his chart as well, at number 3. Rahil Gangji at number 4, who has played most of the year this year on the Asian Development Tour, trying to earn his card back for the season of 2025, which he has very well done. And in fact, I was having a chat this morning with Rahil, and he was telling me how nice it feels to be back again, playing well, and he really had the sigh of relief. Sachin Basoya, with also a win this year on the tour, is currently at the 5th position. As we take a look at M Dharma. In the background there, we have got former professional golfer Vivek Bhandari, who now probably should have an alternative career as a model as well. M Dharma coming up from the left side of that green, really not the best of his attempts. That's going to be as close as it gets, 25 feet away on the 12th hole. That's a tough shot coming in from the left side. If you lose it out into that funnel area, if you have to navigate this slope, it's quite a thing. Arjun Puri, he should have a little bit extra local knowledge here to be able to control that ball. Let's see if he can play that chip shot a little bit better than what Dharma was able to do. Getting himself all focused in for that drop point. Interesting knowledge for our spectators here would be that, more often than not, you'd find that the players stare at a spot which is midway between their chip shot and the hole. And the reason they do that is because once they were preparing for the shot, they've chosen something called a drop point where they want to drop that chip. And that's the spot that they are all trying to focus into, so that after that, the slope as well as the speed can take care of it. Definitely Arjun Puri using his prowess of being at his home course as an advantage. Here on the 12th hole, very much a makeable par opportunity now for him, just 4 feet past the hole. Beautifully played chip
It's
shot.
a great moment to have a selfie with Paji, the legend of cricketer in the world. In the world of cricket, he created records. Now Paji has become president of PGTI. I'm sure he is going to rock the world of golf in this country and bring all the best golf tournament to India. We are so proud of you, Paji, becoming the president. I'm sure all golfers in this country will love it. Thank you very much.
With the legend Yuvraj Singh Sandhu with a birdie attempt here on the 12th hole. A very smart shot played there by Yuvraj. In fact, that's a good example for our spectators. Putting yourself in the middle of the green on this hole still gives you a very realistic opportunity, especially coming from about 190 yards away to this flag location. Giving yourself a 25-footer from the middle of the green is a very realistic birdie chance, and very much was, until it just scraped through the corner of the hole. That's just the nature of the game, right? It's lip ins and lip outs. Arjun Puri moves his marker for M Dharma. Arjun Puri's ball must be coming in the line for M Dharma, so it's always prudent to get that marker removed, because if the ball is to roll over that coin, it could, sort of derail from its line, and the better player would always, want to get that coin away so that they can have the best chance at making that par. And M Dharma, of course, as that's a par putt for him to stay at 3 under par. At the end of the day, he will have to make that putt to have a good look at this championship. Dharma coming off a bogey on the 11th. Certainly wouldn't want to do that once again. Just about barely going past that coin that he got moved. Is coming up short for par here on hole number 12. M Dharma Still has about 3.5 feet left for his bogey. Seems like M. Dharma is primed up to drop another shot here on the 12th. Will fall down to 2 under par, which then would be a bit of a tough fight to catch 6 shots onto the leaders. But as we say, golf is not the game of the faint-hearted, and I'm sure M. Dharma would definitely try to cook something up from here on. Puri with rounds of 72 and 70 on the first 2 rounds. Currently at 2 under par for the tournament, putting for par. Arjun Puri, that ball should come off a little bit from his right to the left. Nice and confidently done. M. Dharma's golf ball will certainly be turning a lot more from the right this time. That short little putt can be quite a nerve tester. With the slope completely running from the back to the front on this green, that putt for 4 here for M. Dharma to stay in the top 5. That drop putt will get him down to a tie with K. Prabhakaran at 2 under par, about 6 shots away from the leaders. M. Dharma closing in with a bogey here on the 12th hole as the rest of the back 9 unfolds for the leader groups. The 14th onwards is when we really start to see some changes happening on that leaderboard for the back 9, because the 14th and the 18th both par 5s, with the 15th hole a reachable par 4, but lots of players do not go there with a driver from the tee box, but they would definitely be trying to set themselves up with a wedge for the second. A dogleg to the left is the 15th, only about 320 or 330 yards if I'm not wrong, and after a good long tee shot of about 220, 230 yards, players could have a wedge in, and depending on where the flag is located, the players would certainly be trying to make a birdie there. So 3 birdie opportunities coming in starting the 14th for the players. The 16th hole is a tough one with that tee shot and the tree right in the middle of the fairway, always wreaking havoc, and in fact wreaking havoc and also making the tables turn quite a bit on that hole. 16th, 17th and 18th. In fact, all 3 of the holes do get really interesting. Rashid Khan coming up onto the 12th hole. Rashid making it to the middle of the green here on the long par 3. Sudhir Sharma. Sudhir Sharma having a tough start to that back 9 with a start of bogey and another bogey on the 10th and the 11th coming up now on this 12th hole. Doesn't seem like he's getting any breathing space today from the Delhi Golf Club. It's quite a thing when this golf course starts grabbing you on. It just sort of has you completely. So one of the toughest tests of the mind is this course, as it does not give you any rest until you really hold that last putt on the 18th hole. We're going up to the par 5 14th hole as we take a look at the legend Mukesh Kumar from Mau. Looks like a bit of a swing vision here. We've got the swing vision of Rashid Khan, as we can see the club tracer as the club goes back on a bigger arc and comes back on a shorter one. And Rashid definitely middled that one and put that right in the middle of the fairway. Ajitesh Sandhu's swing video here with the shot tracer going as he would lag that club even more than Rashid and get it back into the ball. Shallows that club out beautifully is Ajitesh Sandhu's golf swing.
Very balanced, very poised swing. The interesting swing of M. Dharma. A lot more upward and vertical swing there for him as he moves into the left side, shallowing out and getting back into that shot. M. Dharma, a lot more body movement there, but we saw similar traits of the club movement patterns. Welcome back, my co-commentator, Shaurya Singh, a stalwart himself.
Thanks for the praise. To be called a stalwart by the Asian Games silver medalist, it doesn't happen every day, but when it does, I'm sure I will milk it. So today has been a fantastic day, Rahul. How's it been? Is it in line with your expectations with regards to scoring?
In fact, I would have expected the scores to be a lot deeper, considering the depth of field that we now possess. But this really goes to show that the Delhi Golf Club is playing tough. It's got its tentacles up, and the players are having a tough time there. Like we just saw on the screen, K. Prabhakaran having a tough time with that putt. With the winds picking up, the best of players of the country are here and having a tough time scoring on the golf course. Really goes to show that toughness is not only on the tee shots anymore, it really extends up all the way to the greens.
Yeah, that's what I had also thought, that the complexion of the entire golf course has been changed by just the green complexes and the way the design is done now. It's not the same that it was. I think case in point is hole number 10, which I saw that the back right flag, it's really not for the faint of heart. You need a short club coming in. So we have a look at this putt.
Yashash Chandra MS from Mysore.
So case in point being hole number 10, if you're on the back right, earlier you could still roll it up maybe with a 5-iron, but now you can't do that anymore. The entire golf course has changed. So it forces you to hit a longer club off the tee, and that sort of gets the bush more into play. So it's a pretty, it's quite a predicament that the players do find themselves in.
But that's also the fun of the sport, right? The more challenging the course gets, the more and more you're questioned with your skills. And at the end of the day, the players spend their entire day doing this, honing up their skills, and that's what they look for, right? A good challenge, good competition, and no better place than Delhi Golf Club to be able to see that.
Yes, Sudhir Sharma has had quite a few challenges today, not the round that he would expect it, but he's made one birdie on hole number 8, and now he finds himself at 6 over for the day, and that putt is tracking. Was threatening, not too far. He would make that, and he's currently at 3 over for the tournament, 6 over for the day. You're playing the long par 3 hole number 12. Kidney-shaped green. You're often coming in with a long iron here. If the wind is up, you can actually even be hitting a rescue here. So it's long par 3. Place to...
Sudhir Sharma, in fact, has had a top finish here at the Delhi Golf Club a few years back at the Panasonic Open India. He was tied second. A slew of players finishing tied second that particular year. And he was one of them, along with Ajitesh Sandhu.
Yeah, the memory of an elephant remembers everything. Mr. Nikhil Kalan, our media head at the Professional Golf Tour of India, who's now joined us in the commentary booth as we have a look at a man who's dressed in pink and white, splendid looking. Dhruv Sharon here at hole number 12. This hole measures at about 194 yards, but plays a little longer, mind you, depending on where the tee position is.
It's been Dhruv's breakout year this season. He won his first title in Chennai. He's actually won on the PGTI feeder tour before. He's won back-to-back 2 titles. His first 2 events after turning pro, he won on the PGTI feeder tour. That's a record in itself. And then he added another on the main tour this year. So he's full of confidence this season.
Yeah, Rashid Khan would have learnt a little bit from that putt. It's really important to get the speed. And, often see how Rashid hits it, but they're just beyond the hole. Very rarely would you find him leaving the ball short, and that's a sign of a player who's confident with his putter. Really good with the ones coming back. But as they say, a commentator can jinx anything. So, there you have it, the commentator's curse.
Beware of the commentator's curse. Yes. And a question for you, Shaurya. Rashid, his body structure, he's very wiry. So do you think that often helps for you in that body turn when you're swinging?
Well, he's wiry and he's athletic. You could see, if you look at him, he looks rather diminutive. He's not, he'll probably be weighing 145 pounds soaking wet. So, he's not using weight to hit the ball far, but he's very wiry, athletic, and he's got a lot of speed. So he's, like a sprinter, he's like that. So that helps him turn, and he generates his swing speed by rotation.
So that's the way that he's a lot more rotational the way he is, and arm speed. He's got really good arm speed. I tell you, I played cricket with him, so he's able to hit sixes. So
Yes.
he has a lot of arm speed, and that's what really does help him.
That's quite unusual for a small guy like him. He hits it quite a distance.
And another thing you saw, he finished that putt. That was about 4.5 feet short. He didn't even look at the line. He lined up and hit it. So that shows you the level of confidence that, the way that Rashid Khan operates. I believe you me, you will very rarely find a player with that level of confidence when it comes to the putter.
He's a class act indeed.
Sharona, this is going to be slippery from left to right. Not the easiest putt to hole. Can get away from you in the blink of an eye, this putt. Now, as I said, it's really slippery. And, this is what can happen in golf. Now, that one has given him ample food for thought. Now, this one coming back is a similar putt to what Rashid had. But because you've already missed one on the lower side, you're not second-guessing yourself. You're a little frustrated, hot on the collar. So this one, I think he's doing the right thing, not really mulling over it. Knows that it's going to break a little from the right in firm, but he has to stay committed. Otherwise, this can lip out as well. Well done.
Well done, Dhruv. Another question for you, Shaurya. As a professional golfer, tell us, how do you negate these kind of thoughts going forward to the next hole? Missing that putt and then dropping a shot. How do you negate these thoughts?
He would not be too. He might not be totally nonplussed, but he'd not be too hard on himself because that was a difficult putt. As long as he didn't three putt from there, he missed it. He knows that that's the rub of the green. It's a difficult putt. But if you sort of make an error of judgment, then you're a little down with yourself. But if you just hit a good putt, doesn't go in, you can't really help it. That's the way, it's one of the way the cookie crumbles on a golf course like this. These greens are slick, and it was more about his bad first putt rather than the second putt. The first putt went beyond the hole. So that's very sort of aired, so as to speak.
Okay, we're getting another feed. This is the group with Jamal Hussain, is it?
Yeah, it looks like Jamal in white playing hole number 12.
So that's our leader group.
Yeah, Jamal, this hole should lend itself well because he likes to work the ball from right to left, can hit a high draw, and he's done that. That's a pretty good shot by Jamal.
And we can't count Jamal out this season. He's had a fantastic run. He won the last PGTI event in Digboy, and he fought it out in the last round. Despite a 71, he came through. He saw off competition from quite a few contenders.
He's got tenacity in droves, does Jamal. Not the longest hitter by any measure, mind you. And he's, even if it comes to stature physically, he's not a big guy. He doesn't have the speed that Rashid does either. He's a shorter hitter of the tee, but he's really well put together, and he's got a lot of fight in him, I'll tell you that much. And his short game is exemplary, and his ball control is very good. As you have a look at Ajitesh now, for all the viewers who want to learn a thing about how to swing a golf club, look no further than Ajitesh Sandhu. This is the Swilkin swing.
Absolutely.
And that's a good shot by Ajitesh, maybe half a club short.
One of the most beautiful swings in Indian golf. And, the other name that comes to my mind is Jyoti Randhawa. What a swing. We've always admired him for that.
But, Jyoti Randhawa is different. He's an apex predator. If you look at Jyoti Randhawa, he's probably a generational talent. He's very different. Oh, look at that putt. Look at that putt. And that has found the bottom of the cup.
Wow.
Not quite certain who it is. We'll find out soon.
That is Om Prakash Chauhan.
So OP gets it done in style. Talking about Jyoti Randhawa, he's got cut from a different cloth. He's got tremendous strength. Even at this age, you see him. He's physically something else. Growing up, he's also son of an armored corps officer. We used to look up to him and learn the game, seeing him. The things he could do physically, you aren't built for that. Right. Climbing a rope, legless rope climb, hitting that 2-iron, 275 carry, very wiry yet stocky. He's got the rare talent, and that's why even at this age, the way he hits the ball, not many youngsters can match up. Right. So,
and look at that putt by OP. Outstanding.
Yeah.
OP spent some time in Europe this year on the DP World Tour, and he was talking to me in an interview last month, and he mentioned how the experience has, lifted his confidence, helped him as he comes back onto the PGTI. The old master, SSP Chaurasia.
Yeah, the ageless wonder. The man, the smiling assassin.
A winner of 3 international titles here at the Delhi Golf Club. Never count him out here at the DGC.
Yeah, one on the Asian Tour, 2 on the European. So
That's
it's his favorite hunting ground. I think that is a lot to do with his accuracy of the tee, and he had a really nice, good draw going and could hit the ball quite a fair distance.
Let's see what SSP can come up with here.
It's good to see golfers like SSP turn the clock back and show us what they're capable of still. Playing the difficult hole number 13th. Some of these holes which were difficult even previously, now with the new green complexes, they've become unforgiving.
Right.
Almost a similar complexion to Augusta. You have to plan it backwards. You have to plan where you want to be for your approach shot. Otherwise, you're not going to be in the correct quadrant. The ball doesn't stay up.
And that's Sachin Besoya, if I'm not wrong. No, that's Varun Parekh. Varun also a winner on the PGTI this season.
Yeah, Varun playing alongside Prakash Chauhan and SSP Chaurasia.
Varun won a memorable playoff this year. I think it finished on the 4th extra hole in Panchkula. Went right down to the wire. He won it against Rahil Gangji. So he's got some confidence going.
You saw him motioning to his caddy or himself with his right hand that the ball is going to have considerable break to the left-hand side. And you want to miss this putt on the higher side. Don't want to be missing it on the lower side. Give it a chance. And that's what he's done. But somehow I think he over-borrowed and I thought that would break a lot more. But unfortunate for it to have straightened up at the end.
You mentioned higher side and lower side. Shaurya, tell us a little bit more about this facet of the game for our viewers, if you could expand on that.
I think for all the viewers who are watching it, apart from the advanced players, when you miss a putt, I would say 90% of the time you want to ensure you miss it on the correct side. What do I mean by the correct side? If you're putting left, right, and you have a substantial slope, you want to ensure that you miss it on the left-hand side so that the ball has a chance to drop in the hole from the higher side. So that's what in fact, it's also colloquially called the pro side and the amateur side. So they say miss it on the pro side, not the amateur side.
There you have it, viewers. Our professional has spoken. Very valuable tip for all of you who are club golfers playing regularly. Miss it on the higher side, not the lower side.
Because you give it an opportunity. It might die into the hole. Even if you take less line, you can actually sort of hit it firm. But if you're missing it on the lower side, it's got a sort of veers away and actually end up opening the chance for a 3-putt.
Right. So very valuable insights there by Shaurya Singh, my fellow commentator. Now we are on the 12th with Ajitesh Sandhu, the joint leader at the moment, and Manish Thakran. Manish Thakran had a hole-in-one on the 12th yesterday.
Yeah, he'd be a little remiss. It's one of those bittersweet moments. You're happy about the one, but you made it on the wrong hole.
That's right. As we have the Nissan Magnite, which is the reward for the hole-in-one on the 5th hole.
That's a good putt by Ajitesh. Very good speed control. Ajitesh able to make that birdie after 2 successive bogeys on 8 and 9. We saw him on 8 sort of own goal, so as to speak in football terminology. He hit a chip shot. And but the great thing about good players is they bounce back from adversity.
That's right. Ajitesh, again, a very wiry player.
But I would think he's a lot more athletic and stronger. Like if you see his build, he's pretty reminiscent to a lot of footballers, so as to speak. He's very athletic, yet he's got that muscle mass as well, and that's why he has a good hit on the ball. So I would say that is the ideal golfer's physique. Right. I mean, there's nothing ideal. I mean, we come in all shapes and sizes, but that is something to aspire for, I would say. And that, it's not just that his swing is good. He's able to support that swing because he has very good musculature. You can't have that sort of a swing if you're not that coordinated or if you don't have correct proportions as far as your upper body, lower body is concerned. So he can do that because his lower body can support that sort of motion of his swing, which is pretty taxing as well. So he's rotatory. You see him always finishing really well, and that takes a lot of fitness.
And now we have Manish Thakran. Very important week for him. He's 118th on the Tata Steel PGTI ranking. He needs a top 5 finish at least this week to seal his card for next season.
I think from the looks of it, it's almost like a haymaker. He's going to be able to secure his card if he can get it done. But we've seen this on hole number 12. The players are sort of a little cautious. They don't want to go beyond the flag because then you'll end up 3-putting. But in order to do that, they end up leaving it short.
So are they better placed if they leave it a little short?
Absolutely, in order to make the next one, because if you go beyond it, there's a steep embankment. But then they don't really capitalize on the good shot. So that's where deft touch comes into play. You want the ball to just die in on a hole like this. You can't be too aggressive on this one.
There's another factor in play here. Jamal mentioned it to me in his interview after round 1. He's not kind of used to this kind of weather back in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, where he's from. So he gets time to, get started in the morning because it's quite cold for him. It's a major adjustment for him. And we've not been playing in very cold weather of late up until the event in Assam. So he says it's important for me to make that adjustment to the weather here in Delhi.
Yeah, it is rather cold. In fact, when I woke up in the morning today to come here, it was 5 degrees in the morning in Gurugram. Of course, here by the time we landed up, it was about 8 or 9. So what happens, the extremities, as we have a look at his putt, he would have learned a lot from this group. I'm pretty certain he won't leave it short. So
yes, there you have it.
He's a great learner of the game. He's seen the group. He knows the speed. He's given it a good run. So what happens in this weather, the blood sort of goes away from the extremities. It goes all towards your vital organs, especially when it's really cold. So you'll find that when it's cold, your hands and feet will be considerably colder than the rest of your body. So that's what happens to golfers as well in cold weather. You'll see the hands are very cold in the morning. So you can't really grip onto the club. Your body won't rotate. So it's imperative that in cold weather, you actually wake up a lot earlier, spend time to warm up and do everything so that the time you reach the first hole, your body is rotating. Otherwise, the first few holes can get away from you really quickly.
The reason I asked you this question was the fact that you were mentioning it to me in the morning that, the hands won't get started because it's too cold.
Exactly. It's like the carburetor of a car. you need things to heat up here. But this is ideal weather right now. You can make birdies. The wind is not much a factor. You can look at the trees up there. Nothing much happening. Benign conditions. So if you're on song and you have a few good holes coming, I think you can make birdies. The hole number 18, 14, there are birdie opportunities. But I was just having a look at hole number 18. As you have a look at Dharma here, who seems to be on hole number 14, is going for it. It's going to be some interesting viewing here. It takes a lot of gusto to go for this green, mind you. There's not much space if you miss it, and he's done decently well.
Is he just on the edge?
Yeah, he's missed it on the right side. He'll have a pretty straightforward chip putt, so that's not too bad.
Right.
So for a golfer to win it, you have to also take shots on. You can't be laying up because you don't get too many birdie opportunities on a golf course like this. You can see Arjun Puri has just hit a blistering shot of the tee. Long one. He's just probably coming in with a mid-iron here.
He's very familiar with this course. He's played a lot at the DGC, even though he now plays at the RCGC in Kolkata.
Yeah, so this is... he's a long hitter as well as Arjun. This shouldn't really be too difficult for him. Let's see if this should be a towering iron shot. That's what this hole demands. Not quite certain where that is ended up. And now we have, I think, Manish Thakran there in... no, that's not Manish Thakran. My apologies. That's...
gained a lot of experience playing on the Asian Tour of late. He also has a victory on the Asian Development Tour to his name. I'll now hand over to my fellow commentator Rahul Bajaj. He'll be joining Shaurya Singh shortly.
Thank you, Nikhil. As we have a look at this approach shot, this would be a mouth-watering prospect for him. Maybe a 6-iron. And given his look at that, given his prodigious ball striking, I was going to say this is going to be close, and it's indeed turned out like that. But Rahul, you see what they've done. They made it so difficult. It's downhill all the way after the first half. And this ball, I don't think you can hit a better golf shot.
It's all uphill from here.
Yeah, but that shot he would have. You can't expect too much, but that was as good as it can get. Like, it was really nice, high iron, towering iron shot by him. And Yuvraj Sandhu has a lot of compression on the ball. Still, that rolled over. So I must say that 10 out of 10 on design of golf course. That's how you make it difficult.
And that was his second shot on the
Yes.
on the par 5 14th. In fact, if coming in from on his second shot and he goes up to the back of that green, that's a pretty good look at eagle. Come to think about it, 20 feet away, he would have had a long iron in, and to pitch that one up onto that top tier and be able to stop that could be quite difficult. But I think he's done phenomenally well. In fact, glass half full, he's got 20 foot for eagle there.
Glass half full. We're getting all the ammo out, ladies and gentlemen. The glass is indeed half full, and we would implore you to join us for the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by none other than the legend, Mr. Kapil Dev, Haryana Hurricane, the winner of the 1983 World Cup. Mind you, this tournament is no less. It's got a stellar field. We've had players from all over the globe descend.
Not only does it have a stellar field, we also have this as the penultimate tournament of the season. In fact, the final tournament of the season for many players. If they do not make it to the top 60 through this event, players will not make it to the final tour championship, which is to be happening next week at Tatanagar/Jamshedpur.
Yeah, that's something the players really don't want to miss. It's such a great opportunity, for the players to get another handsome paycheck.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu seems to be getting closer up to the top of the leaderboard, currently at a tie for 4th position at 2 under par in total for the tournament, even par for the day. In fact, Yuvraj Sandhu also, we haven't seen him in top form for about a year or so, but seems like things are coming together now. SSP Chaurasia also at 1 under par. Rahil Gangji seems to have given up all of the birdie catchings that he had early this morning and finishes up at 1 under par for the round, to be at even par for the tournament. Definitely not the deepest scoring week here at the Delhi Golf Club. Tough conditions for the players, as we have one of them, I don't know, is he going for the shade or is he looking for a golf ball?
That's Dharma here on hole number 14, who came in with some sort of an iron for his approach shot and just about missed a little bit to the right. Not quite certain where that has ended up. So scorecard can beguile you a little bit here. It shows only 507 yards, but believe you me, it plays a lot longer because the driver is almost taken out of your hands. And if you do go with the driver, then I must say that you have a lot of bravado standing on that tee, because it's an elevated tee. You're hitting to a fairway which is about 15 or 25 feet below from where you're hitting, and you're surrounded by trees on either side. This fairway is flanked by trees, an understatement, dense bushes. So you're actually having to align on one of them and try and draw or cut it. So it really is not the easiest shot of the tee to take a driver on. So
here, Dharma seems to have his work cut out from the right side of this green. With that flag location, that'll be a tough shot to be stopping close to the hole.
I think majority of the players probably go with a rescue or a 3-wood.
Currently at 2 under par. M. Dharma looking to make a birdie. Let's see what kind of a putt can he really come back with. It seems like a bit of a hard hit.
That's going to roll off the green, and it just about stays on. Not bad.
Well, that'll be a long putt and a pray.
Absolutely. That's a lot of shots here on this golf course. You just hit and hope or hit and pray, depending on the kind of person you are.
No, mostly a hit and pray.
Or have a lot of gallery walking with you and bound it off them, but that doesn't quite work out. Not like the the bigger tours where you have
just like me, doesn't work out.
You don't need to, my friend. You're fit as a fiddle.
As a fiddle, as they say.
Jamal Hussain now leading the tournament alongside Ajitesh Sandhu. We predicted, I did that, 9 under par might be the score. Apart from these two players, the rest of the field really has their work cut out to get to 9 under par.
Well, in fact, having said that, this golf course, just the way it is set up, as well as the toughness that it provides, you really don't know, who's going to be holding that cup at the end of tomorrow. So, we can only tell really when the last putt drops on the 72nd hole.
Good shot by Arjun Puri there. Really well done. Great touch by him. Giving himself a birdie opportunity there.
Nice place also to leave himself upright, like with that uphill chip shot remaining. M. Dharma certainly has got about 40 feet or so now for his birdie putt. We also have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu nearly getting ready for his eagle attempt.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu after that beautiful iron shot. Really well executed. Of all the players that I've seen on tour, I find it hard to find one other player who hits better iron shots than Yuvraj Sandhu. He has really fond of seeing the way that he hits the long irons.
That definitely was a testimony to that.
Yeah, he has great technique and also good speed as well. You see a lot of hitters who are long. There are a lot of players now. The tour is replete with them who can hit long. But the quality of iron strike is just different when I see him. The way the ball comes off, there's something very different the way that he hits the irons.
Must be compressing the ball a fair bit. Yuvraj, of course, has had the last 2 years mostly plying his trade, on the international soil, and he must have certainly learnt many things from there. And now bringing it back here to the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024.
You've been a long hitter yourself, and so maybe you can relate. The way the ball takes off for about the first half, the ball flight. Let's have a look at this first. Has he got the correct line? It looks so.
Wow,
that's a good putt. Great speed, and that should be a tap-in birdie for him. Maybe about 2.5 feet coming back.
Absolutely, that's quite surprising, right? Like from where we look at this, this looks like a lot of left to right slope on that putt, but that ball actually broke the other way. So that really goes to show, what you're really seeing out here, in plain sight. Might not be the case with the putt, and that's what players have to do really well to navigate their way along this golf course. Not only do they have the rough to deal, also have these kind of lines to deal with. M. Dharma coming off for a birdie. Has he got it?
I think he's done really well. What I've been most impressed is his speed control on the green being exhibited by M. Dharma. So I was saying that you see the best iron strikers are the one where the ball doesn't move too much for the first half. Their start lines and their end lines are pretty similar. Where they start the ball, it normally ends pretty close to that. So the movement is not much, but the compression rate is very high.
Could we nearly say that the ball speeds at the start of their shots actually is quite high, and because of that the ball doesn't really waver so much at the start, and then as the ball starts to lose its speed, that's when it really starts to take that spin off and drop off to the right or drop off to the left. Is that what you're talking about?
And a very consistent pattern. That's what I'm saying. You see a lot of long hitters, they do have a lot of movement as well. That doesn't seem that impressive, but something where it starts off almost like in a tube each and every time.
Yes.
Like probably somebody you can think of is in his heyday is Jyoti Randhawa. That sort of compression where the ball takes off a little bit, those risers, so as to speak.
You're absolutely right. In fact, Jyoti was one of the best ball strikers back in the day, and you're absolutely right with the rate of compression and also the start lines. In fact, most guys on professional golf tours, you will find that their start lines are really, really tight, and it's only when mostly we would find that in amateurs. We see a lot of movements along the golf ball. The start lines, start off a little bit wavered, but most of the pros, what they're really excellent at is starting the ball online, and their miss hits are sort of like within a little corridor. Compared to a usual club golfer, you'd see that a lot more wavered in terms of where the ball begins. It could sometimes start right, sometimes left, and that's the biggest amount of control that pros have over any other golfer in the world.
Great putt right there, and It's insightful discussion that we just had about ball striking. As we have a look at the next group, already ready to hit. Seems to be one player who's laid up. The group of Sudhir Sharma, Rashid Khan, and Dhruv Sharon.
Sudhir Sharma seems to have lost all the roll from those wheels, and it's currently at 6 over par for the day, coming in right now from on that 14th hole from the middle of the fairway. He's having a tough day with all that hard work that was completed in the first 2 days with 75 and 70 to be at 1 over par for my apologies, 69 and 72 to be at 3 under par for the tournament. Currently at 3 over par for the tournament. That's a lot of good work undone for Sudhir.
Yeah, I think the first hole unfortunately set the tone of the day, and it's just been an unfolding capitulation from there on in. The round really hasn't recovered, so as to speak. He'll have to put on the brakes. You need to stem the rot at some point in time. Maybe end with a couple of birdies. Try to get around 5 over. That's, you can at least try and control the damage, and so that he can come back on another day more, fresher and try to do well on the final day.
Well, absolutely. In fact, with the week not being very deep scoring, I think if the player is able to catch on and not drop any more shots after like a blemish like that, and try to just stay where they are, I think even that right now seems like an advantageous position on this leaderboard.
Yeah, I think on a golf course like this, you have to have your wits about you. If it's not going your way, you shouldn't quite give up. You have to really put a premium on each shot. Dhruv.
Absolutely. In fact, with a price burst of 2 CR riding this week and the top 60 to be wide for, I think each shot definitely counts.
Now I'm looking at the scorecard of Digraj Singh Gill. So he had a 7 over on the front 9. He had a birdie on 10 and an eagle on 18 too, and 4 over for the day. So that's emblematic of how you need to think about this golf course.
Very colorful, I must say, by Digraj. Pretty much using all the colors from the flag that he's using there alongside his name. In fact,
yeah, he's had red, white, and blue. So being true to his
true to the flag stripes.
Yeah, exactly, to his country, United States of America. So it's good that he held it together, and that's the kind of attitude you require on a golf course like this, as we see Dhruv Sharon striding on purposefully.
The penultimate group now walking up onto the 14th green. Dhruv Sharon, Sudhir Sharma, and Rashid Khan. Rashid, of course, his own pursuits seem to have come undone with a bunch of bogeys on 9th, 10th, and 11th. Currently at 3 over par for the day, being at even par for the tournament, while he had started the day at 3 under par for the tournament for the first 2 days. The only person who really seems to be making a move up that leaderboard is Hani Besoya, who has shot 2 under par for the day, currently at a tie for 7th position at 1 under par. Very less number of players here at under par today. Vinay Kumar Yadav being one of them at 1 under.
As we have a look at hole number 14, the flag just a little beyond the spine that runs through midway.
As we go now to Nikhil Kalan from the PGTI of India. Nikhil will be taking on from here.
Very good afternoon, viewers. We are back at the DGC, and today joining us is Major R.S. Bedi, popularly known as Billy Bedi. He has had an illustrious military career, being a Veer Chakra awardee, and he's also led the effort here at the Delhi Golf Club as far as the redesigning of the course is concerned few years back as the president. Sir, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
I would begin by asking you, could you take us through the process and the kind of effort that has gone into redesigning this course, especially since the players this week are finding it very challenging. The scores aren't going too deep.
Yeah, sure. So, traditionally, this course has been a very flat course, flat fairways, unimaginative bunker positions, flat greens. And more than that, it had outlived its usefulness and utility because keeping up those greens in the required state was impossible. And the course had deteriorated a whole lot, with the result that the last Panasonic Open that was held in DGC in 2018 is when I had taken over as president. They vowed never to come back to the Delhi Golf Club. Now that really shook us up. And for the Delhi Golf Club, which is supposed to be a prestigious course, we said we can't have this kind of thing. So we took upon an idea which had first floated by the late Siddharth Sriram in 2016. He is the originator of the concept. But we took it on seriously, and then for the next 9-10 months, we got our act in place, got Gary Play Design to do the designing of the greens complexes, which are the greens and 40 meters around the greens, all these bunkers, etc. And we started work in March 2019. One of the conditions that we had given Gary Play Design was that, look guys, this is a members club. But we do want to take it back to it being one of the most sought after professional tournament clubs. And therefore the course that you, the greens and surroundings that you design must have both elements, which means the average golf club player, the member of the club, can negotiate with reasonable skill. At the same time, for professional tournaments, we make such positions on the green that become truly challenging for the professionals. So one of the reasons why it is challenging today is the fact that these greens have been designed to make it difficult for professionals, especially the contours on the green and the slickness of the greens. So these are the two things that I think professionals are today finding it difficult to maneuver. So it took us 9 months to complete the entire course, which means the fairways as you see them now, totally new bunkers. But we took up the challenge, and 9 months we gave the course back to the membership, and there was no rumbling, because when you close a course for 9 months, you're bound to get a lot of rumbling. And they understood, and we really worked hard to put this course back. And more importantly, 80% of the funds were raised by the then management. So it cost the club very little to do up this course.
Thank you for taking us through the whole process and all the effort that has gone into redesigning this golf course. One last question. When we speak to the players, over the years we've been speaking to them when they play tournaments here at the DGC, they often say they avoid the driver on most holes. What is your own mantra to playing the DGC?
Yeah, so you see, the average golf club member, DGC member, doesn't hesitate to use the driver because he is not all about hitting 300 yards, right? He wants to stay on the fairway. But when you get to professional tournaments where they really take the driver out and want to swing the thing into and get a 340, 350 yards, then you have a problem because of the basic nature of the club. As you can see, the fairways are narrow. They are hemmed in by forest cover all over. And therefore, for them, it is inhibiting because, professionals can't really take chances and lose a stroke or two just by going to the jungle. So that is why the driver is best kept in the bag. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking to us, and thank you for all your valuable insights. That is it from here, the 18th hole at the DGC. It is back to the commentators, Shaurya and Rahul.
As we get back with the action after a little chat between Nikhil Kalan and Mr. Bedi. Mr. Bedi is an old-timer here at the Delhi Golf Club. Varun Parekh coming in from the left rough, pretty much stuck between rock and a hard place.
Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out here. Just about managed to chip out of there, but didn't get ideal contact and left it in the rough again. So we'll have another attempt at it.
Coming in from the left rough here.
Playing the difficult hole number 16.
16 being in the left is usually prudent, but if you go too far inside, then there's no stopping you.
That's the thing about Delhi golf course. It doesn't really give you any side to miss on. So if you normally have a golf course where trouble's on one side, you can avoid it and over adjust and probably go to the other. But here, it's fraught with danger on either side. Very rarely do you get a reprieve where you can just stand and hit. I think if you go through the entire list of holes, there's not a single tee shot that comes to mind. Even a layup on hole number 15 is one where you have to focus.
Right. In fact, the 15th hole, the tee shot is extremely imperative. In fact, over there, being in the middle of the fairway is pretty much a crime. You have to be more towards the right side of the fairway. Otherwise, you will not have a shot to any of the flag sticks which are placed up on that green. Varun Parekh coming up from the rough on the 16th hole. This is a long shot here to get the ball onto the green in 3 shots. 16th hole also now more elevated than it used to be back in the day, coming up from over that tree on the left rough. Varun Parekh
needs to slow down.
Well, coming off the rough to control the spin on the ball can be pretty difficult. Varun just now on the back edge of this green will have his work cut out to save a 5. Currently at 1 over par for the tournament and a tie for 12th position. As news flows in, Jamal Hussain Molla makes a bogey on hole number 13 and is now 1 shot away from Ajitesh Sandhu at 8 under par. As we take a look at the stalwart Kapil Dev, they're giving a little bit of a putting lesson, as it seems, to our media men.
Yeah, really a proficient golfer as well, Kapil. In fact, I think I've already told you this story where he was at the ignominy of being paired with me in an amateur event.
I wonder how that was for him. He's a pretty fast player, I know. And you of course, my friend, you're in the Hall of Fame for slow play.
You can well imagine how it was for him. In fact, I remember his on hole number 6. It was him, me and Harinder at the Classic Golf Resort.
I remember when you were on the tour, the timing for playing was 50 seconds and 40 seconds for the rest of the 2 players. And the first player got 50 seconds to hit. I mean,
not
at least you got some buffer.
Not if he's playing with me. I used to get all this.
Yeah, I mean, you used to take all of the seconds, but and the minutes as well. But going at now, imagine if you were on the tour today with 30 seconds to play. I wonder how much a penalty would you have had? I mean, the amount of fines you would have paid would have been quite mammothous.
Try and get a motorized vehicle. In fact, I'd gone just to tell you, I always try my hand at everything. I'd gone for the pre-qualifying at Jaipur, and we had a beautiful group there as well. It was myself, Bhanu Pratap Singh, and Karan Vasudeva.
Oh my God!
But it was an interesting day for the 3 of us, and I tried my best to be quick. I played a 1 over there. I was very happy about it. But seeing the standard of play now, it's even the pre-qualifying went at 2 under. So it's great that golf is. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you get it done. Not just in cricket, but even in golf. He can bowl out swingers, in swingers, hit sixes, win a World Cup, and he can get the ball in the hole.
Makes it look easy.
The man
dressed up today in Indian attire. In fact, one of the common things that I find between you and him is the hair color.
Absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out.
Experience, my friend, is what it is.
Inadvertent experience, my friend.
I like the way you stared up at my head.
Yes.
Afterwards.
I thought if I could crack a few, but I realized that you've got a beautiful mane, which is still naturally colored, is it?
Let the secrets stay secrets.
Superior genetics, I say, still having original.
Don't go down to the genetics, my friend.
Superior, I tell you, in this day and age, to have hair is a luxury, and then to have hair in its original color.
That in itself.
It's few and far in between, like yourself.
Leader group now here at the 14, the green. Jamal Hussain Mola seems to have left himself a bit short. Ajitesh Sandhu trying to figure out how he can get by from around Jamal's line. In fact, another good mention here would be how you would notice professional golfers always go around the player to mark their golf balls on the putting surface, and that's really a part of etiquettes of the game to not walk on anyone else's line, and that respect you give, and then you get it back as well.
I think golf is the code of etiquette, not really written down but understood. It's a gentleman's game, and I think mutual respect and following the unwritten laws is really important golf, and one of them is obviously not stepping on your opponent's line. And obviously there are quite a few others as well, but this I think really comes to mind: being mindful of your co-players, being respectful while they're playing, not trying to disturb them. And also I think one of the most important ones now, especially with the way professional golf is keeping pace, playing in time, ensuring that everybody gets his fair share of time to hit the ball. So I think golf rules have evolved a lot over the years, and I think all the rules are great. The only one that I don't agree with, 3 minutes to find a ball. 3 minutes, you can't find your purse in your house sometimes in your 3 minutes. So I don't know. I think 3 minutes is really really cutting it too fine. But I feel apart from that, all the other rules are really welcome. They've helped speed up the game of golf. As we have a look at Jamal, who I assume would be here in 2.
I'm not so sure whether Jamal's here in 2 or 3, but we will find out shortly. And you're absolutely right. I think I do agree with you that 3 minutes is too less a time to be looking for a golf ball, especially if you were to be in a jungle like this. The rough here really is not like the ball is going to be visible from the outside. So it could have hit a tree and gone elsewhere and ricocheted. And that can be quite a tough thing to navigate. So the best of way to actually stay within those 3 minutes is to just keep hitting it in the fairway. Jamal Hussain Mola coming up just a little bit short, but should have about 3 feet from the right to the left for his birdie putt. What seems to be a birdie putt to us.
Decent putt by him, keeping it under the hole. What was your club of choice when you were playing the 14th, Rahul?
I would play the 14th as a 3-shot hole more often than not, especially in pro golf. In amateur golf, I've done my antics of trying to sock up a driver from that tee box. But as I turned pro, I think I would have teed off more and more with a 3-iron off this tee box and giving myself a wedge after that.
I think that's something that I see has happened to a lot of us. When we were amateurs, we were freewheeling a lot more. I think we used to sort of, I don't know if it's right to say, enjoy the game for what it was. You used to try a lot of shots, but when you become a professional, you're a little more circumspect of not losing a shot. So you're always playing more percentage golf as opposed to flashy golf.
In fact, this morning I had a chat with a good friend of mine, Jabir Singh, who also plays the tour. Ajitesh Sandhu just about running that by the hole. Good attempt at birdie here for him, a player from Chandigarh. In fact, Jabir and I were just talking about something very similar as to, how you want to really enjoy the game. In fact, the key is that all of these things, like let's say you want to change the club or you change your strategy and all of that, but you should still continue to hit the ball the way you want to hit it. So there could be changes in your strategy, but if your swing starts to look timid, that's when you'll start having problems.
Yeah, you're right. It's important to still stay true to your core and stick with what you do. It's been a day of high scores here at the Delhi Golf Club. And if you were to look right now, the conditions seem pretty benign, but I think there's a lot under the surface which you need to unearth to understand the difficulty that the players face on a golf course like this. It's not quite the Delhi golf course of yesteryear, as that but just about grazes by. It's a lot more difficult now. Conditions are pristine as ever. One thing you remember about Delhi golf course, we've all grown up playing tournaments here, junior tournaments and so on and so forth, is that you'd always find it in immaculate condition.
In fact, interestingly, we have got about 7 players who are first-time winners on the PGTI this year. We've got Shaurya Binu, who's won twice this year on the tour. We've got John Parry, who won the Delhi Challenge 2024. We have Rasmus, Peterson, who won the Kolkata Challenge 2024. We have Kita Nakajima, who won the Hero Indian Open 2024. Rehan Thomas, who won the KGISL Presents Coimbatore Open 24. We've also got Dhruv Shoran, who won the Chennai Pro Championship, and Shaurya Bhattacharya, who won the JNK Open presented by JNK Tourism. So quite a bit of first-time winners here on the PGT of India. Again, goes to really show the strength of the tour now. If I remember correctly, more often than not, you'd see probably one or two first-time winners on the tour. But this year we've got 7 of them.
Yeah, it makes me think about my favorite movie of all time.
Which one is that?
I don't know if I'll be crucified for saying this, but the Professional Golf Tour of India, as we see that part go in, reminds me now, because of the exuberance of the youth and the onslaught of the youth. My favorite movie, No Country for Old Men. But no, of course, I say that in jest. We see that the experienced hands are there as well. They will fight, and they will not go quietly into the night. They will fight tooth and nail. Not an inch shall be given.
So take a look at Ajitesh's putt now, returning back from about 3 feet away. This ball should be pretty straight up, considering that ball from where he was coming in earlier didn't break too much.
It's a little slippery though. This putt needs to be hit firm. Keep it in the hole, and that's what he's done. He's been assertive with that one. The thing about Ajitesh's demeanor, you can't quite tell if he's made a birdie or a bogey.
He's got a way about himself, doesn't he, on the course?
He's pretty nonchalant in the way that he walks, has a swagger about him, and I think he's been consistent all throughout. When he started his career, I remember I used to think, how can he not be irked by dropping a shot and have the same expression? But I think he does that really well.
Just like Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, is that what you're trying to tell us?
Yeah, maybe I think Ernie Els is too much of big easy. That would be too much of a stretch. But I think he's I can't quite think of demeanor. I mean, it's very tough to think of at the top of my head right now. But I think he carries himself in a very unique manner.
As we talk about unique manners, this is a unique golf hole here. The 16th, almost a 90-degree dogleg towards the right. The 16th hole. Players usually trying to fly the ball off the tee box about 240 yards to be able to stop it within that little area which you can see off the screen right now over a tree. So it's got to be a well-struck shot, otherwise it's a tough one. Wind seems to be coming in from the right to the left, a little bit downwind on this hole.
You played a lot of golf all throughout Asia and the world. Have you ever seen a golf course like Delhi Golf Course? I can't recollect if I've ever seen anything like this.
I wouldn't say there are many golf courses in the world which are exactly reminiscent of what the Delhi Golf Club is. It's, of course, got its own history, its own characteristics. And, there's no other golf course second to the DGC. But there are phenomenal few golf courses around the world. And there are a lot of places where you've got a lot of tight tee shots. And you've got to also play good second shots. If those characteristics are to be thought of, yes, there are many such courses. But the penalty over here at Delhi Golf Club to miss hit a shot is huge compared to many of the other tracks that you might be referring to.
As you have a look at M. Dharma. What a brilliant shot by M. Dharma, right on the money. That's how you get it done.
M. Dharma setting himself up for a birdie here on the 16th hole.
If you were flanked by water hazards on either side, that still gives you a little bit of reprieve. You get a one-shot penalty. But I think it's just not knowing where the ball is. Sometimes it's almost like,
I couldn't agree with you more, actually.
You feel like a raider of the lost ark, that you're looking for some sort of treasure when you get lost here on hole number 6 and 7 or somewhere. That's a brilliant shot. A replay. Look at that shot by Dharma M. Players walking down on hole number 14. M. Dharma having played 13 holes. And for those of you who are joining us on this wonderful afternoon, this Thursday afternoon, I'd like to tell you that we are live on location from the Delhi Golf Course, and we bring to you the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024 presented by Mr. Kapil Dev. The tournament offers the prize fund of rupees 2 crore, and this is the inaugural event and the inaugural event by Vishwa Samundra. And the penultimate.
We have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming in from the false front there on the 16th hole. That will be a bit of a tough up and down there for Yuvraj, but make no mistake, if there's someone who can do it, that's got to be Yuvraj.
You see that design really comes into play here. He'll have to flight this up, won't really be rolling it.
Yeah, Yuvraj, I think, has done a phenomenal job out of that chip shot. He's given himself a good opportunity for par there, just about 3 feet away. And, perhaps a lob wedge is the only choice that a player has over there. The player's got to get the ball up in the air pretty quickly and then play around with the release as well.
Isn't that a really difficult shot?
Absolutely
as
is.
compared to just rolling a 9-9?
Absolutely is. I mean, you've got to pop up that lob wedge and drop it within about 5-6 yards, and you have to do that accurately. Otherwise, that ball can be anywhere. As we take a look at Arjun Puri, who's, he's got that bit of anchoring on that left going on, using a putter from off the green.
I've really been impressed by how Manish Thakran and Arjun Puri have been able to keep their game together today. One is at even par and the other at 1 over. That's really impressive given the conditions and just what this day means. As we see that putt almost going in now, that runs by gave him a little bit of food for thought for his par putt coming back. They've handled themselves really immaculately given the grand stage that it is, such a big event. You're playing the leader group and you're around the lead. Both of them, I think they've done resplendently well.
Absolutely. Jamal and Ajitesh both making birdies on the 14th hole, as we saw on our screens just a few minutes ago. Now at 9 under par is Ajitesh leading the way over Jamal Hussain Mola, who is at 8 under par for the tournament. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu also now at 3 under par, tied alongside Manish Thakran, and they're up at tie for third position. So quite a show going on over here. It seems like for the players away from Jamal and Ajitesh, they'll find it tough to catch up, but you never know. It's another thing that happens, when you're playing from off the green using a putter. It can be quite tough to judge the speed, as the initial bit of the ball travel is on slow ground, and then once the ball hits the green, it's just going to catch up on some speed.
Now this is going to be a tricky little one for Arjun coming back downhill. It should be fairly straight, but the thing about it is you still have to hit it firm, otherwise it'll veer off in either direction. So he has to be committed to this putt. Take it on. You can't quite easy it there. Well done by him. Another point that I was looking at, that the lowest round today, Rahul, is just 3 under par. And you have only 8 players who are under par today. What does that goes to show you? That this is really brutal today out there. I mean,
absolutely.
You got the best players, some of the best players in the continent, so as to speak, and it's really humbled them today.
I couldn't agree with you more when you said that best players in in this continent, and you're absolutely right. It just goes to show the toughness of the golf course, and kudos to the Greens committee at the Delhi Golf Club to have set up such a challenge for the players with fast greens. And of course, the winds weren't set up by them, but the winds are adding to that challenge for the players. Yuvraj Sandhu closing in with a par here on the 16th hole, keeping up at tied third.
One perceptible change that I can see in his game is that he's really tightened up the short game. I saw him on hole number 9 hit that lofted shot, really good control. That tells you a lot about a player when they can hit that high elevated lob shot around the green as opposed to running it up. Shows you confidence and also belief in ability.
Absolutely. In fact, one of the things that all these players must have is a belief in their abilities. And if I remember correctly, Yuvraj was always good at these wedge shots from around the greens, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's even bettered them from how good he used to be, especially owing to all of that experience of playing on the Asian Tour and the Asian Development Tour over the past 2 years. There are a lot of tabletop greens that you find in Southeast Asia, and that can get really challenging for your wedge play. M. Dharma closing in with a birdie here on the 16th after that scintillating golf shot will take him up to 3 under par for the tournament and a tie for third position. As we go and look at our penultimate group, which is coming in now, Sudhir Sharma will be the one to hit first. Seems like he's wanting to change his golf club. Must have decided depending on the wind. It's always that little thing, right? Should I hit a 9? Should I hit an 8? Should I hit an 8? Or should I hit a 9? Should I make it an easy 8? Or should I make it a hard 9? Which one is it really going to be? And that's what usually takes all the time, right? That's what you used to do, when it took the minute and a half.
I think I used to go in, my mind used to freeze. I had so many elements I was thinking. I think I would also think, what am I going to eat for dinner today? I think it used to take so much time. I'm pretty certain I could only not be thinking about the game of golf. But guilty as charged. That's what happens sometimes. The game can really get to you.
I must say, it's quite colorful here on the leaderboard at the Delhi Golf Club. I think Jamal Hussain is the only player up there who's made only one bogey in the day.
Good afternoon, viewers. We are now joined by Mr. Dheeraj Jha, promoter and partner, Athletic Drive. Athletic Drive is the apparel partner of the Professional Golf Tour of India. They're providing us those fabulous t-shirts and trousers that we wear on tour during tournaments. And I'd like to begin by asking Mr. Dheeraj Jha, so tell us a little bit about your association with the PGTI over so many years. How do you look back at it?
Hi, good afternoon, viewers. It's an absolute pleasure, and we are very much delighted to be associated with the PGTI. They have been a great support for promoting the brand, and we are thoroughly enjoying our association with them.
And sir, tell us a little bit about the philosophy of the brand, because you keep coming up with newer designs every now and then, every 6 months, every 1 year. Tell us a little bit about the thought behind the brand.
The principle about the brand is that we want to create an indigenous sportswear brand in India, which has a value for money. The technology, what we are trying to achieve is the technology what any international brand is doing, because we have our own in-house manufacturing. So it is much easier for us to do our research and development. At the same time, the price point should be such where, because everybody thinks golf is a very expensive sport. So we want to compensate as far as the clothing is concerned, that it is value for money, it is not very expensive, and it is as good as any international brand.
Thank you for speaking to us and being a pillar of support for the PGTI for so many years, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's back to the studio with our commentators, Shaurya Singh and Rahul Bajaj.
Back with the action here on the 16th hole. Our penultimate group with Dhruv Shoran, Rashid Khan and Sudhir Sharma.
Rashid Khan having a sedate day, so to speak, a 3 over par. Shows you that how this golf course has actually changed. I remember Rashid, if I'm not wrong, shot a 12 under par here as well in some tournament at DGC. Do you remember it?
I don't think it was 12. I think it was probably a 8 or a 10, but
I think it was a 12. If I'm not wrong, it Was it 12 or 11 under par?
I do remember 10 or 11 under par coming from Shiv Kapoor a couple of years ago at one of the Asian Tour events, wherein on the final day, Shiv decided to hit a driver on each and every hole, in fact, including the second. And he actually capitalized on that day.
That's impressive. I think he's ramrod straight is Shiv Kapoor.
Rashid Khan seems to be a birdie putt here on the 16th. Rashid currently only at 2 under par for the tournament with 2 birdies that he's just made on the 14th and 15th, and this for 3 in a row.
There's a paucity of birdies here at the Delhi Golf Club. You're going to have to earn each and every one. I can't think of a single hole where you'll be handed a birdie here.
Well, it's never up, never in, my friend.
If you think of other golf courses, sometimes you hit a drive and you get a birdie. Even for a medium hitter, you just hit off the tee, you know that you're going to get a birdie after a drive.
Which golf course are you playing, Shaurya? Which golf course are you getting a birdie after a tee shot? Tell me.
Think about any golf course where you have a reachable par 4 or a short par 5. You hit your drive.
Oh, you hit your drive on the green and you have 2 putt, basically. Is that what you're saying?
No, my dear friend.
Oh, but you should be getting them given when you're on the green.
Yeah, of course, because my opponents don't want to
So
wait
you're
for
actually
the time.
making eagles on these par 4s.
Exactly. They don't want to wait 5 minutes. They want to wait 30 seconds. So they say, all right, my friend, pick it up and let's go on to the next.
Well, very interesting that you come up with this kind of stuff. Really, you hit your drive and you can make a birdie. Lovely.
You stopped my train of thought.
You're
my friend.
really fooling our viewers over here.
You know, they say great commentary is a little bit of chicanery and a little bit of truth. So we try to keep it interesting for you. We try to give you different perspectives, but I was not speaking in tongue in cheek, my friend. I was being very factual. There are many golf courses where a long hitter like yourself can actually get the ball on the green and get a birdie. But you can't quite do it here, can you, my friend?
I can get birdies if you can give me given putts.
All right, so I'll putt for you. You hit it off the tee.
No way.
The opponents will walk away. Our viewers don't need to be reacquainted with the story of when my co-player slept on the putting green when I was putting. As you have a look at Dhruv Sharon here at hole number 16. I like the way Dhruv Sharon really goes about the game of golf. Has got a spring in his step. Or is it the exuberance of youth?
Dhruv.
And that just runs by.
Currently at 4 over par for the day. Definitely needs to start doing some damage. Hopefully can make a birdie or 2 closing in on the 17th and 18th. Should help him jump up a bunch of spots and not create too much damage on this 3rd day of the tournament. Even though it's moving day, seems like a lot of players are moving downwards. Only some seems to be moving upwards.
Yeah, they didn't quite get the memo. A lot of them have moved the wrong direction, but that's how it is. It's been trying conditions at the Delhi Golf Club.
And almost no one from that angle seems to be making that putt, isn't it?
Yeah. And,
please do not try what Sudhir is trying there on your screens, going with a backhand putter.
It's been that sort of day for Sudhir. He's 6 over par and that can get to you, even to the best of players. That is a sign of frustration.
Ajitesh Sandhu becomes the player who takes this tournament into double-digit under par and now is at 10 under par for the tournament with a birdie on the 15th, the par 4. M. Dharma and his group now on the 17th green.
Live feed 1. Let's see if Dhruv is able to hold that coming back, and he's able to do so comfortably.
For all of you naughty people who are just about joining us now after about 4 hours of the telecast, let me remind you all that we are all here at the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Kapil Dev. Prize purse of 2 crores on offer here at the DGC. This is the penultimate tournament of the PGTI season 2024 before the tour moves on to the Tour Championship at the Golmuri and Beldi golf courses. M. Dharma with a superb attempt there for birdie on the 17th. Lips out and should have about 3 feet for his par. The 17th hole today has got the flag location about 30 yards in from the front, which is right at that top tier, and 6 from the right, which is right over that bunker and the rough that you see on the right side of the green, which is on the left side of the screens as we speak. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, having come up with a more conservative approach on that tee shot, has left himself in the middle of the green, putting uphill for birdie. Sandhu would have another 6 feet remaining for his par here. That's quite a bit of work to do. The top 60 players would be moving from the Vishwa Samundra Open to go into the PGTI Tour Championship, which is the Tata Steel Tour Championship being played in Jamshedpur the week after. Only the top 60 players of the tour get to play the Tour Championship, and these top 60 players are also the same players who get to keep their card for the 2025 season. Any player from the 61st position onwards has to go back to qualifying school to get their rights back to be playing the tour. Yuvraj to go first here for their second putts. Yuvraj, very steady putting stroke there. A stable face, and there we go. A 3 for Yuvraj. When you putt like that, you're never scared of hammering that first putt a little bit by. Just, be as aggressive as one can be.
I think as somebody who is prodigious of the tee, if you can have the putter and wield it as a weapon and putt well, I think there's not much that can stop you in the game of golf. Let's have a look at Arjun here. Arjun, front nine has been replete with birdies. 4 birdies for him on the front nine, and outdoing him on that facet is Hani Besoya with 5 on the back nine, and in with a 2 under par today, finds himself at 1 under. I think anybody who's in red numbers at the end of the day is in contention. What do you reckon?
Yes, I think anyone in under par numbers right now seems like is in contention. But really speaking, the players who are going to have a chance at winning the Vishwa Samundra Open really will have to be, Ajitesh and Jamal, as the look of it right now is. I think that the players at 3 under par, which is M. Dharma and Manish Chakran, are going to have a bit of a tough time trying to catch up with so many shots. At the end of the day, Ajitesh and Jamal are both seasoned professionals, and it almost seems like a boxing match right now between the two of them.
Absolutely. It's a heavyweight battle. It's the thriller in Manila.
M. Dharma cleaning up here on the 17th, rolling that one nice and easy.
It's a good putt by M. Dharma.
These small ones don't really look like a very big putt, but believe you me, when you're standing there on that putt, trying to make that for par or for birdie, they are quite something. Quite nerve-wracking, these putts are, as we go to the 16th. Ajitesh Sandhu coming up from the middle of that fairway. Couldn't be better placed for that second shot.
Yeah, he's often spotted in the middle of the fairways, Ajitesh Sandhu. Makes life a lot easier if you can do that majority of the time.
So doing up his pre-shot routine here. Starts walking into the ball thereafter.
The great thing about his pre-shot routine is it's identical each and every time.
And that's what you'd find in most top players, right? Their routines are very similar from shot to shot, from day to day, from week to week.
Let's see how this one turns out for Ajitesh here on hole number 16.
While we say that, I think another good trait that most top players would have is that even though their routines might look very similar, they would also be people who are very open to change. It's quite contradictory in what I just said, but they would be open to change to like improve something, or if they have to change their routine to sort of maybe make that a little better, they'd be open to it.
As great Al Pacino had said, it's a game of inches. and especially here at the highest level, there's fine margins between 10th place and first place and so on. So the players are always trying to better themselves and find that next elixir, so as to speak.
Carefully being watched by his wife. Jamal now getting ready for his second shot.
I think it's a great thing that you have your significant other who's also proficient in the game of golf and understands the trials and tribulations. I, for one, whenever I didn't have my wife, it never turned out too well. I used to have added pressure, and in the process of trying to impress her, I think it often went the other way.
You had more trials and turbulences.
Yeah, so I'd say that's something. It always helps if your partner also knows the line of work that you are in.
So, what did she have to say afterwards?
She was happily disappointed. She said, "Please don't take so much time." As we have a look at Jamal, who's missed it in the bunker, and my dad does a great impersonation of my pre-shot routine. He cracks great jokes about my slow play. So it's really funny. It's a topic of great laughter in our house whenever we get together, cousins and all. My dad would enact my funny pre-shot routine. He said, "If I was your co-player, I'll probably shoulder you like a rugby player by then." I said, "Yeah, good thing you weren't."
What does your son have to say? I remember the last time that we did commentary together. I remember that your son was telling you on the driving range to hit the ball quickly. I remember you had a video where you were getting ready for a shot, and your son's telling you, like, get on with it already, buddy.
Yeah. I think he still does pull my leg. I try to take him on the golf course. He says, "Please."
I'm not sure if he's pulling your leg or if he's actually being factual.
Yeah, I like to think that he's pulling my leg, but
Right.
I think he's being factual. But I don't know. We haven't met for a while. I've been blessed by a daughter as well. So maybe.
Oh, lovely! Many congratulations.
Thank you. So I think maybe she'll be a little more kinder to me on the golf course.
I highly doubt it.
Spoken true words, my friend.
Highly doubt it. I don't think anyone can deal with that kind of blasphemy of the amount of time you take on the golf course. I mean, people finish their rounds on the weekends quicker than that.
You could be around and you still find me here. That's the love of the game, ladies and gentlemen, that I profess. Take all the time, as they say, in this life, extract each ounce from this great thing called life. And as we get a little more prophetic, we'd like to bring ourselves back to the point of discussion, because we are live from the Delhi Golf Club for the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Mr. Kapil, Haryana Hurricane World Cup champion, and now a golf aficionado and the head of Professional Golf Tour of India. There's so many other things we can say about the great man. And this tournament offers a prize fund of 2 crore. So a lot of money for the players to play for, and not just money, the world ranking points, pride. And for the others who are looking in outside the top 60, it's the only chance to secure their card. And if you are able to secure a card, you also get a great bonus. You get to play. Oh, that was a strange shot by Dhruv.
That was Dhruv trying to play a bit of a cute little shot there from the right bunker on the 17th.
That he really got under that shot on hole number 17, I believe he's playing.
Yep, but there is only so many ways that you can stop the ball on this flag location from that bunker. You will have to be really good with that wedge, get in really, really soft and underneath the ball to be able to stop it quickly. And that was a tough one. And Dhruv went with the shot of bravado and was not able to pull it off. But that's what it is. Hindsight is always 6 by 6. And to be honest, if he had pulled that shot off, we'd be sitting here and telling another story.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to take the risk on to reap the rewards. As we have Jamal, fairly a lot simpler, but he's run that by. I'll tell you, if have you played Delhi Golf Course after the redesign?
No, I have. I actually have. I played 9 holes on the Delhi Golf Club since the redesign.
So what you must have noticed, the bunker has become a lot smaller and a lot shallower. and that makes it a lot more difficult to put spin on the ball, because earlier the bunkers used to be deeper. Somehow the ball used to be suspended in the air for longer, so you could put more spin. Now what's happened, as we have a look at Dhruv making amends there in style. I tried to do one of those football South American announcer style goal, but unfortunately, maybe next time. So I was saying that the bunkers are a lot more shallow and smaller. So you're not able to get that spin coming out of the bunkers as well. Otherwise, if you have deeper bunkers, you can get more spin. I don't know why that is, but you'd find out here that players don't get that kind of spin either. So the greens are anyways these sort of turtleback, and the bunkers are not helping you either. So missing it in the bunker is not as easy as it normally is.
Have you played on this new layout?
Yes, I have.
So I think that because the texture of the sand has been changed, we have the white sand over here now, and the bunker slopes are really smoothened out. And what happens is that once the ball drops in there, it rolls up onto one slope and then comes back and settles in nearly towards the downhill part of that slope. Right, because of which the players find it really difficult to stop the ball, especially on these cute little flags which are closer to them. It gets really difficult to stop it. If the player's ball would end up more towards the middle of the bunker, it would be a far easier shot, but most players end up being at the downhill.
You know, another thing I'd like to say as you look at those live feed 1 and 2 is that I think one thing that has transpired thanks to those changes is that what I feel and what I've seen over the years is that the home course advantage has been taken away. You can see that in the scores. You can see that in the score sheet as we have a look at Dhruv Sharon. The local players, the advantage of being a sort of homeboy from here have been taken away because the greens are not the same. The fairways for everybody now, they're being more conservative. The great advantage that used to be was in and around the greens, but with these sort of green complexes, it eventually comes down to ball striking.
I think the only thing that the home course players now have to their advantage is the fact that when they stand on a tee shot, opposed to any of the outsiders who would stand on the tee shot, they'd be far more comfortable looking at the fairway and be able to think of a swing than a player who's coming from another golf course or plays on a much more open golf course. I think that's the advantage that is remaining today. And Jamal, they're making an up and down from the bunker, saves par on the 16th.
So we still have Ajitesh Sandhu leading by 2, really coming back in style on the back nine with a pair of birdies on hole number 14 and 15. Jamal Hussain really hanging strong, 4 under par, the best round of the day by Kapil.
So there's hardly many under par rounds. We've got Ajitesh at 2 under par, Jamal at 4 under par. We've got Hani Besoya at 2 under par for the day, who's already signed his scorecard. Rahil Gangji has signed a scorecard for -1. We also have Jaibir Singh, who's currently at -2 for the day. So Jaibir has jumped up a bunch of spots to be at 3 over par. We've got an eagle there today by Digraj Singh Gill on the 18th. We've got 1 under par numbers from Amrit Lal, Samarth Dwivedi and Alap Ayal.
Ajitesh Sandhu now on hole number 16. You think this is a trend that other golf courses might adapt, that redesign the green complexes and make it more difficult, add a premium to being in the fairway. And also I think this sort of negates some of this the trend of bomb and gouge, where you see a lot of players just hitting it all over the park, hitting it long, and then just the sheer length of the tee becomes an advantage. But here with greens like this, you have to be in the fairway. If you're not on the fairway, length doesn't really help you that much. You'd rather be 150 in the fairway than 100 in the rough with these kind of pin positions.
But that's another thing that has come up at the new layout, that you can't be very short off the tee as well. So you want to give yourselves inside 150 yards, like you mentioned. If you're someone who's going to be at a 6-iron or a 5-iron distance away from the green, like which can be possible on, let's say, a hole number 3 or 4, it is also possible on hole number 10 and 11. In that case, I think it's very difficult for a player to be able to make a score within 150 yards. The players are, up to their 9-iron. They can still compress the ball enough and create good enough stop on it, and would have great yardage control to be able to put it within 15-20 feet. But the longer it gets, it'll be very difficult to play and score to keep up with the top of the leaderboard.
So would you say, would it be fair to say that now it's trending more towards becoming a power game, but like still accuracy is at a premium, or you're saying that players who are still medium hitters that find it more difficult? Or how would a professional or an aspiring professional go on about it if you don't have the length? Because I think length is somehow an innate ability. You can train for it, you can improve, but you can't drastically change. As you have a look at the players on hole number 17, which is the postcard hole here at the Delhi Golf Course. It's got historic significance with that tomb on the right hand side.
Well, I think that the matter of distance is that players have to learn how to create speed pretty early on. If you start getting wrapped up in the golf swing and then not get into the speed bits in time, then I think one could be left with lesser distance. Having said that, I think at a golf course like a Delhi Golf Club, or let's say at a Royal Calcutta Golf Club, some of these courses they do not require the length entirely of the tee box. But what you do require at a Delhi Golf Club is the fact that you've got to be accurate in the length that you need to hit the shot at, and be able to place your iron shots well. Having said that, we don't require many drivers on this golf course. So a person even who does not probably have the longest yardage, let's say Ajitesh, he's not the longest hitter on the tour, but he's a very accurate player.
The pin being here at the back right, precarious pin position. If you go for it, you can lose your ball out on the right hand side. He's a little more conservative of the tee.
Yes, he's left it there in the center of the green.
What's your approach here on this hole, Rahul, with the pin being right at the back right?
Well,
do you try and cut it from the center? What do you
yes, I would try to cut it from the center, and my main goal would be to be on the same tier as the flag. I'm not very, I'm not really cooking it up so much to get it very close to that flag location, but I would certainly want to cut it a little bit so that I can be on the same tier and have more of a flattish putt rather than contending with that uphill. Jamal Hussain. If this situation was tomorrow where this would have been the 71st hole of the tournament, I think we would have seen the players go really straight on to that flag.
Depending on
the situation there is. But if we look at the situation right now on the board, you'd think that you would want to go straight at the flag if this was the 72nd hole, mind you. Hey, Jamal.
That's a really good shot.
Jamal Hussain Mola now on that top shelf of the green.
That's where you'd think a good professional would hit, not right at that. Anything right at that is maybe a little bit of a mistake if they're starting, or if they're really being aggressive.
Perhaps, but I definitely would want this ball to be left of this flag location off that tee box. I definitely don't want to see it leak out to the right.
Would you rather be 30 feet left of the flag or just off the right hand over the green?
Definitely be 30 feet left of the flag.
So it tells viewers that it's important to miss it in the right areas. It's golf is a lot about planning and execution, as well as you have a look at that beautiful site. Seriously, this is this golf course is what dreams are made of.
Manish Thakran coming up with some impressive golf this week, as he needs to. Hopefully he can carry that on for another 19 holes. A pretty decent shot and
Needs to stay up,
but it doesn't.
That unfortunately, when it goes down, that's in 3-putt territory. As it stays up, it's a lot easier, but from there you're having to navigate two things: speed as well as line and break, and it's going to go up another level. So a lot to think.
Also, one of the things that I think a lot of amateurs don't see is that players try to have yardage control so much so to be on that same shelf as the hole, because that's where the flattest putt will be. As soon as you're off that tier, you are not going to be able to see a very good putt for birdie. It's not going to be flat enough. It's going to have too much undulation. Speed control becomes more difficult, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think it's very important, and that's a great point that you make for everybody watching. Try to be on the same tier. You'd rather have a longer putt on the same tier, because that has a short head going in. Otherwise, you're navigating too many variables. As we have a look at Yuvraj, tricky pin position on hole number 18.
So one of the most brilliant pin positions here. You leave that ball just slightly short. It's so difficult to get, especially that if you're hitting a wedge and your spin rate control isn't that good, you could be spinning that ball off backwards about 30 yards.
Yeah, they've. I think as far as golf course design is concerned, look at that needs to slow down. That needs to slow down.
About time now.
Yeah, that's good that it stayed up. Another thimble, and that would have been back in the fairway.
That would have been the lob wedge chipping back upwards.
But this really is a masterclass in course design. It shows you that you don't need to add water, you don't need to add length, just make the greens difficult and changes everything.
In fact, even though the layout of the Delhi Golf Club in terms of the whole numbering and the pars and the length of the hole hasn't changed, the way the undulations on the fairways has been put in, the way the bunkers have changed shape as well as the placement of them, that has tremendously changed the golf course. I mean, if you remember on the old layout, the bunker on the first hole used to be in the right rough. Right, it was nearly out of play, and even if you were in the bunker, it was more like a place where you were okay to be in, a fairly flat, shallow bunker. Right, today that bunker is now moved into the center of the fairway, and if you're in there, you'd most likely be on a slope. So from there to get yourself out in the second shot to still give yourselves a wedge opportunity can be quite a deal.
Yes, it's how the bunkers have actually crept in. On hole number 6, it veers in right towards the center of the fairway. Earlier, the bunkers were almost like your guardian angels at the edge of a fairway. If you hit an errant shot, you could hope for the bunker to sort of bail you out. As we have a look at Dharma M, and this ball is rolling end over end.
All right, then. M Dharma moves up to 4 under par.
That's how it's done. The man from Bengaluru, M Dharma is the name, will move to 4 under par and hopefully play the lead group alongside.
All smiles with his caddy. A long time on his bag, Yoginder. We had to confirm whether it was a birdie putt or an eagle putt. Well, we had to confirm that.
Would be a little bit of a downer if we got all that excited and it turned out to be for a par.
Well, I think it's an eagle or a birdie putt for sure.
But that's a stellar putt. Look at that ball rolling end over end. For all the amateurs watching, that's what you must aspire for.
Amazing.
Arjun Puri now, who's been even par for the day. I'm not quite certain what this is for.
Arjun Puri here, cleaning up. Unfortunately, that is quite a bit of a miss. The ball slope really over there, runs up towards that front edge. That ball curved a lot more than you would have believed. Sometimes with the naked eye, it's very difficult to see this amount of break. And especially to trust it for a player, is to aim out about 2 balls right at the hole for a 3-footer, 4-footer. I mean, that can be quite a thing to trust. But that's what professionals are all about. We have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Yuvraj Sandhu currently at 2 under par for the tournament. Makes another one. Yuvraj, super putting there by him, showcasing that over the last couple of holes. Superb 2-putt on the 17th as well. Very steady stroke. A bit of hands, a lot of shoulders. Arjun Puri. Trying to clean up here on the 18th hole is Arjun. Playing at his home club. Currently at 2 under par for the tournament. I think he would remain there. I will apprise you all of the scores in just a moment. That is our third leader group finishing up here on the 18th hole. Jamal Hussain Mola coming up for birdie from this pin high location that he's perched himself on. In this particular group, that's the best look at birdie that anyone is having. Unfortunately, that'll be a missed putt for Jamal, and he will have to settle for a par here on the difficult 17th hole. The 17 tends to get very difficult, especially with these tucked-in flag locations, and on the tee box, it can be fairly difficult to tell the wind situation. With all of the tee box is covered by the trees as well as the gumbad on the right side, and just makes it a lot more difficult for the players to read the wind and extremely difficult for the player to trust it. A lot of times there'll be gusts up at the tee box, and becomes very difficult for the player to be able to understand whether it's the gust that is going on top, or is it really lesser wind or a little bit more breezy towards that end. Manish Thakran. Par putt for Manish to stay at 3 under par for the tournament. Yep. In fact, surprisingly, he keeps the flag in. In fact, according to statistics, keeping the flag in actually reduces the chances of making putts. So, over time, of course, there's been a lot more clarity on it. I'm surprised to see that he keeps them in on shorter putts. In fact, on longer putts, I think they would still make more sense to keep them in because the ball's really slowing down. But on these short ones, you'd rather have the complete circumference of the hole to roll it in.
Yeah, rightly said. As did divulge to you when I was playing around recently that it actually hit the center of the flag and came out. So maybe it's just, and also it's an encumbrance when you're putting from in and around 6 feet because your alignment becomes a lot more difficult because you're looking at the center of the flag and that. But I guess it's one of those things where it's a very individualistic choice as well. You look at hole number 18. The front left flag in years past might have been one of the easier flags, but not anymore. I would think owing to the design and the way the lie of the land, I think it's probably the most difficult flag on this hole. As we have a look at the scoreboard, Ajitesh Sandhu still leading the tournament at 10 under par. Over 2 shots. And Jamal Hussain in second place at 8 under par. It's pretty much looking at this point in time like it's 2 to tango. Ajitesh and Jamal have run circles around the rest of the field. The third player, M. Dharma, being 7 shots behind the leader at 3 under par. Just shows you how trying the conditions have been here at the Delhi Golf Club. Tied alongside him is Manish Thakran. Yuvraj Sandhu at 2 under par. Ajitesh Sandhu, hole number 18, opting to go with big stick, signaling his intent, and as shows you the look of calm, that means it's right down the center. Great shot by him. It's good to see that the players are rather aggressive on hole number 18 and not really holding back. So that shows that there is a lot of intent to attack the few opportunities that you get on this golf course. Not many where you can actually unleash a driver. And even here, the fairway, although maybe being about 45 yards with about 15 yards of rough on either side, so maybe 70 yards, but there are trees on either side. So I see that Jamal is gesticulating for the ball to turn left, so maybe just going to go down the slope. And there you have Manish going with a rescue or a driving iron, and that is an approach that is going to be favored by a majority of the field. Not many feel comfortable hitting a wood here. It is visually intimidating. It's the Delhi Golf Club. And he's leaked that to the right. So that's rather unfortunate. The one with the safest approach of the tee has hit an errant shot. So didn't quite work out as he would have wanted. And he's actually reloading. So that's going to be a provisional ball that he'll be hitting. And now going with a shorter club of the tee. And you see what he's doing now. He's marking the ball. That's really important. You want to be able to discern which is your first ball and your second, if in case you're playing with the same numbered balls. These small little things are really important. The finer details do matter, especially in times like these when you tend to lose your head a little bit. If you hit a bad shot and you might just scurry on and hit another one, but not quite. You still have to control all your faculties. he lines up with what appears to be a 4-iron this time. He's currently at 3 under for the tournament. It's a good shot there. Another thing that happens, the longer you are at the tee, the dispersion increases. So for a medium hitter, the same dispersion of target might mean 10 yards. And for a longer, maybe it's about 13 to 14, 15 yards. Small degrees make a lot of difference when you're hitting it long, because the spin also compounds when you miss-hit it. And the start line coupled with higher spin rate can mean more wayward shots. So it's important, as they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Sounds a little corny, but it's sort of true in this context. See that putt for Sudhir. It's a decent putt for Sudhir Sharma. Sudhir has had a forgettable day, so as to speak. He's 7 over par today and should be able to tap that in for his par, but definitely not what he would have imagined. He would be wanting a redux of the last time that he was here. Now Rashid Khan. Still having the conventional style putter. Not quite seen him use the mallet putter. Very confident putter. That's a sign that you'll see most of the players still using that old style blade putter are the ones that are more confident about their putting technique, whereas the mallet putter is seen as a little bit of an aid. It sort of helps, whereas the blade style putters require a lot more precision, visually a little more intimidating to be putting with those. And whenever the putting goes off for a player, the first thing you normally see is shift to a bigger size putter with more surface area. As we have a look at Dhruv here. Oh, that's we've seen that. We've seen him do that on a couple occasions today. And they're holding that now. Dhruv now walking off after that. But we'll soon have an update regarding his score. Dhruv Sharon also having a dismal day today. 5 over and 2 over for the tournament. 5 over for the day. So this is a golf course where things can get away from you if any of the facet of the game doesn't quite fire as required. Then you really can find yourself on the outside looking in. Rashid Khan hanging tough. Also no par day for him. 1 over and 2 under for the tournament. Now joining us in the commentary booth, we have Mr. Dheeraj Jain and Mr. Ishan D'Souza, who will be talking about this tournament and just getting us through the next few holes.
Thank you so much for that.
A very good afternoon to everyone who is on watching this game.
We're at the end of the third round. Couple of holes left. Ajitesh in the lead at 10 under, followed by Jamal Hussain at 8 under. It seems like a tight finish down the last couple of holes before we come back for tomorrow's final play of the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024.
It seems the golf course is playing very tough. It's not easy because it is very difficult for players to gauge the directions of the wind because wind is circling, keeping the low score of the tournament. It has been very, very difficult for all the pros with their games.
This is the 18th hole that we're looking at. I think the group of Rashid Khan and Jamal Hussain. Just waiting for them to get ready before they take the next shot. We've got only two groups left on the golf course for this afternoon. Jamal Hussain from Bangladesh has had a good run today with 4 under, taking up his tally to 8 under, 2 shots behind Ajitesh. Ajitesh is maintaining an arm's length distance, being at 10 under, 2 shots ahead. So
Jamal is having a very good run this season. He has already won 2 tournaments, if I'm not wrong, on the current season.
that's in prime position, just short of the green. You probably have a bump and run up from there. This is the beautiful, historic Delhi Golf Club. PGTI is back here after 3 years, and I think it's playing to its best condition, and the scores are a testimony of that, how tough it's been for these professionals this week. There we've got our Bangladeshi Jamal Hussain up. The Vishwa Samundra Open, this is the inaugural edition of this tournament. Vishwa Samundra company from Hyderabad with presence with offices in Delhi, Bombay and Dubai. They are in the infrastructure space, building roads, highways, metros, and of course, ports.
And they are a great promoter of the game of golf. They have been associated with one of the best tournaments right now in India. A good prize money, a 2 crore prize money.
Jamal's it in the left bunker. That's a green side bunker there. Should not be too tough and up and down for him from there. So the leaderboard for today, our leader Ajitesh Sandhu at 10 under, followed by Jamal Hussain at 8 under. And then we've got M. Dharma from Bangalore at 4 under. Yuvraj Sandhu at 3 under. Rashid Khan, local Delhi boy, at 3 under as well. Manish Takrani, who had a hole-in-one yesterday, he's fallen a little back. He's at 3 under. Hani Besoya, Delhi Golf Club prodigy, he's at 1 under. Arjun Puri at 1 under. Rahil Ganji and Shankar Das, both Calcutta boys, at even par after 3 rounds. So that's our leaderboard, our first page of the leaderboard for the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024.
That was an insightful conversation that we were privy to, and we see that we're getting towards the end of pre-season. Hole number 3, my apologies, day number 3 on hole number 18. It's been a day of first. We've seen high scoring from the players. Jamal Hussain definitely been the standout at 4 under par. So I know that your father, you've picked up, I say a feather from his cap. He's been exemplary in what he does in terms of golf and what he means to the game. What has been your thought of this redesign? And it's proving quite challenging for our players.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it has been very, very challenging. The golf course is actually playing great. I believe the greens have been on 10 and 10.5 on the stimp meter. So I think the pros have had a tough battle out there in the last 3 days.
Absolutely. And Mr. Dheeraj, I know that you are in the industry of golf as well as being associated with the tour also. And so I want to know that what is your take and how, even though our players are some of the best ball strikers, it's such an intricate game, and this new design. Of course, it's been a few years. It's proven really interesting. You play here often. What is your take, and how excited are you to see some of our best probably players from the continent competing here?
See, any event which is of this stature and played at DGC, it's really nice and very good. It's a good exposure for the youngsters to come and watch when the top-notch Indian golfers are playing here and few international players are playing, and with such a tough day of golf. So we need to watch the skill set of all these players and learn a lot.
Absolutely. As we have a look at Jamal here at hole number 18. It's been a testing day for all, but Jamal has been unscathed. He's made 5 birdies against a solitary bogey. He's 4 under for the final day, and Ajitesh Sandhu as well. What a bounce back on the back nine by this man from Chandigarh. We had the opportunity to converse with his wife, and both of them are going from strength to strength.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for?
अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Commentary box. We've seen some stellar golf thus far, and what are your this week and tomorrow? We can see as we go back to Ajitesh, who's.
I think he's left it in what we call a gimme distance. So I think that should be a comfortable up and down for Ajitesh on that.
You really predicted that well. I must say that I'm sure that you're quite a difficult cat to beat in fun rounds. You know that the correct club that you must employ, right, Mr. Dheeraj?
Yes. The selection of club is the most important thing, especially with your approach shot. And it's the ability of a player to think what is the best suited club for that particular shot.
Now we have a different approach for Jamal. He seems to have short-sighted himself. It's not going to be the easiest there for him.
I think he's in the bunker there. It's going to be a tough bunker shot, but with the way he's playing today and being at 4 under, I think we're going to see what he does.
Yeah, it's going to be one that will try and get away from him. But of all the places that you could leave yourself, I think this is not too bad. Little uphill, and given that he has the proclivity to get it close from the bunker, has good hands, able to get under the ball. So anything within 5 to 7 feet would be ideal here for him to get closer to Ajitesh and not let that daylight increase. Yeah, that's
a really good bunker shot by Jamal. I think that's going to give him a putt from there.
Yeah, that's really well done by Jamal. And for those of you who are joining us at this point in time, we'd like to tell you we're live from the Delhi Golf Club, bringing to you Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Mr. Kapil, the legend. And this tournament offers a prize fund of rupees 2 crore. We're here towards the end of day 3, normally called the moving day, but for a lot of players, it's been a moving day on the other direction. A lot of blue numbers, a rarity on tour. We see our golfers shoot a lot of birdies, but this time it's been a battle of attrition here at the Delhi Golf Course, the venerable institution, the historic place where so many champions have been forged.
I think, we only have about 8 players who are under par after 3 days, which is pretty commendable of the golf course, to be honest, and the way the golf course is shaping up.
Exactly. It's been an ideal setup as we have a look at Manish, who's had his troubles on hole number 18. I'm not quite certain if he was able to find his first ball or if he's been able to extricate it till here, or if it's his second shot that he hit off the tee. So we'll soon find out, but he's really done himself no favors coming from there. That's going to be really difficult. The ball's not going to stop, but I think I was wrong. He's done really well to get some purchase of the rough. Brilliant shot by him from there. So I know you play a lot of friendly rounds here, member friendlies. Which is your favorite hole on this golf course?
I think the finishing hole, to be honest, I think it's a great hole to finish at, the par 5. If you really go for it, you could even get on 2. But I think there are enough challenges around the hole which actually make you really think if you can actually get there on 2, or play conservative and kind of leave it short before you chip on. The green's also been designed beautifully, so definitely the 18th hole would be one of my favorite holes and one of the favorite finishing holes of golf in India for sure.
Yeah, it's a marquee hole. It has so much historic relevance, especially for our champions who've been through the years, won on Asian Tour events, the Indian Opens. I think the list goes on and on, as we have a man from Bangladesh who's doing his country proud at this point in time, Jamal Hussain, for just but to get to 9 under and get ever so closer to Ajitesh Sandhu. He's done well as Jamal, cleaning up in style. So what about your favorite hole, sir?
See, 18th, any day 18th is a favorite hole here because this hole has seen a lot of champions. It's been made on this hole. It has made India proud because a lot of Indians have won here. Okay. So this hole and this hole has its own characteristics because a lot of regulations and this entire golf course is not about your skill set. It is about the planning. The course management is equally important for playing on this golf course.
As we have a look at Ajitesh Sandhu, who really putted in style and would finish in style as well. The stylish golfer from Chandigarh makes a birdie to cap off a stellar back nine. It's been an absolute blitzkrieg by Ajitesh on the back nine. He's made 4 birdies. Was 1 over on the front nine, but that's how you lead from the front. He's been at the tip of the spear, so as to speak. He shot 3 under par and he'll move to 11 under for the tournament. Jamal would trail him by 2, and they'll be joined in the leader group by none other than Bengaluru's very own M. Dharma. Manish Thakran now on hole number 18. He'll not quite certain what it is. Maybe this is safe to assume. Maybe for par, we're not quite certain. We'll get an update soon, but he's really held his own as Manish, the golfer from Gurugram. Would this break from right?
This would be a break from the right. It's a slight downhill putt. Yeah, there it is. Oh, he's hit it.
And that needs to stop, right?
A few feet par. That needs to stop. Yeah, he's put in a lot of... I think it's all the adrenaline. I think for him to be in the leader group, it's probably the first time that he's in this position. And he's had 2 solid days. I know he had a hole-in-one yesterday. But he's held his nerves for most of his round. I know the last couple of holes haven't gone as per plan, but...
Yeah, leaking oil. Leaking oil right at the end. Unfortunately, he really held it together. And what's your take, Mr. Dheeraj? This putt now coming up, maybe uphill, left, right?
Yes, this seems like an uphill putt. The greens are really playing fast because now the sun is right down the greens.
Is he making it?
Hopefully, yes, because that everybody should expect, because they should save it.
Oh, unfortunate. That's what it says.
Unfortunate 3-putt for him, yeah.
Yeah. Compounding of errors, unfortunate for Manish Thakran, who would hopefully still end the day in red numbers.
It's going to be a good learning experience for him, and it's all that he needs to take back and come back stronger, I think, tomorrow.
And thank you for the both of you for joining us here. It's been a pleasure having this conversation with you. And for all our viewers, please stay tuned. We're going to have some interviews and highlights, and we'd implore you to stay connected with us for a little while more.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roger.
And that was quite a fascinating third day, the moving day here at the Vishwa Samundra Open 2024, presented by Kapil Dev. And as we have a look at the leaderboard now, Ajitesh Sandhu is still ahead of Jamal Hussain. So it's turning out to be quite a fascinating contest, and let's see what happens today. And in the post-match analysis, I have with me Rahul Bajaj here, who will be going through the day's proceedings and telling us his views. So Rahul, tell me, what do you think is going to happen?
I think we definitely have a 2-man fight atop that leaderboard. We've got Ajitesh and Jamal pretty much boxing it out in that ring tomorrow through the 18 holes. There's going to be a separate fight altogether for the 3rd position, as we can tell right now. Ajitesh and Jamal are both seasoned golfers, and they know how to ply their business very well. So we definitely will be looking forward to those 18 holes. And, players from behind, I think they will have to come up with 8 or 9 under par on the scorecard, or at least a 7, to be able to have any chance whatsoever to beat any of these 2.
And right behind them, you see M. Dharma, he's 4 shots behind, but there's also Rashid Khan lurking. He's played a lot of golf over here. You can never count him out. So tell us a little bit about him.
So Rashid, of course, he's always great at this course, and he can really go very, very low going into that final round. But I must say that 11 under, 3 under, we've got 8 shots in the middle. That's a lot of golf shots to be picking up on a course like this, especially with players who are very seasoned and they know what to do.
Okay, we have another player in the ring. That is okay, we'll come back to that. We are going to the highlights now. Let's go to the day's highlights. Well, you just had a look at the round 3 highlights, and we are back for the post-round analysis. And we have Rahul Bajaj here, and also we're joined by Shaurya Singh. And first question to you, Shaurya, your thoughts on the day today?
I think it's been exemplary. It's been a display of grit and determination by our players, and for many of the players who are outside the top 60, it's a case of last chance saloon. You know, they're not going to get another bite of the cherry. So for them, from the outside looking in, they want to be there to try and get into top 60 and try to pay that season ender. And a lot of players have done themselves no harm by playing so well, especially Manish Thakran, unfortunately unraveling right towards the end. But I think he's been forged in the crucible of fire, which is the third day. So, I've been very impressed by the golf that has been exhibited, none more so than Ajitesh and Jamal. You know, they've been, they've run circles around the entire field, and they're clear forerunners, and it's going to be a two-man race from what it looks like it, and it's just been really enjoyable. The greens have been very difficult. You know, me and Rahul have spoken about it the entire day, that how difficult the golf course is. Case in point is if you just look at this 18th hole, it looks rather benign, but a very scary pin position. So stellar golf, and I think more in store for tomorrow.
Rahul, would you like to add to that?
Absolutely. I am looking forward to tomorrow's proceedings. We have 18 holes from here on to go, and to watch the fight between Ajitesh and Jamal. And it will also be interesting to see which of the players actually finish in the rest of the top 5, because going into tomorrow, we've got a lot of players bunched up at 4 under, 3 under, 2 under, and 1 under. So it'll be an interesting thing to see. And also, of course, some of the players who are coming from outside of the top 60, trying to get themselves back into the top 60, are also going to show us some interesting golf tomorrow.
Very interesting stat, in fact. Ajitesh Sandhu has come close to winning at the DGC on a couple of occasions. He's not won here as yet. He's finished runner-up on both occasions. How do you see that panning out tomorrow?
I think it's his tournament to lose. I know that Jamal is a seasoned player as well, fine pedigree. But I think when we've seen Ajitesh, especially that the back nine was a testament to how he's going to handle himself. You know, he made bogey on 8 and 9, and he came back in real style with a 4 under back nine. So I think it's he's on top, he's in control. I think that he's going to win it outright, but you never know. Golf is a funny game, but I think it's his tournament right now. He has a vice grip on it. 2 shots is a good lead, considering that the rest of the players are really behind. And as far as ball striking is concerned, he's a slightly better ball striker than Jamal, but Jamal is really tenacious. So it's going to be a fight. My bet is still on Ajitesh.
Can Ajitesh break the jinx?
I absolutely think that he can break the jinx, especially because, you like you mentioned, he's come close to winning several times over. And for the last 2 years, I think he's been struggling with his game, which is seeming to come together. And I think the one thing that he definitely wants to do right now is to put an end to this.
There's a big gap behind the top 2, but Rashid Khan, he knows the Delhi Golf Club at the back of his hand. And you have Yuvraj Sandhu, who, if he's on fire on the final day, anything can happen. How do you see these 2 contenders, both at 3 under, tied 4th?
Well, I think that for any of the players at 3 under to be able to catch someone at 11 under par, there will be 2 factors at play. One, that person at 3 under par will have to play scintillatingly well, and the other person at the top of the leaderboard will have to have their bad round. So I find the likelihood of that to be extremely low, but never say never.
Rashid?
Yeah, pretty much in the same vein. The only thing, if the wind picks up, because we've seen it's already difficult, there was no wind. I mean, not a lot of wind, and still the scoring was high. So if you have a really windy day tomorrow, then, the people who are at 3 and 4 under, they can hope that maybe the leaders capitulate and it can be like a battle of attrition, but very unlikely. There's a sliver of hope only.
So that's it from the post-round 3 analysis, the thoughts from the experts. And we are looking forward to an enthralling final day. Let's see who takes the title at the inaugural Vishwa Samundra Open presented by Kapil Dev.